popping out. She did an Orphan Red in it. And of course, we know the connection between, actually a direct connection between Orphan Red, Patricia Steer, and Antonio Subrat, the man in the middle.
Yeah,
I'm not. Hang one though, Dan. That's a difficult position you're in, Dan. If you're going to hang one, you're going to have to hang them all.
No way. That's not true at all.
Well,
that's not true.
You have to, though.
For instance, Weiss admits to being a thief, so he has some decent properties. Weiss is a hard worker, so he's still valuable. He just is busy blacklisting me right now, so it's difficult to be nice to him. He doesn't like, that I know that he stole that. And I don't like that it's a bait and switch. His app, says it's $3 to get, and then you get it, and you go to use the People Finder, and sure enough, it's another $10. And that means that he's making money, and he could have purchased what he stole or licensed what he stole. Instead, he's comfortable calling the man who was dedicated to it. That man, Zoom Truth, David Hicks, he only had he had, that was a one thing he was working on. Weiss had all these other things going on, and he didn't need to take that momentum from another flat earther. And he could only do it because Bob sabotaged it to begin with by having his child hack it. An underage Bob had an underage kid hack a website.
So Bob now, another leading flat earther, is another tainted figure.
Bob has to go. Weiss can stay. Bob has to go.
How come Weiss stay after what you just said he did there?
Because Weiss has value. Weiss does good things.
What Bob does good things. Bob is a great mind.
No. Bob. Bob's been Bob's been an embarrassment and a clusterfuck and a bureaucracy all in his own for a long time. He blocks people. He's caused FE on FE. He's caused much division and perpetuates division. And he's busy bad-mouthing me, lying about me, pulling my wrenches everywhere, and threatening other people to take down videos that contain me. So I don't think Bob deserves a pass.
Now he worked in Denver Airport. I think he still does. Are you saying that he was a plan from the start to sort of create division within the burgeoning flat earth movement, and he maybe converted David Weiss to go to the dark side and profit dishonestly from others' efforts?
No, none of that happened. From Bob still being in Denver to him having control over Weiss, or Weiss having control over him, or even them having consensus amongst themselves. Remember, Weiss doesn't spend time, with Bob. Weiss doesn't love everyone, really doesn't.
What are flat earthers selling, I guess, at the end of the day, when you think about it? Look at what exposure Patricia Steer and Mark Sargent got on the Netflix documentary. That was seen by millions, if not billions, I'm thinking, at this stage, because it was so sort of heavily promoted.
What about
are all these things put in place to discredit Flat Earth, Dan? Is that a possibility?
That film ended up being intending to discredit us, but it did not start that way.
From whose intentions? Patricia's? Was Patricia Steer honest? Is Patricia Steer a bloke?
No, she's not. And she is honest, but she's not a man.
So Antonio Subrat rode her, had sex with her, shagged her, fucked her, screwed her. Whatever. Do you want me to go on?
We're not sure he did. Remember, he claimed that there was no properties of the vagina there. So how could he have
the evidence here?
If he was a man.
The evidence.
How could he have had sex with her if she was a man, Pete? How, Pete? How?
That's what Antonio Superant's cock said to him. Excuse me. Sorry, when he was right there.
Anyway, the real problem here is that the community didn't stand behind her. Globebusters and Weiss to this day still say, just fucking be tough. And that's why she's not around, because there's no community for her. There's no support for her. Nobody stood behind her in that. And
But you already threw Weiss and Bob under the bus. Bob before Weiss. If you get rid of one of the two, you have to get rid of Bob first. So yeah,
Weiss doesn't have to go. Weiss doesn't have to go. We have to accept him as the honest thief he is.
Okay. Oh, so okay. Let's just think about this in a greater context, and I'm making the equivalence here. My girlfriend. Yeah. Oh, you cheated. Oh, you cheated on me. I just found. Oh, yeah, you cheated on me. Well, cheated honestly. It was for your own good. Oh well, okay. Well, not my own. Not your own good.
No. In this case, in this case, he fucked
okay.
someone. He just didn't cheat. He didn't lie about it. He just went and fucked someone.
Well.
So he didn't lie about it, and it's a little more valor there. You know, he stands behind what he does.
A little more valor. What does that amount to, though, when there's no valor at all?
All I know is he's lying right now, saying that it's costing him $5,000 a month to run that app, and I don't think that's possible in any electronic.
Pay attention, man. I lost attention years ago. All actors, including you, Dan, of course, but that's okay. David Weiss, David W-I-S-S, right? He saw the Twin Towers coming down from a sandy beach in New York, where he was made aware of the consternation on television. And he took a drive the way he could see what was happening for himself. That's his story. And by the way, Mark Sargent was first interview. He appeared across the world. First interview on fakeologist.com. David Weiss also did an interview on fakeologist.radio.com. And we all came to the same conclusion as well. For the most part, David Weiss was an auto hoaxer regarding 9/11, but he did know two people who were working in the buildings, and he also saw it. But then he also went back to Judy Wood, and I was just say this about Bob from Globebusters. He went and did the impossible. He went back from understanding with due diligence and research and concern that 9/11 was a media and a victim fakery extravaganza to the Judy Wood camp. And that's an impossibility. He's only after going and doing the impossible in a literal sense. Judy Wood has truth in her own decoded sense, I should think. But yeah, it's just not the way we think it is. That's my decoding of it.
What did IPS say?
I actually left that message over in Tim's, and Tim has been doing. Have been looking into what Tim is doing this moment? He's doing live shows, and he's painting his own pictures, and he's talking about some very serious things as well. So I'm sure we can easily get in contact with him if he hasn't contacted you since I left a message on the Discord, as I said over the other evening. Well, he's along the same lines. He's a profiteer. David Weiss is profiteering from something that he didn't develop himself, and he sort of took over from someone else. But yeah, these are all actors, according to Tim Osman. And of course, I agree with that. I tell Tim he's an actor. Of course, I know that as well. Tim comes into the scene, but I am Mark Sargent. He's telling you the deeper layers to begin with. So I'm not, I love Tim, but I'm not under any illusions that there is this interconnection between everyone here, including you, Dan, all of you. But it's okay. I can't hate you for that. That's why I love everyone over in Gems. Everyone's playing a part, or at least near everyone. I know the clues are laid down for us. But I wonder what you know.
Who's not playing a part,
most of you don't know about Aristarchus, though. I definitely know most of you don't know about the Dodo and Aristarchus. I think it's one thing if there's a greater mystery in play, and you got to learn, you got to work your way up the ladder. But you still don't know what, I don't know, maybe senior people know in terms of your organization. But what the greater truth is, yeah, I think it's something we have to work out for ourselves, and that's the most valuable thing. Someone can tell you the truth, and you know experience with it, and you have no sort of pathway to it. You won't know whether it's true or not. How can you? How can you? Everything becomes possible. What becomes realizable? I guess our faith in ourselves. And this is what last thing to finish, I know someone's trying to get in. Last thing to say this is what flat earth, the wonder of flat earth, is that everything is opposing to what we ever thought was.
Well, that's what you get. That's what you get, Jeremy. You scared everyone off, and now you get Pete.
Was I supposed to respond to that? Oh, I scared everyone off. That's why everyone's over there.
I'm just wondering what you're doing. I mean, it seems like you've something
over in
something was happening.
Over St. Pierre's, right, Jeremy?
Something was happening for a while, and I've been wondering. And then I pop in, and I like made some sort of weird rant that was all totally cool. And next thing you know, it was like it was about like what he's doing wrong, and I just don't see it.
You don't see the Globers are wrecking the flat earthers over there? You don't see that?
Whoa. No.
Whoa, man. Whoa. Have you been paying attention or no?
A lot more than you.
You want me to point them out? You want me to point them out where every time we got wrecked over there by a Glober? Have you watched the last time fight the flat earth and make
Shane isn't? You think Shane personally isn't capable of handling it? Is that what you're saying?
He just came on the scene. Who knew about this Shane guy before a few months ago?
Shane Peter is
very impressive. He's very impressive. He's very patient, and he's very fair. And you're not giving him credit for that.
We don't know what he's doing, dude.
Dude, I've been there the whole time. You haven't. You fucking
flat earthers are getting wrecked over there. I've watched every time McToon the flat earth has been on. Flat earthers are getting wrecked over there. What do you want? If you can't see that, I don't know how to help.
Let me explain. Let me explain it to you. He had already matched up everyone that was around for fun, right? Me and Ruhif. This guy.
All those dickheads are over there. No wonder
what he found that if he sets some subject matter and asks two people to step up, that he can buy himself an hour or two of not having to moderate because the talk will have some format for a while. And he's been very effective at it. And then he did outreach here and got shit on kind of, and he did outreach to the Brits through the other thing, and he tried over at Gems too. And I think that occasionally there's people with credibility at places, Globers with cred come around, like degrees and shit.
With street cred.
And it's really good when the people with credentials speak because they embarrass themselves. So if he invokes those people to speak, I'm sorry you perceived it as him getting wrecked. I'm going to give you an example. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay, he brought Sean G.
Can I respond at some point, Dan?
Go ahead. I heard you, they're getting wrecked over there.
Okay. Every time Fight the Flat Earther McToon has been on, and his past couple streams that he's posted, the Globers have been wrecking the Flat Earthers now. I don't know if you understand that or not, but anyone that's been watching, it's plain to see.
Okay, I didn't feel that or see that, but what I had happen last week, maybe the week before, is Shane had Sean G on, and Sean G has no value, and I'm like, how dare you? And it's like, well, I want to tell the story of someone who went back to the ball, and it's like, okay, and I got muted the whole show, and was really kind of ticked, because Sean's full of shit, and. And he brought Sean back against a concaver, which no one wants to be in that argument. So he's
doing great things, man.
He manipulated Sean into a no-win argument because Sean's got nothing anyway. So there's a small amount of manipulation there that his instincts are good on what's real and what's not. And if you really think anyone got crushed by Fight the Flat Earth or McToon, you'd better watch again.
No, you need to watch it again. I saw clearly what happened. You guys were getting wrecked. Cuddles got wrecked. Some cracker guy got wrecked.
Wait, Cuddles
Demok got wrecked.
Cuddles,
Went up against
Demok.
Fight the Flat Earth.
Wait, whoa.
Everyone that went up against Fight the
You're
Flat Earth.
talking about the
Hold
open
on.
forums, the after the debate is what you're talking about. The open forums where people like Cuddles and Demok can get involved. Yeah, that's different. That's
The
games.
start of this was the start of a stream when Fight the Flat Earth was on. It went into Witsit. So I don't know what it was, but we got wrecked. Okay, last time McToon was on, got wrecked.
Yeah, I can't believe.
Save for the one time Witsit went at him.
Mm-hmm. Well, you do have to understand that the formatted talks that we're calling debates that he calls events are healthy. I don't know what your problem is. He doesn't record 24/7, so that gives him a chance to record something and put it on YouTube. You know, I mean, it's totally healthy. I don't know what you're thinking. Even if we were to take a beating, for instance, I've offered to fight Sean G. The guy's a trained fighter. It's just worth it for me to hit him. I don't mind if I get beat up. It's worth it for me to hit him. So I mean, if Shane takes a hit, I promise you it's for a reason. It's to get those guys to come around. Because really, if you think they're winning, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you really believe that. You don't believe that. Let's put it that way. If you think those guys are coming on there because they kick ass, I'm shocked. I'll have to watch again because I generally don't listen to Glover.
Dan, I was going to say that Sean G, actually a very interesting man, an how do you become an ex-flat earther?
Because he was never really flat either. He just goes along with the crowd. He's full of shit.
Well, that's fair enough. That's your determination. But my point would be, you offered to fight him. He's an ex-MMA or fighter, right? But he's also an ex-porn actor. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I did not.
You never know whether he's going to kick your arse or lick your arse.
But sometimes, so when I questioned Shane and I was pissed at him for muting me and telling me to he ignored me through moderation, spoke over me and said, "Does anyone else have anything to say?" 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, how dare he? Well, I realized he was setting Sean up to feel comfortable coming around. Yeah. And he was going to take care of Sean later. And I should have known, but it took me like a week of being butthurt to notice what Shane was up to. So I just really
Discord, Dan. Do you know Discord is worth in conspiracy world 120 billion? Did you know that Discord is worth that? I can post you a video if you like. Did you know it's worth massive money?
Pete, is it possible for you to comment on what we're talking about?
I am, because isn't it ultimately all about getting audiences on board? What substantiates this massive determination? Well, what is it about at the end of the day? People, energy, and if Saint Pierre or Jeremy here is about encouraging, the flat earthers doing shit over there. We know more flat earthers. All the bull earthers like Sean G are destroying us. Well, to whom? To whose ears? You know what I mean?
I didn't say nothing about Sean G. He ain't destroying nobody.
Then I'm just saying, Jeremy, Discord is worth many billions, bud.
Sean G ain't doing nothing. Let's just make that clear.
Thanks.
Sean G is a pussy.
I'm talking about McToon, Fight the Flat Earth. The other guys that are good.
Do you think he had the weaponry to begin with? Let's say I didn't watch, which I didn't. So, do you think he had the weaponry?
It's obvious you didn't watch.
Right.
You got wrecked and you think we're doing good.
Well, no, I think you're taking one game and taking it out of context of the season.
No, last 3 or 4 times we've gotten wrecked. One was an open chat, one was McToon, one was Fight the Flat Earth. It's brutal. We're getting the floor. We're just getting our asses wiped.
Wow. I don't know if
save for a couple times Witsit went on.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone agrees with you, though. I hear you, though.
Okay. You didn't watch them, so how do you even know?
Because I hear what people are talking about, and they're not talking about, wow, we got to get our act together. You know, they talk about those things for hours and days after they happen. As a matter of fact, that's how the
There's
second
no
one
bias
happened.
at all in this
But
arena,
that's
right?
how the second one happened. That's why Fight the Flat Earth came back, because they were all still talking about it.
A bunch of flat earthers told you we killed it on there, and you believe them. You don't think they were biased at all?
I didn't
Victory
say
is near, Jeremy.
I
I
didn't
mean,
say
I don't
that.
know how. I'm just letting you know, bro. We're getting our
All right.
ass wiped
Well,
over there.
okay.
It's not a good
Well,
look. And then
I
you
didn't.
came on and
I
doing it.
didn't.
Think he's
All
doing
right.
great
Let's,
things. I'm sorry I yelled.
all right.
Sorry I yelled at you that day, but that's a ridiculous statement.
All right. So just remember, you know, debate's ridiculous, and also Discord's a small world. You know, so it's like we're not getting a ton done, and I'd like to get more done. You know, so more division, more flat Earth on flat Earth doesn't seem
More
right.
traffic.
And there is a reality when these groups get over what I call a pack, like 12 to 15, like dogs. There's no room, and like lions, they kill their cubs, so the pack doesn't get bigger. And when there's more people, it splits off.
Oh,
The
they kill their
idea-
cubs. They kill their cubs when a new lion comes in and takes over the pride. That's when they kill the cubs. Anyways,
That's
you sure?
yeah. And
I've seen a lot of those National Geographic programs.
but there's just numbers don't work, and I recommend here just insisting upon dropping down to the next live stream too, you know, and having people not try and talk over each other, because there's enough room for the descenders to drop down below, figure out how to share a screen, and watch the above room and bitch from there, you know, really. So I just think, if I the talk is like, oh fuck that, I'm not going there. And so I heard a lot of people say that they're stepped on here and muted, and I'm like, wow, I never hear that. You know, so it was weird to hear people bitching about it, and they're like, so I'm not going to go there. Well, that's bullshit. If you have problem, you know, if I'm at a party, Jeremy, and you're going off and you're in the kitchen, I'll probably go outside with the smokers for a while. You know,
that's a good one.
And going outside, getting, you know, it doesn't mean you got to leave the party. There's plenty of room for us all. You know, is what I'm saying. I can get out of earshot. You know, and that's the way it should be. You know, because we like to argue, we like to test ourselves, we like to know what arguments are good, but arguing against Shane is tough, man. It is.
I should engage with Shane.
Oh, he's out there. He's out there killing it.
We have Shane. We have Shane St. Pierre.
Did you hear that from someone else?
Who is Peter? Here,
I think he's in a higher class than most. He's amazingly elevated for only being around for a year. His common sense seems okay. He's not drunk. He's not fucked up in a way that he changes from hour to hour or day to day. He's super consistent. He's been real fair. He'll.
Did you, Dan? Hold on, man. You went, then Pete went, then you went again. Did you hear from someone he was nice and he was killing the Globers, or did you actually hear it yourself?
I've been around there for months.
Because every time I hear, he ain't doing too hot.
See, I don't.
We may have a differing opinion.
I hear diversity.
I
hear. You have to remember, there's diversity there that doesn't exist on a pure flat Earth site. So he gets majestic and weird on, you know, numbers and angles and some other theoretical things in history. You know,
I get on with him no end, but I would,
including history. You know, and I just think he's balancing that whole Tartaria mud flood goofiness and flat Earth into one big learning curve for everyone.
What do you mean? You admire him and his persona as you perceive it?
He's been diverse, and what he's doing is diverse. I can't see a problem there. If we can figure out how to stabilize ourselves and stop fighting, we can bring on experts and do real interviews.
Okay, listen to this.
With real people who claim to have real claims. Okay. But if we're just going to yell at them and talk over them, we can't get any people with PhDs to talk to us. So until we learn how to
beat me to the punch.
Yeah, until we learn how to talk to ourselves, you know, and then set up a standard format like Shane did actually. He's like, yeah, well, for at least an hour and a half, it's going to have structure, and a subject. So if he does a couple of those a week, or he would do it almost one a day, it did allow third-party people, other people to come from other areas, by word of mouth, to be invited to speak in an arena where they never would have before. But they see, oh, look, there's a subject. So think about that in terms of what it would do to invite a person on the fence, or a person with academia in mind, where they're actually think, what?
Somebody on the fence that watches that is going to be like, oh, this flat earth thing isn't even real. It's a joke because we're getting crushed and it's a shit show.
But they're not getting crushed in a shit show regularly.
You didn't watch it. You didn't. You told me you haven't watched.
I said regularly they're not. You happen to have seen something that I wouldn't watch because it's a shit show by bringing those guys. You know what I mean? That guy's got nothing to bring around. Fight the flat shirt. I mean, he just doesn't. And so I'll give you a decent example of what Shane did. He got stumped on some Southern Stars shit, which we usually are. And instead of avoiding it like I do, he decided to do a thing on gems with it and look it up and try and put out there as much as he could. I think that was gutsy and normal. I think that's a big ton of normal. He admitted what he didn't know, made an attempt at it with full-on strangers in an attempt to open dialogue with all those goofballs and bring those goofballs around one at a time, because when you get them on the invert, where we're 10 on 1 instead of where they get us 10 on, they fall pretty hard. They scramble around.
You think that helps?
Okay, now that I'm unmuted again, Jeremy. I don't know I'm muted again. I don't know I was
Did you have something to say, Pete? Did you have something to say,
Of course
Pete?
I do.
Ramble something about clues and.
Yeah, we'd be interested if it didn't include the Dodo or Aristarchus too.
Okay, no worries. But don't fucking mute a flat earther here.
Just talk about what you have to say, Pete.
I was talking about my respect for this new guy on the scene. I'm not sure what you make of him, but everything I've seen from him, I've seen a few posts in Gio's chat here. I've also, maybe I spoke to him momentarily, but I don't know anything else about him.
From
but I like him on every front, is my point. Right. On every front, I like him.
He didn't know anyone. He don't know who Mark Sargent is. He doesn't know who Globebusters are. He doesn't. He's fresher than fuck. He doesn't know any of that shit.
What are you talking about, dude? He was on Mark Sargent's show.
Yeah.
Well,
Shane was.
Yep.
You
got it.
Again.
That's your boy.
like this is the beauty, is that people are like, oh yeah, well, I mean, I guess it's just not, people aren't interested, but it's really, no, they're not doing it. And that's what, uh, the real beauty of the monitor part of it is just like when you get chatted and you do
You're robot.
your comments, right? And see your comments.
I can't understand anything
Like,
you're
you see
saying.
your comments,
Oh, there
but
it goes.
I was just saying, like, you'll see your comments like they're normal, but nobody else is seeing them, and that's the fucked up part, because you think you're getting out there, but you're not.
What's crazy too is so like when they were doing the whole shadow ban and they would remove likes so that way people didn't like let's say you have like 50,000 likes, but then if they just remove them, then people are thinking like, oh, no one even likes this. And I guess because they do know that there is like a herd mentality, definitely, and even in a social manner, like online, because when there's a lot of likes, it even just comes down to like certain comments, even like people will start jumping on like a wagon of, oh yeah, let me like this comment because it's the one with the most likes and I agree with it. But then when you remove that, it's really just to help muzzle that majority, and to make it look like no one even no one agrees with you or no one agrees with this. And I think it's just more of that's actually a very effective way of making people, because then that's why ballers come in here. And even Professor Day was like, oh, flat earth is dying, like no one even believes in that anymore. It's like, are you kidding me? Like when it's at its height, like if you look at even on certain apps, if when you look at the if you analyze how many people are searching for this phrase or that hashtag, and flat earth is jumped up, you know crazy high in comparison to what they're pushing, what they're telling you. Like, no one even cares about that no more. Only 1% of the population even believes in it. And I remember even in an argument, and I posted like the numbers, the figures of how much it's jumped up even in each country. If not every single one, but in a handful of countries, it's jumped up even in the searches, and that's kind of like where that information was coming from. How much has it jumped up in the searches? So many people are looking into it, and it's probably more afraid to even speak about it because they don't want to be ostracized. They don't have the skin to go through that berating of insults like the way some of us do, and we have to deal with. You know what I mean?
I got to go real quick, but I just wanted to say this. Appreciate everybody here. We just have to remember, those of us who are true earthers, whatever you want to call us, that the truth is on our side. You speak the truth, then whatever happens to you, happens to you. And just realize, if you debate somebody who is a glober, the truth is on your side. The truth is not on their side. And if you happen to be into the Bible and Bible cosmology, the Bible is on your side. So just take some confidence from that, and enjoy the ride, because it is definitely a ride. Thanks.
So as far as the censoring part goes, we're definitely being censored. I experienced that just a few days ago, well, a few weeks ago, the Artemis program. I went on the YouTube channel. There was 3 or 4 of them that were broadcasting live fantasy. And guess what? For asking questions, I got banned on all 4 channels. All 4 channels.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want you to sway the minds, with logic and reason, and they need the sheep to just believe. you know don't pay attention that we've showed you a video of the moon passing Earth a million miles away, and the Earth was humongous in comparison to the moon. But then now with Artemis, the Earth is really, really small, and you're only 200,000 miles away. They don't want you to use your brain to realize how stupid they must think we are. uh, because when you use your brain, you can realize this is a total lie. But for some reason, people that still stuck in the brainwashing, that light doesn't turn on. They will only believe like the White House press secretary, how she has the tabs, and she knows like when a question's asked, that she's being pitched, so she can knock it out the ballpark with a lie. And like they kind of just go to that whatever is scripted. So when you say, hey, this doesn't look right, a million miles away it's this big, but 200,000 miles it's this small, and they're like, oh, it's because the zoom of a camera. Like they literally, I'll say it over and over again, they're pissing on you and they're saying it's raining. And they think we're stupid. They really, really, and maybe they're the idiots that probably believe that nonsense. But it is what it is. No
Oh, yeah.
hope for
Bro, intentionally, every time I would come on for the past month, while the mission, so-called fantasy mission, which we all know happened in computer simulation, I would bring it up every day. No takers. Well, a few exceptions here and there, but they wouldn't talk about it. Imagine I would bring that up, knowing that they didn't want to talk about it. Amazing.
I talked about it.
Yeah. There was some people. I'm not saying nobody, but most of the people wouldn't talk about it because you'd bring up the photos and then they'd be like, "Oh man."
Yeah, it's one thing to say I talk about it, but you're not really saying nothing though. Like you talked about it, but all you probably did, it was that Kosho probably. It sounded like him. All you probably did was just swish around a bunch of falsehoods, and disrespect. But when you're saying, things like, oh, it's the angle, or it's the what, for some reason you guys love to say it's just a 1% increase or 2%. It's so small, so little.
Always
Like
something, right? It's always there'll never be something where they're like, you know what? I don't know. It's always something. Oh, there was a gravity pocket. Oh, it was. Why do they spray paint their hair up? Oh, so it doesn't get in their eyes. Like it's just, like it'll always be something.
Yeah.
Like when you're destined to believe it, you'll make up any excuse.
Exactly.
And that's part of why they get so ridiculous, right? They make ridiculous. They make this stuff so ridiculous so that it gets to the point where you can't get out, right? Because what makes somebody get out of a ridiculous idea is that ridiculous idea. Oh, that's crazy. But when everything that is quote crazy is kind of normal, you're stuck.
Yeah, dude, get him.
It's like, oh,
Get him.
but bro, look, they sprayed the hair. Ah, yeah.
Okay, so is it more fair to say that not that nobody responded to the things you brought up when you brought up the pictures, but that you just didn't care to hear what their answers were, and you'd rather come up with your own versions of what their answers are?
At this point,
that's all that's happened so far, right?
Well, at this point, when I don't bring up the what's the word I'm looking for? The ridiculousness of your guys' narrative. I bring up the logical thinking to make someone that is maybe like actually looking for the truth. I want that little light to turn on in their head to realize, oh wait, that is fucking stupid. Like, why would I believe this nonsense? It's not to answer and rebuttal you guys, because I'm not saying it for us to discuss it, because I'm not gonna argue with you that water's wet or a square is a box or a ball. Like, you don't argue falsehood. You when you know the truth, because it's it's what is reality. It's what's true. You don't argue that. Hey man, the grass is purple. Like I'm not gonna argue with you a nonsense, a nonsensical thing. So when you're saying you're not accepting their answers, well, all their answers would be bullshit. So why would I even
Do you
why
mind
accept that?
if I cut to the chase? Because it's you guys are saying a lot of words, but not a lot of substance. Because what your problem with the pictures, if I remember, because I remember responding to it, was that the images of the moon from Earth looks like one thing, and some of the images of the Earth from where it was beyond the moon looks smaller than you would expect it to. And I remember you have an issue with that. I also remember informing you that the only way you can make that sort of comparison of what you should expect is if you have an actual idea of the zoom involved and the field of view. Otherwise, there's no there's no claim to be made on what what the size of it looks like from that distance, because you have no
Okay,
idea
I
what
don't.
the optics are
I
of
don't. I
the
don't think it.
Hold on. What's really wild, bro? What's really wild is that you think that that's an acceptable posit for globe Earth evidence. That's what's really blowing my fucking mind right now. Anyway, keep going, guys.
Kosho, the thing was this, okay? Let me say it this way, okay? I don't need to know the angle, the zoom, the time of day, the camera. I don't need to know any of that when you can just put yourself in a logical reality. For instance, you have the moon, and I've said this last time, okay? Let's say the moon is a tennis ball and the earth is a beach ball, okay? And we stand on a football field 10 feet away from one another. Never will that beach ball from the opposite side of it will never look like the size of the moon from that other perspective. Respectfully, logically, that will never ever be. No matter how much I'm zooming in, no matter how much I zoom out, if I get a wide angle lens, whatever, if I get an old camera, a new camera, a camera from the 60s, a camera from today, that's the beach ball will always be the size that it is in comparison to the moon from 10 yards away on a football field. Now, the day that you tell me that when I'm standing on the moon with the moon in my hand and I'm looking at the earth and the earth is now the same size as the tennis ball, right? I mean, the beach ball is the same size as tennis ball from where I stand. The day you tell me that and say, oh no, it's because you don't understand the zooming of your eyes. Like the beach ball could become the same size as a tennis ball. I will say, dude, are you fucking high right now? Like, what is wrong with you? That is not reality. That is clearly just justifying a lie that you defend for who knows why. But it's just
Here.
yeah. I'll stop. Go ahead. I'm talking too long. Go ahead.
Just so I just hopped in here, but just so I got it right. Like there's one photo of the Earth from standing on the moon, and obviously the Earth is small in the distance. Then you're like comparing that to the photo or whatever of like far behind the moon, and the moon is bigger than the Earth in the distance, right?
Yes and no. The one that's from the moon is not far. See, that was another thing too. Someone's like, oh, it's 40,000 miles further away from the moon. No. That's not true, because it was on the side of the moon. So, like, for instance, if I'm walking behind you, yes, I'm further away. But if I came to your left hand side, we're now the same distance from. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying, right?
Okay. Is there a picture I could find in the live stream chat?
Yeah, well, here, I could just post what where this all even came up from.
Because when it comes to the one where like the photo is being taken from the back side of the moon but far beyond it, and the Earth is smaller. I'm sorry, the moon is smaller than the Earth, even though the moon is much closer than the Earth. But still, the moon is smaller. I thought that was a real good like gotcha on them. Like, oh, you didn't even do your math right, your perspective's off. But then I tested it, and I was like, ah, shit. I came to understand that is exactly how it would look. They got their math right and the perspective on that one. I had to throw that bit of gotcha evidence away.
No, well, that it doesn't. Okay, again, if you're taking it from the moon and then taking it from a spaceship that's on the side of the moon, but still generally the same distance away, that's the problem. You're saying, oh, it makes sense mathematically. Okay, well, fuck, they can make a man have a baby, on paper, but that's not reality, though, right?
No, I did the experiment. I got a video on it. Like I put a basketball, and a racquetball to the like proper scale distance between them, and then I took a photo of like 1 foot behind the racquetball, and the racquetball was bigger than the larger ball in the distance. But then the further I backed away, it turned out that the basketball that once looked smaller than the racquetball that's closer, the racquetball shrunk in size faster in pace than the basketball in the distance was shrinking in size. And eventually I got far enough back that the closer object was smaller than the more distant object. Now, and I was always saying before, like I would bring this up to Glowers. I was like, look at this stupid picture. How could the object in the background be larger than the object in the foreground?
Yeah, here's the video. Again, I hear what you're saying, but there's no way ever you're gonna convince me that the Earth would look that small from the moon. Look how small that is in comparison. The moon doesn't even look that small from Earth. If you can make the Earth look that small from the moon, then the moon should disappear because it's so small in comparison.
So this is the one you're talking about.
Yes. See now. This is.
So we'd have to like extend that horizon and make it a full sphere, like take the you know what I mean, like trace out the curvature of the moon's horizon and turn that into a proper sphere. So to get a real good estimate.
I'm not. Again, the fact that the Earth is okay. Let me say this again. Okay, the moon from Earth never looks that small. The way the second picture, the Earth from the moon in 2022, right? The one from Orion as it is now to the side of the moon, looking back at Earth. Apparently, look how small it is. The moon isn't even that small from our view, from here, from Earth. Yet
It's hard to judge how small the Earth is in this thumbnail you put, or this screenshot. Oh shoot! I didn't realize. Can I play it as a video?
Yeah, you can play it as a video. Yeah.
Well, the Earth should look 4 times larger from the moon than the moon looks. Than the moon looks to us on Earth, right?
Isn't the argument? Isn't the argument?
Yeah, but they'll be like, "Oh, Earth's atmosphere magnifies the moon, and the moon doesn't." There's always something. Like, you can always make up bullshit, right? Like, if I don't have to prove to you that the atmosphere has an impact, I could just say it and just, it's because the atmosphere makes the moon look bigger. But then when you get out of the atmosphere and you look at the Earth, it looks small because the atmosphere is not enlarging it. Okay, what else? Right? Like, it's just
there's nothing else in the frame to say if it looks large or small.
You can't if you're not comparing it to anything, and you don't know the optics between if it's not the same.
There it is. You don't know. You don't know.
I told you.
If it's not the same zoom,
it would have to be worse than your cell phone, though.
So
it would have to be worse than your cell phone. Like if you just whip your cell phone out on the moon, take a photo of Earth. I mean, I can get a pretty good photo of the moon just with my basic cell phone camera, right? I mean, so they're using something worse than my smartphone, because if the moon were 4 times larger in size, I'd get a real nice shot of it, even with my smartphone. I mean, this thing looks like just like a blurry blue dot.
Yeah, this is, again, you heard him. He said, you don't know the optics. You don't know But he does.
No,
I don't
that's the
know
problem,
how it
dude.
works, but he
Not that
does.
I know it and you don't. It's that you're comparing something that there's nothing to compare to. You don't
Okay,
have. Neither of us have any
it
idea.
doesn't take a
Neither
rocket
of us have any
scientist.
idea that these are the same zoom.
It
And if you
doesn't
have
take
that,
a
then you don't
rocket
have anything to compare
scientist.
to.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that even in the model, that the Earth is really big compared to the moon, and the way we can see it, the way Earth sees the moon is one thing. Okay, now the moon in a distance can look small, right? And then sometimes it looks humongous. It fills the sky. It looks like, wow, that's a beautiful big moon tonight. Okay, but then some nights it's really small, way in the distance, right? Now reverse that.
No.
Put your feet on the moon, looking at the Earth. First of all, the Earth should look like 4 times bigger, even
does. It's 4 times
mathematically.
bigger.
Even mathematically, 4 times bigger. It should look
Yes,
bigger.
it does.
Yeah. So, but see that little blue dot that Artemis took of the Earth? That's not 4 times bigger. That is actually smaller than the moon.
It's bigger.
Even more than
What a
4
joke.
times bigger.
You're a joke.
It's
I
4
posted
times
it
wider.
at 20 past the hour. I posted a comparison. You can see the Earth is 4 times bigger than the moon. That's at the same.
Well, it's 4 times wider, but
Right.
when a circle scales up, I think 4 times wider is more than 4 times bigger of
The
a
volume
circle.
and the area are different, right? But it's about 4 times the diameter.
Yeah, 4 times wider. Yeah.
I'm interested in how you're comparing that with zero reference.
I like
if
what
you
Matthew
Google, if you
Yeah,
Google moon
I
photo,
posted it past the hour. You can see the difference. That's the same zoom level.
yeah, well, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
like,
Apophis.
there'll never be a definitive.
He's comparing
These guys, man.
photographs with zero reference.
They just zoomed out. That's why it looks like that. It's just they use the volume button for a shutter instead of the shutter button. That's what happened.
You can Google moon photo, and you're gonna see a bunch of photos that the moon has different sizes on those photos. But if you measure it, the moon always has half a degree of angular size, so it's not actually getting bigger or smaller.
Again, you're never going to convince me that something that's supposed to be such a size in comparison that it's.
Well, that's not a me problem. That's a you problem.
Yeah. No, definitely. Definitely. It's me. Definitely, it's me. You're right. You aren't going to convince me. Again, you're not going to piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. But no matter what, dude, it's not clicking. But it's okay though, because it's not meant for you guys to wake up from, because you guys are stuck. It's meant for those that are waking up and coming out of the nonsense, the bull that's being,
Okay. Can we stick to the conversation, because it keeps going off into other stuff? I feel like Matthew posted something that actually has substance. People keep trying to share stuff with substance. You just keep running off from it. But
has substance.
You're right. You just
what are you talking about? Has substance. How does
ironically, Kosher, you didn't say anything of substance there. Ironically,
I was about to, and then someone started saying something.
Just say your thing.
Yeah, what Matthew had posted is he says that he's got the optics for both those. He's got the zoom for both those cameras. So that actually is a claim for an actual comparison that can be made.
But that doesn't look 4 times larger. That should be Earth should be 4 times larger than the moon.
They don't get it, dude. They don't get it. They're not going to get it. Kosho, the picture you posted at 5:20. See that little tiny dot that you have in that photo? Now then go up to the video I posted and press pause, and they're the same size small dot. The moon is now the same size as the Earth, even though the Earth is 4 times bigger.
What information can you glean from that without knowing at all the zoom or the optics?
And it's what do you mean? What information can I get from it?
Okay, so if I'm in a desert, okay, and you have a choice to use iPhone, a GoPro, a P900, whatever, and you don't tell me the zoom on any of what you're going to use, and I put a tennis ball and a beach ball, as you said, 100 yards apart from each other, and I say, go to one side where the beach ball is and take a picture of the tennis ball, and vice versa. Okay, you can adjust any settings on the camera you want. And I say, show me the pictures afterwards. If you show me the pictures, is there a guarantee that the tennis ball is going to be smaller than the beach ball?
Again,
That's a simple question.
Again, you're never going to convince me.
That's fine, but I'm just looking for a
same
simple
exact
answer.
point next to the beach ball and took a picture of the tennis ball, and then you went to the tennis ball and took a picture of the beach ball. Never will you convince me that they will then, when you compare it side to side, they'll be here. I just posted the two pictures, okay? I just posted both of them. I took a picture of yours and I took a picture of the one that I posted. That's once again, you're never going to convince me that when you're standing from the moon looking this way or from the earth looking to the moon, that they're going to be the same size of something that's supposed to be that much bigger.
The reason I asked that question
Nobody says that.
is because you were supposed to tell me yes or no. It sounds like you're saying no, it's never going to appear bigger, the tennis ball. But in fact, there's an infinite number of ways where I can go to both of those cameras, take a picture, and definitely show you a bigger tennis ball than a beach ball, because I have complete control of the zoom of both cameras, and I haven't, and you haven't, you haven't dictated, what zoom I need to use. So
Okay,
hold
on.
Just by how big it is in comparison, you have no idea what zoom.
Look at.
I would agree. You do have to know the optics to know for sure, but I also agree with what Apocryphon's saying, that there's a lot of inconsistencies in these sizes, and that's where the problem lies. Like, for example, I mean, when they landed on the moon, the first thing any real human who just landed on the moon, if that was real, would have pointed the camera at the flippin' Earth. Probably would have been the first thing you would do. You probably wouldn't even point it at the rocky, boring surface. The first thing you would do is be like, oh my gosh, look at the Earth. It should have been at their high noon position. So it should have been right above them, directly above them. And it should have been this glorious, huge sphere. And it would be roughly four times larger in their sky than the moon appears to us. So imagine a moon, multiply it by 4, and put it right above you at high noon and make it the Earth. That's what it should be. And if they were on the moon, we would have thorough footage of that. That would be the real shot. This thing of this framed blue marble when they're coming back from the moon and they're in the spaceship and they claim to snap a photo through the window of the spaceship. I mean, okay, that is very framed, versus what should happen is to have fluid video of this huge Earth in the sky from the moon. And it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, and another thing too is you can play with the camera settings all you want, but I want to say this. If I'm going to stand 10 yards behind the tennis ball and look at the tennis ball and the beach ball in my frame, yeah, then you could definitely mess with the optics. But I'm not talking about messing with the optics when they're both in the shot from a further distance behind. I'm talking about the moon to the earth to the moon. Not taking the photo from a million miles behind both of them. No, I'm saying comparing apples to apples here. Not, oh, well, it could be adjusted and I can make it look the same size. Yeah, if you're farther behind, I believe you, because you can focus in on the tennis ball and then that backdrop will get smaller. I know the camera tricks on that. I get what you're saying that way, but there's no camera tricks here. If you're standing on the moon, you take a picture of the Earth, that's one thing. And then if you're taking a picture of the moon, that's another thing. That's now we're comparing, because you're not playing with the effects of focusing on one thing and not the other, or from a distance and at the right angle. I could make my thumb block out the sun. Oh, does that mean my fucking thumb's bigger than the sun? Like, dude, you guys are you're fixed on the lie, and you're not going to break away from it. Especially you. There's no hope for you. You're
So there's no tricks involved here. There's one simple question: is what is the zoom? If you don't know what the zoom is, then there's no tricks that's needed. You can just adjust the zoom from, let's say, on the desert, adjust the zoom to one setting from one ball and adjust it to some other. And if they're not the same, then there's no information about the size difference that you can gleaned from taking observations of those images.
Yeah, so
no
Apocryphon
consistency.
is right. Apocryphon is right that if you have a beach ball and a tennis ball, like let's say 30 feet apart, and you go and take a picture from the beach ball towards the tennis ball, then you walk over to the tennis ball and take the picture the other direction without touching any of the zoom things on the camera, then the beach ball will appear bigger than the tennis ball. And what we're claiming is that is what happens with the Earth and the Moon. The Earth is always much larger in the sky than the Moon would be from the Earth, and so that's what the pictures that we've been posting show.
When you don't change the
if you
zoom.
look at Bacon's image at 28 past the hour, look at my image at 20 past the hour. The Earth is about 2 degrees apparent size, and the Moon is about half a degree.
But dude, that's coming from that one, which shows, in my opinion, one of the fakest looking moon surfaces I've ever seen. It's like, if you look at the intersection between the ground and the sky, by the way, if this is at 20 after the hour, if you guys want to scroll back and look, well, here, I'll repost it just so. But yeah, this one, is this the one you're pulling it from? Let me repost it to make sure.
Yes.
All right, that should be it. Is that it?
Yes.
Yeah. What is up with the blackness of the space and the moon surface? Look at how jagged it is. It literally looks like what they used to do in composite imaging back in the early days, like that. There's a form of doing it with photos where they actually cut them physically and then place them onto like a plate, and then it creates
kind of looks like that.
A new image. Yeah.
It like looks a newspaper clipping.
Right.
That's what we'd expect if there's no atmosphere.
Why would you expect it to look like a newspaper clipping, like a scissors cut?
Oh, because there would be a jagged edge to the horizon, and there's no atmosphere to soften it.
It would be jagged?
Yeah.
So you're telling me we're looking at like the mountains of the moon kind of thing?
Right.
So you're saying that those little jaggeds are the actual mountains of the moon because there's less atmosphere, you can see it crisply, whereas on a globe Earth, it's all a faded, extended planar surface.
Exactly. No, that's exactly right.
As far as you guys are saying, like the Earth would look bigger, if you're gonna say bigger instead of wider, you should probably go with like 10, because the Earth should look 10 times bigger than the Moon looks from Earth. 4 times wider, but 10 times bigger.
Right, and it's actually brighter too because it's mostly water and clouds, not darker rock.
So, I mean, leaving out the paper cut thing for a second and leaving out the fact that the moon layer to me looks so fake, does not even look real at all. But I'm saying originally, like, that's the one you're pulling it from. So how do you know what the zoom is on that? They claim that was like taken from an orbiter while it was circling the moon up above the moon. So how are you relating that and the zoom involved to that other one, which looks like the moon from Earth?
I think the Earth picture is from Apollo 8 or something, but I'm not sure exactly which one it's from.
That's when they were circling the moon, though. That's not
right. Yeah. I mean, it's close enough. I mean, if they're circling the moon versus on the moon, the Earth is about the same distance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, those are two very different images. The one that's on the ground looking at the moon is like Earth and moon, like clearly you're there. The other one looks like a weird cut layer and then just a random half Earth thing in black space. So I'm just saying, how are you feeling like those are the same in terms of being able to equate them? But it does seem like they got the Earth to be roughly the right size in that one in terms of the fakery.
Well, I mean, if you look at the picture of the moon, you could say, oh, that looks fake. It looks like this white circle on a nice evening photo. I mean, things look weird, but weird doesn't mean fake.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I don't even say these things anymore to argue with ballers and their nonsense. It's for the people that are actually like questioning the narratives and the stories, as you just heard. It's for the lights to turn on in those heads, in those minds, to help those people escape the brainwashing and the indoctrinations. Because, see, once again, this is proof. They will fully they'll try to fully convince you the way they are fully convinced, and they have every rebuttal, every answer. Again, no different than the White House press secretary. They have every lie, an answer to every lie with more lies. That's all they're doing. Yeah, they want you to believe that the Earth is really, really small compared to the Moon, even though from Earth
Who
looking to
says
the Moon.
that?
Who
Nobody
says
says that.
what? Who says what?
Who says the Earth is really small compared to the Moon? Nobody says
The
that.
the photo that has just been defended for the past 20 minutes and saying that no, this is accurate, this is what you would see,
Right.
then you are then indirectly defending a statement of the Earth is small from the Moon. Because if you're saying that that
It's
picture,
large. It's way larger than the Moon.
okay,
It's like
well,
2 degrees.
okay, now you're saying, oh no, yeah, it's larger, but that's not what's being
That's what
shown in the
everybody has been
picture.
saying the whole time. Your impression was that somebody was saying the Earth is small?
See, no. Now you're taking it to a place of just pure ridiculousness.
No, I'm
here.
asking what you thought you heard.
No
'cause it
one
sounds
is
like you heard.
saying that the Earth is smaller than the Moon,
Right?
physically, actually. I'm saying in the photo of the Earth is now smaller in the sky than the Moon.
No, that's not true. Nobody
Small
says
in
that.
the sky. Okay, I posted. Okay, dude, this is the ridiculousness. I posted a video that Kosho said, look, this is the way that it does. Look, this is the Moon in the sky. And then it's the same size as the Earth on the other photo that I posted. So that
I
is
didn't say
now.
anything actually. I posted
You're right.
it. I didn't get a chance to
You're
answer.
right. You let the photos speak for you. You're right. You posted photos, and then said, no, it's right. It makes sense. So look at the photo of the Moon in the sky that Kosho posted, and then look at the and I put both of them so that way they're side by side. Now look at the one with the arrow pointing to the Earth is really just the same size as the Moon. That if you're going to defend that, no, this is what you would see from the sky, then you are then thus supporting the fact that the Earth, it's got to be the same size as the Moon at this point.
No, none of us say that. We all say that the Moon would appear 4 times wider than the.
So then why don't we see that in that photo then?
I don't know. You got to zoom in.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because it's fake. There you go. Case closed.
Well, I mean, obviously,
Next.
if the space doesn't exist, then all the pictures of the Earth are fake from your perspective, right?
Well, this photo from Artemis looking back on Earth is definitely for the fairy tale. Yes. Now the photo that Kosho took of the Moon from the ground, well, no, that's not fake. That's just what it is on the photo. But anything that's saying, oh, we're 200,000 miles away or 280,000 miles away, because remember they said they're 40,000 further away from the Moon. Whenever they speak those lies, that's what I'm just pointing out. They are lying. They lie.
I apologize that large numbers scare you, but that doesn't mean it's false.
Here we go with the bullshit. No, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry that you just think you can't comprehend. It's so massive. You're retarded, bro, and that's okay.
Oh no,
That's
I'm not
okay.
retarded. I'm pretty intelligent.
That's okay. Nah, I mean, I think that's debatable. Because if you were so smart, yet you're falling for the lie. So how smart are you? Because you fell
Well,
for the
you're
lie.
failing to understand the obvious counterpoint against the things you're trying to show, and I don't think you get the right to call anyone retarded after you failing to realize.
Bacon, I'm really surprised you're even talking because you're all about the numbers. Bacon, you're all about proof of numbers and everything, and the numbers here aren't adding up. Now, if you could argue,
You're bringing no numbers. What do you mean?
Okay.
It would be great if you
Earth.
could bring the zoom of each of the photos you're presenting. So
Why do you guys always go to zoom?
Because that makes things. Yeah, because when you zoom in,
matter of fact,
don't
guess what?
interrupt me, please. But let
Guess
me get
what,
to the end
Bacon?
of. Let me
Guess
get to
what?
the end of what I'm saying. No, dude, I'm not just
Go
gonna
ahead.
let
Go
you
ahead.
speak over
I'll
me.
say what I'm gonna say after. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, that's how it should go. So if you zoom in, obviously the size changes. As soon as you zoom in, it looks bigger. As soon as you zoom out, it looks smaller. So if you're picking two pictures and you don't know how much either of them are zoomed in, obviously it's not a fair comparison if you have no idea how much each one is zoomed in. That's why it matters. Like, obviously, and the fact that you're not, this is not being appealing to you, that you don't feel like this is a good argument. I don't feel like you have the right to call anyone retarded, not seeing why that answer is valid.
Okay, let me speak some logic into you, okay? Imagine, now I'm going to go down that road with you, okay? Because clearly, and it's not even just for you, it's for maybe the listeners. Okay, let's say you have a brand new camera, okay? All right. And you didn't zoom in yet. You didn't use that setting yet. All right? And you got two of them, and and then you put one on Earth to look up at the moon, and you put one on the moon to look back at the Earth. Now, if I was to zoom in to the moon from Earth, that will make the moon bigger, right? Now, if I was on the moon and I zoomed in, I'm sorry, I maybe said that backwards. If I was on the Earth, zoomed in the moon, if I'm in the moon, zoomed into Earth, it will make that look bigger, okay? Now, respectfully, let's say you go, well, one zoomed in and one isn't. Even if that was the case, technically, logically speaking, you will never be able to zoom in on a object in a distance that is now, and the reason why I have to say this, because originally both items aren't the same size. One item is much larger than the other item. Okay. So when you zoom in to that larger item, it's going to look even larger in your frame, right? In your view. But you guys are, for some reason, and I don't know why, but for some reason, you guys are not getting that, and you're hand waving it. Like in your brain, it's just like you're blocking that part out. Like, no, don't worry about that. Because if I'm standing at the same position in the counter of it, looking back on an object that's bigger, angularly even, compared to another that's smaller, and we're gonna say, oh, it's because it's not zoomed in, or you have to take percentage to zoom. No. This is why that's nonsense. Because if you did zoom in on it, then it would be bigger.
Did they use zoom lenses on the moon? No, they didn't.
Yeah, if you zoom in into the Earth when you're on the moon, yeah, of course it's gonna look even bigger. Yeah, that's true. No, you say we don't get that. Of course we get that, but that has nothing to do with what you're presenting. If you
Okay. So you understand that, right? So then tell me then why zoom is your defense.
Sure. Look at 54 or 45 past the hour. How much you zoomed in has an effect on how big things appear. Those are
45
pictures.
Past the hour.
Yeah, two pictures of the moon. One looks bigger than the other.
Okay. This is taken from Earth, right? Matter of fact,
both of them are taken from Earth.
Okay. Matter of fact, look at Kosho's. It's even smaller, right? That's as small as you can get. Okay. Now,
so what's the difference? And the answer is they're zoomed in different. That's why zoom matters.
Okay, but listen though. I don't know why you're not getting this. Okay, zoom matters, right? Okay, so the moon, when it isn't zoomed in, that's how small it is, right? That just think.
So images are always zoomed. What do you mean it isn't zoomed in?
Images are always zoomed. Okay,
that's right, because there's a lens on every camera.
Okay. So you have a camera. You're not zooming in. You're just using the camera, and it's zoomed in because it's just a lens on it. Okay.
Yeah, so it's just the default zoom.
Okay, so think about it. Think of it this way. Okay, the moon is that small in Kosho's photo. All right, not zooming in. You're saying just with the lens. It's that small. Okay. Now, the moon is much larger. I'm sorry. The Earth is much larger than the moon. And I'm saying it will never be that small, that the same quote unquote, like, I mean, the same size as the moon. It will never look that same size from the opposite direction. So Earth to moon, moon to Earth. It
Yeah, I
will
think you're
never look
assuming.
that small.
I think you're assuming that there's some default zoom setting, like not zoomed in. But what I'm telling
No, no,
you is
no.
that
I
every
think
camera
you're
has
not
something.
getting it. That it doesn't matter on the zoom, because if you did zoom in, it would actually be larger then. But you're still not getting it. The moon is the same size. Kosho's moon is the same size as Orion's Earth.
Right, because the zoom is different.
Oh my God! Once again, you guys are just so.
Okay,
The
so you keep
zoom is
saying not
different.
zoomed in. There is no such thing as not zoomed in.
Okay,
There is a
okay.
default
The
zoom setting
zoom is
for every
different.
camera.
Okay.
Apocryphon, let him finish.
There is zoomed in and there is zoomed out, and there is one position in between that's not zoom, Matthew.
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Yeah. The standard position comparable to the eye is not called zoom.
It's going to be different for every
So
camera.
a zoom lens is a lens that you can move in and out. Yes, okay. Then you can call every position zoom, but that is not what you do. You call 50 millimeter comparable to the eye. You do not call that zoom?
Yeah, Lightwater's got a point when it comes to comparison to like human sight, right? Like, you know what we're saying?
Not really, because you were talking about looking through the viewfinder. Or are you talking about looking at a photograph after you take it and print it? And then how big is the photograph? So what do you mean by not zoomed in?
Like, okay, so
the grass is fucking purple.
Let's say you got a smartphone like a foot in front of your face, right?
Okay.
And you're pointing it up at the moon, and it looks really small on screen. But then you zoom in, and you can see the viewfinder, like the picture you're about to take on the screen of your phone. There's a certain zoom level that's gonna match on your screen with the phone a foot in front of your face. Where it's gonna appear on the screen the same size as it appears to your eyes in the sky.
Yeah,
you hold them side by side. And so there's cameras where they, like in reference to the human eye, there's some that are going to be called zoom cameras, and then I guess wide angle would maybe start like with a smaller angular resolution than like human eyesight would be.
Okay, I got you. So you could make it look bigger than your eye or smaller than what your eye sees, right?
Right. Considering human sight like a standard to reference, because there's you got to have some foundation. So why not use the human sight?
Okay, I got you.
But I know that's not how you guys are using the terminology. But in photography, that's probably like what they would say. Like Lightwater was saying, like 50 millimeter or something like that. Is that what you were saying, Lightwater?
Yeah, for a normal camera, for Hasselblad 6x6, it's 80 millimeters or something like that, or 95.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, so whoever has an ear, let them hear. It's easy as that. I'm not gonna argue or defend. I don't have to defend the truth. The truth stands on its own. If you have a brain and you're not being brainwashed, then the truth will stand out like a freaking orange bill on a green hat, right? So it's all right.
I totally agree with that. I think people should do their own research and look into this and see which story is more reasonable.
Yeah. How about this? Just use your brain, because you don't have to go. You don't have to go look at like, oh, mathematically, and this is the zoom, and you don't have to do that because right now, if you go look if a man can have a baby, you will be found wrong if you say no, because right now they even just changed it in the fucking the Oxford Dictionary or whatever fucking dictionary it is. They just changed the definition of a man to support that fucking answer. So don't go do research like
But
in the sense of, oh, I better find out the math of this, because you're gonna just you know what, pray about it. Pray that the logic will kick in and the spark will go off and you can get away from this demonic teaching. Just put it that way.
to be fair, Apocryphon, you are very passionate about the subject. You really do not know enough about.
Oh, there it is. I don't know anything. I'm stupid. I'm illiterate. I don't get it. I don't have a cousin that's a
Who said
professional
that?
photographer.
Lightwater's your friend, man.
Who said that?
Lightwater's your friend.
Who said that? Why playing the victim?
No, hey,
For
listen,
fuck's
listen,
sake.
listen. What you just said is their defense. You don't know. That's their defense. You
He
guys
listened to you talk for the past 20 minutes.
then mute me. Then mute me if you don't want to hear me.
That's his take. He's just sharing his takeaway. That's what he took away from listening.
And that's fine. That's fine. He's sharing it, but I'm just saying it though right away. I'm gonna nip that at the butt and say the old "you don't know what you're talking about" bit, and because what that does is that just discredits anything logically that I've said. And for the listener who is maybe like, oh shit, like, yeah, that is making sense what he's saying. When you go, oh, you know nothing about this, then that's just a deterrent.
Listen, man.
To be fair, Apok, when I was confronted with this subject, I was a bit in the dark still. But when an object is closer to you and you it is bigger, although it is smaller. It depends on the distance, the view distance to these two objects. So that's all I want to say about it, and it depends on the focal length and all those kinds. You have we have seen so many pictures where the moon is very big in the frame, but it gets confused. It gets confusing also for me, because but you have to deal with the distance from the viewer from the first object and the second object, and it's not that simple. If you go very much with your passion into this, you gotta take a step back, please. That's what I ask from you.
Yeah, I hear you, but again, the nonsense of it. It's just such not. It's like I'm arguing. Okay, it's like they're defending that an elephant climbs trees faster than a monkey, and then and I'm on the opposite of that, and I'm trying to tell them like, no, that's not the way it is. But they're like, so why am I even in this discussion? Why am I even arguing such nonsense? If you don't get it, you don't get it. If you want to believe it, then go ahead and believe it. I don't know. You're right. I need to calm down. I am getting passionate, but only because of how much like of a lie this is, and they're defending it by saying, oh, it's because the zoom. Oh, because you don't understand optics. Oh, mathematically. Oh, on paper. Like, it's all that is just nonsense to me, because again, logically, beach ball, tennis ball. It's very simple. 10 yards away. You look at it in my hand, the beach ball is going to be much bigger than the tennis ball in my hand if you're on the other side.
Right.
And why
nobody disagrees with you. Nobody
and
disagrees
why
with you.
well, if you're saying that Earth looks the way it should look when it's the same size as the moon, then that is just 1,000% wrong. 1,000%.
No, nobody says that. Everybody says, or we all say, that the moon is smaller in the sky than the Earth is in the moon's sky.
No, you're not. See, don't, no, don't come, dude. Don't come at me with that angle.
That's all
That's
we've
more
that's
of
all
an
we've
asshole
ever
angle than
said.
just trying to just say I'm wrong. Because now you're saying no, that's all right, that's right. Well, that's what we're saying. I'm saying, but you're not saying that when you post photos that show that.
Photos don't say anything. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, all right. I'm saying that the Earth would not be the same size as the Moon, and you're like, yeah, we agree.
That's
Okay,
true. We agree.
but Orion shares a photo. NASA shares a photo, a video actually, and the Earth is the same size as the Moon. So if you're agreeing with me, then are you saying you disagree with NASA now? And are you going to come on this side and defend that what they said is fake?
Sorry, I thought you were talking about how big the Earth appeared from the Moon. If you're standing on the Moon, how big the Earth would appear. If you're talking about Artemis, that's a different, or I mean Orion, that's a different thing.
No, it's not though, because the video is taken from Orion when it's to the side of the Moon.
Far
So
away
this
from the Moon, not at the Moon. Like it's
no
away.
no, it's not on the. Okay, look it. I said this earlier. If you're giving me a piggyback ride, okay, I'm right there with you, okay, and we have a wall that's 20 yards from us. All right, we are both 20 yards away from that wall, right?
Okay.
Now,
Yeah, right.
now, if I stand to the left of you, we're still both 20 yards away from the wall, because in
Right.
that video, it's when they that moment that they captured the Earth to look that small in the distance. It's when it was on the side of the Moon, not 40. See, this is the problem. One guy's like, "Oh, it's 40,000 miles past the Moon right there." No, that's absolutely wrong, because it was when it's to its side, not behind it. It was to its side. So
it looks like it's behind it to me. I don't know what you're on about. What's wrong with 40,000 miles? It seems reasonable.
Yeah, I'm done. You have a good one, buddy. I'm done.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what you intended. That's what you were trying to do, and you succeeded. Congrats. They should give you a raise. Congrats.
I'm just doing a random check. Matthew, just curious. Are you drinking tonight?
No, not tonight.
Okay. Apocryphon, are you drinking tonight?
No, I can't drink, but I am high on my painkillers. Maybe that's where all that passion's coming from. I can't drink because I'm taking painkillers, but the painkillers definitely made me high in that effect. You know what I mean?
Well,
so you think
for sure.
So you think that it's alcohol that's got this passion going? No, it's more. I'm fuming that you would say that the pictures and videos from your fake Artemis mission is what would line up in reality, and I'm arguing that is absolutely 1,000% false. The Earth would never look that, even in your model, the Earth would never look that small from the Moon, because of its size and compare, even in your model. Now, again, I don't even know why I'm even, putting my foot in this water right now.
I got you, man. Hey, you want to make some money, dude? Because I'm willing to pay a reward to you if I give you an image and I identify an object in the image. All you have to do is come back to me and tell me what the angular size of that object is from where that viewer is viewing it. Do you think that you can do that?
I don't want to do that.
Well, just
Thank you, though. Thank you for offering me that.
I mean, he's asking if you can do that.
No, he said if I want to do it. Specifically, that is like rewind the tape. He literally
can
just
you
said,
do it?
"Do you want to do it?"
Could you do it if you wanted to?
No, I can't do it.
Because this is the claims.
Because I know nothing.
You're making this claim right now about the Moon and the Earth, but
you don't have to be a rocket scientist with a bachelor degree or a master's degree in physics or in math to know that something that's, oh my God, dude, I feel like talking to a child. You know what? Beach ball to a tennis ball will never be the same size on the opposite side, looking back at each other. if you held a beach ball in your hand and I took a picture, all right, and you walked 10 yards away from me, I took a picture of you. Then I said, here, go put this tennis ball in your hand and walk the same distance. And then you're like smiling, you're like, cheese, and I take a picture and you're holding the tennis ball. The beach ball will never be the same size as
It
that
will
tennis
be if
ball
you
in
zoom,
your
though.
hand.
It will be if you zoom.
No, if I zoom, it will be bigger then.
No, if
Zoom
you
out.
zoom on the
Zoom
tennis
out.
ball, if you zoom on the tennis ball, you can make it the same size and frame as the beach ball.
Okay. Now, see, this is the retardedness of you. Okay,
I mean,
you're right.
okay,
You're right.
calm down. That's not
Listen.
retarded. That's just how cameras
Listen.
work.
No, this is retarded because you can zoom in on something smaller to make it bigger, but you're never going to get the bigger to be the same size as the small. You guys
Yeah,
are so fucking retarded.
you can zoom out as well to make something smaller in frame.
Yeah.
You
Holy fuck, dude.
you can take a
Okay.
picture of a you can take a picture of a tennis ball from 10 feet away, then take a picture of a basketball or a beach ball from 10 feet away, and you can get the beach ball to be smaller in frame than the tennis ball was. All you got to do is shift. If you got a
Oh my
phone with
god.
multiple lenses, you just shift to a
Holy fuck,
0.5
dude.
lens,
So now
and it will be
they're
smaller
using
frame.
multiple lenses on Orion? Is that why it's the same size? Dude,
Well,
how are you even
yeah,
defending this bullshit?
I'm not okay. You're the one involving some sort of Orion stuff. I was only sticking to some sort of scenario on a football field or something with a camera with multiple zoom settings. I
You will
haven't seen this.
never get a beach ball to be the same size as a tennis ball from 10 yards
Yeah, you
away.
just push.
Ever.
If we're sticking to that example, yeah, you can either zoom in on the tennis ball or zoom out on the beach ball. Now, I don't know how this really. I haven't seen the Orion stuff, but yeah, you can have a standard zoom, and that, like my phone has multiple settings. There's a 2x, 1x, and a 0.5 setting on its zoom.
It's you guys just aren't getting it. You guys just it's not. I don't know why. For whatever reason, you just are not grasping what's going on here. And in your mind, you're like, no, I totally grasp it. Oh, I totally get what's going on here.
Well, I grasp how cameras work, but I haven't seen the footage you're trying to relate it to. I mean, that's on me. I haven't seen the footage.
So let me tell you the footage. So
But I know
the
how
footage
cameras work.
The footage is in 1968, they took a picture of the Earth from the moon. Okay. And it was one size. It was one size. Okay. Now maybe they want to argue, oh, it's because they were zoomed in on it, right? But then they took a picture in 2022, or a video actually, but you could take a screenshot to make it a picture. And now the Earth is a speck, a blip in the freaking sky, or in the space, whatever you want.
Are you talking about that? Are you talking about that one in that short video you sent me, where it's just like a blue? Yeah, well, the moon's surface isn't in frame, so it's not a fair comparison. You need a portion of the moon to be in frame. If the video continues and the moon like surface is in frame later in the video, then we'd have something to go off of. But it's just a blue dot in the sky alone. There's nothing we can do with with what you provided. There's no further we can go. There's nothing to say about it.
All right, look,
there's no point that can be made.
All right, I'm glad Chad posted this, or Matthew posted this. Right, he posted a golf ball, and he made it the same size as the moon. Right, but now Chad, since you're a fucking retard, let's put the camera on the. Listen,
hey,
let's hold on.
Chill out on that.
Hold on. Let's put the camera on the moon and take a photo of the golf ball. You know what will happen? You won't even be able to see the golf ball because it will be so small. And that's what I'm saying. If the Earth is that small from the moon, then that means the moon, you won't be able to see it from the Earth. If it is that small, if you want to say that Artemis's or Orion's picture is valid, thank you, Matthew, for posting that, because you are proving my point. Now, you see, but this is what you try to do, though. You try to, like a snake. You're like, oh, but look at it, makes sense right here, guys. Like, here, let me keep pissing on your back now. I'm going to go from your leg to your shoulders, and it's still raining, though. I'm glad you did that. Because that's my point. If you were to flip that script and put the camera on the moon to the fucking golf ball, guess what? You will not be able to see the fucking golf ball from the moon. Wanna know why? Because visually, that should click in your mind. You should be like, wait, why is it? Oh yeah, obviously it could be the same size. Obviously, from one side to another, and obviously he's able to angle it, and you could zoom in. And yes, that's the bullshit you guys are trying to defend because you're not thinking it. Well, hold on. Well, if I went to the moon now and I took the picture, you wouldn't even see the golf ball because that's just logic. That's just reality. So when you see the Earth that small from the moon, that means you can't see the moon from the Earth because it's even much smaller. Man, you guys are fucking. I'm out. I'll shut up. I'll mute myself. You guys talk about whatever you want. I'm done. I'm done fucking arguing that elephants can't climb trees.
So this is the photo you gave me to work with.
No, Fundy, I'm being serious. I don't want to talk about it no more. This is, it's
Okay.
retarded. Why you guys don't get it, I don't know. I'm going to leave it at that. Hopefully the listener, they're like, yeah, this fucking guy's making total sense. Hopefully. I don't know. Maybe not. But it is for whoever has the ears out here.
You can do a flyby of the moon with a camera and take a photo of Earth, and it will look this small in frame. It means I got
You keep telling yourself that, and you keep spraying that lie. Go ahead. That's fine. I don't care no more.
All it means to get an Earth in a frame this small means that they're using a degree of zoom or whatever you want to call it, wider than the 0.5 setting on my phone. Because if I was by the moon and I took a photo of this on my 0.5, I think the Earth would look a little bit bigger than this in frame. So it would take a camera with an even wider POV than my phone on that setting has. But I mean, it's not impossible. If the camera settings weren't changed and there was something else with a known distance to it in frame, and then it shifted to this in one continuous video, then we'd have something to work with. But just this one picture alone with nothing else in frame, I mean, there is nothing to work with. This is completely feasible, and there's nothing we can do with it unless we have more to work with. Just this alone does nothing. Now, why they would have such a wide angle lens, I don't know. I don't know why you would take such a wide angle lens in a space, especially if there's nothing around it to see. You'd expect more of a zoomed in lens. So it is a strange choice of zoom. It's like, what's even the point? But that's where I stand, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm just gonna say one last thing, and then let's please talk about something else.
No, I'm done. I'm fucking out of here. You guys go ahead and try to.
If the Earth is that small from the moon, then you wouldn't be able to see the moon from the Earth. That's and let that logic settle in everyone's brain.
I'll be honest with you, Apocryphon. I've been thinking about it. You're probably right. When this all started, when you made some claim, you said something. Oh, SE was saying it. SE, you were saying about showing pictures. What pictures were you talking about, SE? I'm just curious. If you're still there.
Sure, you know anything about Jungian psychology?
What's that?
Carl Jung, Jungian psychology.
Oh,
Jungian,
yeah.
However you say it. Are you familiar with his 12 archetypes chart?
No, sounds familiar, but I can't. On top of my head, I can't. Couldn't tell you any of the archetypes. Is it that same thing of like with those abbreviations?
I saw some symbols. There's probably abbreviations. What are you talking about?
Like what do they say? Like the NJ, whatever.
Oh no, that's like the INTJ, ENTJ, or whatever. That's the Meyer-Briggs personality chart.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. What about Carl Jung's
But yeah,
chart?
but I mean those are archetypes though. So, fair enough as far as referencing archetypes. But I don't think it could be, but I don't think that has anything to do with Carl Jung too directly. She might have been inspired by him or something, but I don't see the connection right away. But you know who Carl Jung is, right?
Yeah, he
It's like,
was a student of Sigmund Freud, but probably significantly more um, influential.
well, I think Freud kind of has the spotlight in, say, the school system. Like, I was never told about Jung, but Freud's ideas were explained to me in psychology class or ever, which was only like 1/4 of 1 year. That's all they really give you or whatever, where I went to school. But I mean, I would give credit to Carl Jung as being more than just a student of another psychologist. I'd say he kind of, blazed a trail of his own to a large degree.
Yeah, I should have said because I said more influential. Obviously, not in the grand scheme of things, but maybe to me, and there's plenty of people who probably revere, respect him more than Sigmund Freud, I suppose.
Yeah, it's sort of like a Pepsi Coca-Cola thing, I'd imagine, right? So Coca-Cola is obviously more successful, but Pepsi's got its diehard fans, and it's also pretty popular.
Yeah, or Edison, Tesla, or something like that. Huh?
Yeah, yeah, that's another good one. Or Apple, Android. There's a lot of things like that. You ever notice?
Scott Veach told me because he was he had the opportunity actually early on in Google, like he went to school with the students or whatever. But he just always said that he said that people always think that it's good to be the first, but actually, most often in technology at least, you want to be like you want to be like the second or third, because the first one's usually like it may be a bigger name or something, but it's usually going to get eclipsed by the one who follows them.
Yeah, eclipse is a good term there. That's nice. Yeah, I see what you're saying though, because like the first creator of something might like lose all its passion and kind of feel burnt out once it's reached its like final like hurrah with what it's created, but then the second comer gets to come in fresh, and especially if it can like steal all like the blueprints and design and what the first person original inventor did. It's like real easy to just like take their work and expand upon it with like a fresh team. Yeah. Like you said, when it comes to technology or something. But the union archetypes, like I was saying, um, it's something I've been familiar with, like just or something I've been aware of vaguely for like a really long time. And it is sort of like a personality type sort of thing. Although I think that each of the archetypes is within all of us. Like it's like the 12 different little koshos that live inside of the complete kosho that kind of like balance, like, work things out with each other to create the overall homogeneous personality, in whole. But I do think I do think that it's sort of like people lean or like specialize, you know what I mean, or have like more prominent archetypes in their personality than others.
Yeah, I'm looking at them now. Yeah, it makes sense what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why, but they came into my mind, and I was like, you know what? Like, Carl Jung's respected. I should familiarize myself more so with his work, especially something as perhaps simple as these 12 archetypes. And I looked over them today. It's a real interesting choice of like archetypes, right? Like the jester, the creator, the caregiver, and so on and so on. And I was asking myself if I feel like those are justified. Like are there really, like, because he said a number on it. It's 12. There's 12 archetypes, and that's as simple as it gets. Like there aren't 13. A 13th archetype would have to be some sort of combination of the base 12, just like how there's only 5 platonic solids. There's some things that just come in a set, and there's no more, no less. It's how it is, period, full stop. You know what I mean? Like platonic solids.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that I think that's like a mathematical truth of the universe. Whereas I think this is the 12 thing is probably arbitrary, right? Because there's probably you could probably narrow it
the
down
question.
to 5 or 7 or something.
That's the question, because an extension of the platonic solids is the Archimedean solids. You know about those?
Yeah, but maybe remind me. Are those ones that like you can use two different? Oh no, they have the same. They have the same. Hey, just remind me.
Vertice length.
Yeah.
So the platonic solids are the most limited, right? They follow like 3 rules. You got it. Like it has to be composed of all the same faces. All the vertices or vertexes have to be the same angles everywhere, and the vertexes have to be the same length. And so the Archimedean solids just take away one single rule, that you're allowed to use different faces. Like the soccer ball one, like you can combine hexagons and pentagons, different faces, but of course the side lengths and the angles are all equal.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I just wasn't sure, but yeah, and that was the example I was going to use too. Is a soccer ball, because it's pentagons and hexagons, right?
Well, I suppose maybe 2 rules, because how could the angle of the pentagon match the same angle as the hexagon on a soccer ball? But that is one. So I guess it strips away 2 of the rules the platonic solids have, and it opens up a few more possibilities. But I go ahead.
I think as far as angles though, that's just angle. I think that's just edge to edge. So I think it still satisfies that. Like edge to edge. I think they have to be consistent. Otherwise, it wouldn't appear to be like a sphere. But then again, let me think about that.
One thing for certain is that you have to be able to make both platonic solids and Archimedean solids with just a pile of same length chopsticks. Like if you could just like magnetically or glue chopstick ends together, like all you can't trim the chopsticks, you can't like shave them down, change the length of them. That would be the one thing I can say for sure about the Archimedean solids. You have to be able to make this 3-dimensional shape with completely equal sticks.
Yeah, all the edges have to be same length.
Exactly. That's one thing I can say for sure. But of course, the platonic solids, I know they have like 3 requirements: same angles, same length. I always confuse it. Vertices. I think vertices is the ridges, and vertexes are the point angle. I don't like the, you know what I mean? I might have that backwards though. But just go ahead.
No, yeah, I think I mean, I guess I would just call them points, but yeah, the points I think is what you're referring to as the vertices.
Yeah. Let's go with that. That feels right to me. But the thing is, about the union archetypes thing, like who's to say that those 12 archetypes he has are the Platonic solids, and that the nuance isn't actually like that. You can actually break them down into like lesser categories, because like you can't do that with the Platonics. They are what they are. It's like it's a base, just fact of reality. There aren't four, there aren't six, there's five, and that's what you just got to deal with in reality. And then the more nuance would only come by saying, well, if we like loosen up our rules, maybe we get a additional 20 Archimedean archetypes. You know, maybe he nailed it. I'm always looking for this sort of thing. The things that interest me most in life are when you boil things down to their fundamentals and you find some sort of set, some sort of number where like this is as far as it goes. There is no more simplifying it. You know, like go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say like a triangle, right? Like there's polyhedra, which would be the solids, and there's polygons, which would be the shapes. And it's much easier to understand when it comes to the shapes. It's like, yeah, three sides, no less. The triangle is the first shape. You know, the triangle. There's no argument about it. The triangle is the first shape, and that's kind of cool. And I mean, that's why there's a whole what do you call it? Genre of math called trigonometry. Just, you know, the wisdom of understanding the nature of triangles, because a triangle is just this foundation to reality that there's no getting around and can be easily recognized and appreciated and put into use.
Sir, don't forget about the circle. The circle is even more fundamental.
Well, I'd say it's like a partner in crime, right?
No, a circle is God's favorite shape. A circle is the most simplest shape.
Well, see, the thing about like technical mathematics is that you can't call a circle a polygon, because you'd have to either call it some sort of impossible zero-sided polygon or equally impossible an infinitely sided polygon. And unfortunately, like the naming system of it, like poly meaning many and gon, I assume meaning like sides. I see where you're coming from, but the circle and the triangle, they have a bit of a relationship with each other. But you can see the appreciation I have for the triangle and the role it plays. And I hear you about the circle also being very fundamental.
The flower of life is created with the circle.
What'd you say?
Have you heard of the flower of life?
Oh, I know I know more than anyone I've ever come across about the flower of life. Yeah, it's beautiful. You may be able to teach me some things, but yeah, I consider myself a bit of an expert.
Yeah. I was just saying, like, that's like a fundamental shape in reality, and it's composed of only circles.
Well, it's less of a shape and more of a pattern or grid or whatnot. And the coolest thing about it, or you know, one of the cool things about it, is that you can just keep it going, right? Like it's an endless pattern, which is pretty badass. Sort of like grid paper, like squares. Squares are also like an infinite pattern, or lots of things. But one thing cool about like grid patterns is that it stops at the hexagon and it skips the pentagon, right? Like you can make a perfectly tight fit pattern out of triangles. You know, you can make just triangle and then surround it by triangles and then surround those triangles by triangles. And you can take a square and surround it with squares and continue that pattern infinitely, and there's no gaps. But then the pentagon doesn't make a pentagon grid. Like if you try to fit pentagons next to each other, there's going to be gaps in between them. But then after the pentagon, for some anomaly, it doesn't fit. I mean, I understand, but then you get the hexagon, and the hexagon does, like a beehive pattern, right? A hexagon does fit into a grid pattern with itself, with no gaps in between the shapes. But then after the hexagon, no no polygon ever operates the same way. You can't make a grid out of septagons or octagons or nonagons or anything. The hexagon is the highest sided polygon that can still form a grid. And for some, not for some reason, for a reason, the pentagon is skipped, but the square and the triangle also get to make them. And you can kind of see the hexagon is sort of just like a bullshit version of a triangle grid. It's just, you just erase some of the lines out of it, which is, again, just because triangles are so fundamental. The hexagon is just like just like piggybacking off of it. Because for every hexagon, you can just replace it with 6 triangles. Or wait, is that right? 6? Yeah, 6. 6 triangles make a hexagon. It just piggybacks off of the nature of the triangle. But the square kind of has its own sort of like, I don't know, pocket carved out of its own. Of course, a square can be 2 triangles, but they're not equilateral triangles anymore at that point. You ever seen how people try to portray the relationship of the square and the circle as an analogy to the physical and the spiritual?
Yes, it represents.
What do you say? It was a little quiet. Can you say it again?
Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci, he has a famous painting of the man.
Oh yeah, the Vitruvian Man. Yeah, that's a good one.
It's called Squaring the Circle. Have you heard of Squaring the Circle?
Yeah,
Or
and
circling the square.
yeah. Either way, it's interesting how he did it though, because normally the square and the circle would have them like a circumcenter, like on the same center point. But of course, he dropped his square like to the base of the circle. So it's not the traditional take on squaring the circle, but he is like exemplifying like man as like a tool to like solve the mystery.
I've heard that painting represents the different stages of consciousness. And that represents stage 2. And there was another painting he did that represents stage 1. And stage 3 is Christ consciousness.
By Da Vinci again? He has multiple?
Yes, he has another one apparently.
Oh shit! Does anyone else know about the multiple Vitruvian Mans? Man, I've only ever seen the classic one that we all know. Oh, I gotta see these other ones. If you find that soon, please send it to me. I've only ever been aware of just like the one that we're all normally shown. I'll tell you one of the other cool things.
The YouTube video once. I'll try to find it and send it to you. It might have not been
Thanks.
originally by Da Vinci, but I know there was a first one that he made his work off of.
Okay. Well, one of the other cool things about the Vitruvian Man is that the distance from the belly button to the like going right to the side of the square compared to the side length of the square, any of the side lengths, is the ratio of 1 to 5, which is pretty cool. But that's kind of to be expected in an artwork about life and geometry. But basically, the I guess you. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, That would make sense. That'd just be 1 to 2. What I mean is the belly button, the radius of the circle compared to the side length of the square is 1 to 5.
Yeah, yep. That's
Which is like, it was like, what? Like, why would phi have this relationship to squaring the circle? But I mean, I'm
isn't
sure. Go ahead.
isn't phi the limit of infinity of the golden ratio? Like when you take the golden ratio to infinity, like isn't that the limit?
I think you're thinking of
Yes.
the
Yeah, yeah.
Fibonacci sequence. The limit of
Yeah.
the
What
Fibonacci sequence is the golden ratio.
exactly? And you find that by taking any entry in the Fibonacci sequence and dividing it by the number that preceded it, and the further you go along the number sequence, the closer of an approximation it gets. And so yeah, you extend that into infinity, and you take, well, let's just say a billion, right? You take the billionth, or you take the billionth and first entry in the Fibonacci sequence, and you divide it by the previous entry, the billionth number in that sequence, and it is going to be the golden ratio phi number to like the 100th decimal place. And it's going to be very precise. But of course, you can't be completely precise because, well, that's impossible. You can't actually write down that number with actual number digits.
It's irrational, yeah.
Yeah. Which is like one of those mind fucks about reality, and just shows like the tool that math is to kind of enlighten us upon understand, like kind of spiritual understandings to a degree, I would say. What do you say, Kosho? What does that point towards? That there's like these divine ratios, like transcendental divine, whichever word you want to use, right? Like, what's your takeaway from that? Like, is that magical to you?
Yeah, I mean, actually, to be honest with you, because I'm a big math guy, so I'm passionate. Most people aren't. They don't really care. But I mean, some people have the same. Like pi has the same effect on some people because pi is also one of those ratios that.
Yeah, it has to do with circles, which
Yeah.
is obviously like taken as a spiritual shape or a symbol of spirit, like we were saying before.
Yeah, but I think the golden ratio for some reason it seems more because it doesn't show up that much
It's dynamic.
in
It's like,
physics and stuff like that, like pi does. And so it's like it's not considered one of the universal constants. But I think there is something very fundamental about it. I think it's based on the fact that because it's not just the Fibonacci sequence that will approach the golden ratio, the comparison between two values in it. Any two numbers that you add together in the same way, where you make the next number from adding together the previous two numbers, any
you're right.
sequence like that will approach the golden ratio. So it's just
Yeah, you're right. It will, but less efficiently
yeah.
than the Fibonacci sequence. Well,
I think the
no, yeah,
most
it is the most efficient path towards it because you're starting with 1 and 1,
well,
and
the Taylor sequence.
all roads lead, all roads lead to Rome, but there is no more fundamental starting point than the number 1.
Well, no, but I think the most I think the Taylor sequence approaches it faster, but it also starts with 1, but it goes from 1 to 4, whereas I think 0 and 1, or you can even say 1 and 1 is what the Fibonacci sequence starts with.
Well, I'm not saying that the Fibonacci sequence is transcendental because it's just a sequence. I am saying, this isn't my words, but everyone, I mean, it's the terminology we use. Phi is transcendental, And I would say the Fibonacci sequence is the most straightforward expression of phi as a sequence, which is so weird that Fibonacci has phi as his first three initials of his name, right? When that supposedly has nothing to do with the Greek letter phi that we use as a symbol. I mean, I don't know how that worked out. There's probably some explanation for it, or it could be some sort of profound syncretism if people claim it's coincidental or whatever.
Wait, what's coincidental? I'm sorry.
Fibonacci.
Oh, right.
And phi. I mean, phi is just a letter.
Well,
Fibonacci is a dude's name.
You know what's more interesting though is because I think that would just have to be a coincidence. But what I don't think is a coincidence is the number 5. I think probably got its name from the Greek letter phi.
Hey, yeah, man.
Makes sense though, right?
Yeah. It makes so much sense that would be on purpose, and I expect it to be on purpose. But if I looked into it, I wouldn't be surprised to be told like the official narrative is that they're unrelated in their etymology. And that would lead you, because it's so profound, right? The pentagram and the pentagon and its relationship to phi, like that would be pretty moving, wouldn't you say? If you really knew the history of it and it just turned out to be a coincidence, you'd probably say, I don't buy it. No way. No way. That has to be on purpose. If it isn't, then that's like God just playing a joke on us or something.
Yeah, I don't even know if that was. I think I might have looked it up one time and I couldn't substantiate. I can't remember, to be honest with you. But it's not only the pentagram, because it's also the actual value for phi is the square root of 5 plus 1/2. So it's like the square root of 5 is deeply involved with the value itself, and so it just makes sense that it would be involved.
Yeah, something like that. It might be like 3/5 or the square root of 5. I forget, but yeah. There's something involving the square root of 5 or 5 in an equation that equals it, which is badass. And then you got your 5. Yeah, no, we don't need to go into that. You got 5 fingers though on each hand. I don't know. I mean, the symbol of the star though, like there's just a sort of like a weird poetry going on about it all. I don't really know how to express myself about this topic. I just see that like ancient cultures had like a deep appreciation for this number, or whatever you want to call it, this ideal, and I think there's good reasons why. And it's just one of the things where like you'll read stories where like some mathematician will say something which I think is a little overboard, but they'll say something like, I studied math and I found God. When they say that sort of thing.
Yeah,
like
I
I
don't
studied
remember who said that.
mathematics.
That was a quote from somebody. I don't remember who said that.
Right, but I get where they're coming from, because like numbers are this like rainbow bridge connection of the earth to heaven to some degree, and I'm just speaking poetically here, where it's a deeper insight, because in reality, you can't have one apple plus one apple, because those two apples aren't the same. So you can never actually have one plus an identical one. You can never have one thing plus an identical copy of itself. But with math, you can just pretend these things are perfectly the same in your mind. And things like the transcendental numbers and phi and pi and all these things, square root 2, square root 3, whatever, that you can't actually write them down, you get it, you know? You get a sense of this like deeper essence contained in geometry. And it's heavenly. You know, it's like divine. It's some sort of like glimpse at perfection.
A realm of forms. The demiurge created this world out of the realm of forms.
Hey, baby.
He saw the realm of forms and then modeled the material world after it. I mean, I think each number has a frequency to it. Sometimes I think numbers are messages.
Yeah, it's funny because like numbers as entities, they kind of have relationships with each other. And I've never found someone who really like gives a shit. But I'll say it anyways again. Um, I find it to be like pretty profound that in the number line of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that the only time a doubling occurs is from 1 to 2. 1 and 2 have a special intimate relationship with each other that it's the only time it occurs. 1 is half of 2, but 2 isn't half of 3 and 3 isn't half of 4, and it's the only time this relationship occurs. I mean, it's lame and nerdy or whatever, but I just think that it kind of speaks to me on a deeper level, and I can kind of like apply that sort of understanding to other things. But I mean, yeah, like I said, it's not something usually appreciated.
Well, to me, it seems like the number 0 and the number 1.
That's another interesting relationship. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like everything can be built as long as you have the building blocks of 0 and 1. Because those are the first two numbers of the Fibonacci sequence. 0 and
But
1,
it's
and then 0 plus 1 is 1 again.
uh-huh. But the relationship of 1 to 0, it is simple in a way, like nothing and something, right? Like like here and nowhere or whatever. Like I get it, but that's the hardest thing to work out though. It's like how can nothing have a relationship with something? Because you're kind of like bullshitting in a sense of referring to nothingness as some sort of thing. You know, like relationships exist between two things. And so there's some sort of miracle involved for nothing to have a relationship with something, but I get it. I get it though.
Well, there's two types of zeros. There's absolute 0 and relative 0. So,
That's true.
relative 0 is perhaps what the universe is. You know, absolute 0 doesn't exist in real life. It's like infinity.
I invented a new term the other day that I thought about making like a YouTube channel name this. I hope it's not taken. But like you were saying about the two types of 0, it really reminds me of a thought I had last week. I was thinking I called it the super neutral. Like if 0 is neutral, I was like, well, where's the nothingness that nothingness exists within? Like if 0 is on a line, what's the like? There's still like if you draw a number line on a piece of paper, there's like this 0 point in the middle of the line, but then there's like the 0 of if there was no line at all. And I was like, all right, the super neutral. But it'd be like super means above, I think. And what's like the Latin for below? There's super, and then there's someone help me here.
Sub.
So okay, so there's the I mean that's a good one. That's I might be looking for something else, but that works for now.
Maybe
Yeah, thank you.
Inter.
What?
Like, you know, there's like intra and supra. I was thinking like super and then inter. I don't know.
Maybe super and supra, perhaps. But yeah, there's like you like for what I was saying about like there's the zero and then there's the the neutral. I was like, well, what about an even like deeper nothingness, like the nothingness that nothingness is like within? And I was like, like this or the whatever. I call it the super neutral, but of course that's one sided, and so it'd have to be like the super neutral. You know, it'd have to be some sort of paradox. But like Carl Jung said, like this is one of the things that I do know about Carl Jung. He says the highest truths can only be understood by those who can like reconcile paradoxes in their consciousness. And I really agree. I came to that understanding on my own. It's like the deepest truths can only be understood on a paradoxical level of understanding where you recognize everything for what it is, but also understand like everything is what it is and also is what it isn't, and isn't what it is, and isn't what it isn't. There's a sort of fourfold nature to it as well, which might have something to do with the cross, but I won't go that way right now. But I mean, I could give an example of a few paradoxical understandings, but you guys might already kind of get it. That's where the deepest truths lie, in a sense. They're not useful, they're not practical, but they are wise.
Well, doesn't the cross represent duality?
I think, to the basic degree, yes. But then there's 4 points to that duality. Because like it kind of brings into the equation like degrees. Because like, oh, okay, like vertical and horizontal, that's a duality. But then if you ever seen like a political chart or whatever, you're like, I'm a left-leaning Republican or I'm a right-leaning Democrat, or like there's a right, like each point gets its own terminology, and then it's the same thing as like a mathematical coordinate grid, right? Like, negative x positive y, negative x positive y, and so on, right? When you use the cross, it like inherently introduces a sort of like four-naturedness to what can be described. Top right, top left, bottom right. It is like that, like top left, or right top left, or right top right bottom, left top right, left top left bottom. Like it is based on the XY coordinate system, which is a duality. It is dual, x and y, but it gives like a recognition or something to, like, it's greater than the sum of its parts. It gives you a quadrad or a quaternity out of the duality.
Yeah, it's like an emergent system.
It's weird, man, because like if you got one thing and you cut it in half, you got two. But if you cut that in half, you got four. And it's like, well, what about the three? Well, that isn't part of the process of cutting in half. So, I mean, three kind of gets left out. Then you cut those in half, you got eight, and you missed 5, 6, 7. Cut that in half, and you miss even more. Like, I don't know. Number sequences speak to me to some degree, but I know that it isn't like all encompassing. Just like phi isn't all encompassing, but it is a sort of like reality thread. It plays a big role. I think a very special role, of course. But doubling and halving plays an important role too. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and so on. Like that's another, like, it's so simple, but it's equally profound as the Fibonacci sequence, in my opinion. Just the 1 to the 2 to the 4 to the 8 to the 16. It's a lot easier to understand the rules, but I think and also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and so just counting by ones. That's another like profound number sequence. It's the base number sequence, of course. And it's like you take it for granted sometimes. Like, it's so easy to just think of numbers as just, there's nothing special to it. But like, you just don't know what you got till it's gone, sort of thing. Or it's just so easy to overlook the divinity and the transcendental nature of just counting by ones. Because where does it go? Where does it go, and where did it come from? Fucking, I don't know, magical god source or something? It's like, how? Okay, so you say 0, and you got nothing to work with. If I hand someone nothing, I give you 0, and I say, all right, take it away. Well, what are you gonna do? You can't do anything. But somehow we got a 0. Then where the hell did this 1 come from?
What's up, Bundy? If you think
What's
about
up?
0 as a oh, sorry, go ahead.
1.6.
1.618. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you think about 0 as a shape, it's a point because a point has 0 area.
Okay.
And then if you expand that point, it becomes a circle. And that's where
Yeah.
1 comes from when you expand.
But you could also expand it in like a polar, like 2 polar directions, and it would become a line. Like there's lots you can do with a point. You could expand it into a triangle, you could expand it into a circle, or you could expand it into a line. Which are all three those are the fundamentals: the point, the triangle, the line, and the circle. Those are the most basic, like, sort of divine entities in geometry: the circle, the point, the line, and the triangle. There's nothing more fundamental than those, but they all have their own role to play.
I like the circle, though, because it's equidistant from the center. It's perfect. If you think of the
In one way,
derivative.
yes. It's very perfect in its own way. The triangle has its own perfection, and so does a straight line have its own sort of perfection to it. But I see what you're saying. The circle is also one expression of perfection.
Like, the circle is feminine energy, and the lines are masculine energy.
I always thought like 1 was just anything, 0 is nothing, and 1 is anything.
I mean, that's fair, but like, okay, so those like magnets of like plus signs and zeros and numbers and letters you can stick to your fridge, right?
Yeah.
So so what I'm gonna do is put equals 1. Okay, I'm gonna put equals 1 on the fridge, and then I give you an infinite supply of symbols like divide, parentheses, multiply, plus, minus, everything you want. Okay, just tell me and you got it. Okay, but equals 1 is on the right side of the equation, and on the left side of the equation, I want you to make the equation true. But what I give you is an infinite supply of zeros, and an infinite supply of math symbols. And what I want anyone to explain is how you can put zeros and symbols in an order that equals 1. Like 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0, or 0 divided by 0. Like, if all you have to work with is nothing, I need, like, is there any mathematical equation
Yes,
using only
sir.
zeros? Okay, what do you
Well,
got?
0 factorial.
0 factorial, which would be a multiplication of every number less than 0.
Yes, sir. 0 factorial is equal to 1.
That sounds clever, but it sounds like it defies conventional logic.
No, you can look it up. 0 factorial equals 1.
Okay. Yeah, fuck yeah, man. Let me look that up. I mean, it kind of breaks rules as like a normal person would understand math, though. It's like, how is, like, it's like it's a paradox. Like I was saying,
Well,
it's some sort of,
so anything times 1 is itself. So that's like the property of factorials, like, because factorial is for multiplication, anything times 1 is itself. For addition, anything plus 0 is itself.
man, you win. You absolutely win. Like,
Fundy.
No,
Oh,
no,
sorry.
no. I mean, like, dude, thank you so much. Okay, because you nailed it, and that is profound. That is simple. So I looked it up, and you can punch this into your calculator, guys. 0 exclamation mark equals 1, and that was, I didn't think there was an answer. I really didn't. I was pretty convinced within myself there wasn't an answer, but to my requirements of my little test there, not a test, that was like an actual question. My question, if I give you every math symbol and only zeros to work with, make it equal 1. And wow, this dude came through. 0 exclamation mark on a calculator equals 1.
Is that what it does actually on the calculator? That's what's up.
Yes, that is
I'm
exact.
gonna use a big one. Fundy, you're
I didn't. Holy
you're the
cow. Okay, go
synchronicity
ahead.
guy, right?
Yeah.
Like, you see how, like, you just kicking around with him, it led you to some new insight or whatever. I wanted to just drop something for y'all real quick. I just had one of those moments, and hearing you talk when I come in here, I'm like, oh my god, it's just even deeper. And I just had 2 minutes to kill. I saw a random commercial, so I was like, well, let me click on it, and it was the Matthew McConaughey business commercial. You guys seen this? Salesforce, Team Earth.
No, I haven't.
So he's
Anyone
like,
else?
he don't even know what the message is. He's just like, let's win together. And there's a million people walking down the street clapping their hands. And it was like Team Earth Now or something. So I clicked on it. Google didn't come up with what I wanted to see because the fade out said like teamearthnow.com. So I kind of typed that in. Fail web. It was Earth Team or not Team Earth. I had it. So I typed like Team Earth Matthew McConaughey. It was the right one. I click on the landing page. And I'm about to post in chat right now. Look what it gave me, dude. Look at this. This is mainstream shit. Look at this shit. Is Kosho in the chat? Kosho, I want to direct your attention to 0 after the hour. There's the flat earth evidence right there for you. Join the movement. You guys been asking about the dome and all this, and I'm not kidding around. It's like, obviously this is worth what it's worth. But look at this again. Look at this shit right here. How did they make me find that? Nothing, no, I had no need to click on this website, Fundy. No need.
What the heck, dude? It looks like a contact lens over. I mean, it's a weird photo. But yeah,
Look at the message. When Earth succeeds, we all succeed. Join the movement. What the fuck?
Well, fundamental, there's
Salesforce.com.
another way to solve that equation also.
And it's a 0. God bless everything.
What do you say?
0 to the power of 0 is also 1.
No way.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that one I know. Yeah. Sick.
Okay, so there's more than one answer. Okay, this is getting very juicy. This is very interesting. Thank
What
you.
happened? I just got back.
I don't know if everyone I don't know
All
if there, consensus on it, but
let me ask Kosho. So, you got a bunch of number symbol magnets you can stick to your fridge, okay? You got any symbol you want, but you only have zeros to work with. Just you don't have 1, 2, 3. You just have 0, okay? But you have all the symbols you want and as many zeros as you want. But I put on the fridge equals 1, and I'm asking people. But I got 2 really good answers that I'm blown away by. But I said, what can you put on the left side of the equation with only zeros and symbols to make equals 1 true on the right side?
Well, I wasn't here, but I'm not sure if people had already said this about the 0 divided by 0 or 0 to the 0th power. But
well, 0 divided by 0 doesn't work because 0
that
by
doesn't
0
work.
is.
That's what I was going to say. That doesn't work, and I think there's a debate over 0 to the 0th power because
That
even
was.
though
We'd
technically
have to try
it
it.
would equal 1, I don't think it does. But I think there's a debate mathematically on that.
You're missing the best one. The first one. What's your name, bro? I haven't learned it yet.
Truth Seeker.
True Seeker. Yeah.
Hold on, let me think for a second. Let me see.
True Seeker, his first answer, I tried it myself and it worked out. And I approached this, I thought I was making like a point that there is no answer. But True Seeker set me straight and blew me away. You
You said you
fucking
can
put
use. You said you can use any operations.
any mathematical symbol, but as far as numbers go, just 0. Yes. It's very
Any
open. Anything
mathematical
you want to do.
symbol.
Yeah, any mathematical symbol you can
Wait,
use.
even if it's like a constant, like a.
No, well, not a num. Well, not like not symbols that stand for a specific number.
Okay.
Because if you like do like 0, well,
Well,
I
there's
mean,
Euler's.
if you do
Well, the question
0
is,
times pi, it's still going to be 0. So I guess that's fine. Honestly,
I don't think it would
you
be
can use
fun
a.
because you can use Euler's. What do you call it?
Yeah, but
Euler's
what are you
equation.
gonna? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But you have to use E and pi and I.
Yeah.
I and
Zeros.
pi. I mean.
Yeah. Only operations, not numbers themselves. Like you can't do. Yeah. Just 0 is the only number allowed.
Kosho, did you see the advertisement I posted for you?
Yeah, I saw that.
It's got
That's
you
some weird
speechless,
stuff.
huh? Speechless.
Yeah.
They're ahead of the time, man. The big teams know, bro. This is a team Earth. Telling you, bro.
So what you got, Kosho? What's the equation? You said 0 to the power of 0 equals 1. That was
That's
True
debatable.
Seekers.
Kosho will happily
Yeah.
Google it
Sure.
for you.
No, I'm thinking right now. Because I've heard. Oh, Branch had a good point. No, Branch, the second one doesn't count, but the first one does. That was actually good.
Well, Branch is actually right. The cosine of 0 is also
Yeah,
0.
right. Like I said, I mean, I would probably just stay. I'll stick with 0 to the 0th power, just because, like I said, I've heard debates on it, and why it
You want
doesn't
to tell
work.
him?
But
You want to tell him, True Seeker?
Yeah, 0 factorial equals 1.
yeah, that's what Branch said also. But why is 0 factorial 1?
Oh, it has to do with like the identity of multiplication. Like anything times 1 is itself, and for addition, anything plus 0 is itself. So I think it has something to do with that.
It works in a calculator, surprisingly. Isn't that trippy?
Yeah.
Do we need to call up calculator manufacturers and tell them that they fucked up with their coding and their calculators?
No,
Is this some sort of mathematical philosophical debate? We go viral with this shit. We need to take this to FED, make them argue about this for the next 2 years. I mean, it seems kind of fucked up though, right? Like, I give you 0, and then how are you gonna get anything from 0? You know, how are you gonna make the rock bleed? Right? It seems impossible.
Well, this is existence. Something had to come from nothing.
Yeah, like you can only approach this, even though it works on a calculator, you can really only approach this on some sort of like philosophical, almost a spiritual level. But the funny thing is that it works on the calculator.
No, it makes sense. I just started looking at somebody's proof, and yeah, I totally forgot that, because you can write a number factorial as that same number times the number minus 1 factorial. So like 5 factorial is 5 times 4 factorial. And so if you see that all the way to 1 factorial, then that means that 1 factorial is equal to 1 times 0 factorial. So that means that 0 factorial would have to allow 1, or what it would have to be a number that allows you to multiply by 1 and the answer be 1. So does it make sense that it has to be 1?
But 1 times 0 is 0.
Yeah, that's right. And if you do 0 factorial, that would imply that 0 times negative 1 factorial would be the answer.
But
And
it doesn't get to go
factorials
don't get to go negative, do they?
Well, you would think that they don't get to go to 0.
Yeah, it's like breaking all the rules. It's hard to imagine that when you type in 0 factorial, the calculator doesn't just say syntax error. Like, I'm not like, it's puzzling to me why it literally gives you the answer 1, which is like I said, is this some sort of big debate with the calculator manufacturers? Like, what kind of logic are your systems operating on here? It works, but it's like, there's some sort of law of identity or something, like Truth Seeker was saying, going on. Like, there's just this sort of recognition that there's something going on and something can't be nothing. So here you go. Here's a 1. But like you said, it's like a debate. Even though, I mean, I haven't tried this one out on a calculator. 0 to the power of 0. If that also equals 1, yeah, like you can see this common thread of like identity going on. It's like, how could you ever call something to the something nothing? Isn't it something to the something? So how are you saying that's nothing? 0 is such a fucking trip, man. It like kind of doesn't even deserve to have a symbol, which is why it didn't in ancient times for a while, right? Like they say that it was invented in like an Arabic numerical system for the first time.
I
Something
think
like
all our
that.
numbers are Arabic.
Well, the symbols we use, I think, but like Roman numerals don't have a 0, and other counting systems would just leave an empty spot when it came to like representing 0. But like I think the Arabic numerical system was the first one to give an actual written symbol to represent nothing.
It
And
makes
that's what we
calculations much easier.
sure. Yeah, I consider it easier. It's what I know how to do, but I see the reasoning, if there was reasoning, uh, behind, like, it's sort of blasphemous to even give zero its own symbol, because it's nothing. It's like it doesn't deserve a symbol, but it is useful and practical in lots of ways, so might as well. It's also like infinity, you can put it to use to make certain equations work, but it's sort of blasphemous to even give infinity its own symbol, because it's more of an idea than it is an actual number. Like, it isn't a number, it isn't a digit. It's an
It,
I it's an I
it is
it's an
just an idea.
ideal. Yeah, it's just an ideal quantity concept, which all numbers are, but to the extreme, of course.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a shortcut symbol that's universally understood, like repeating, like the same when you do 6.3333 or whatever, you'd write a symbol to just say repeating. I mean, there's no
Right.
different.
Well, there is a certain league of their own that zero and infinity hold,
Oh, I got
beyond
you. Yeah.
repeating. But you're right. It is the same. It's the same ballpark. I'll give you that. They are in the same ballpark, like 1/3. It's like, well, how do you write that?
I think
There's
that's
some
why.
math that gets tricky that I don't. I'm kind of like you. I want to challenge, on face value. Like, how can anything that zero is saying there's nothing? How can anything ever come from that? But they do their little tricks.
Well, I think it's because of the use. Like, if you look at the uses of factorial, um, like with one of the ways it's used, or the main way it's used is to, like, with what do you call that? Like probability and stuff like that. When you want to see like the different uh, permutability of a set. It's like how many different ways can you rearrange the numbers in a set?
Like
That's
permutations.
say again.
Like permutations.
Yeah, permutations. I don't know I don't know what I said, but they have like the number of ways you can rearrange them. Like, a deck of cards, for example. Whereas if you use each number as a number in that set, it makes sense that there's only one way to rearrange one, and actually for zero too,
And
there's one
therefore
way
it
to
must be
rearrange zero.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
So, so it's kind of like existence. Like, there cannot be nothing, therefore there has to be something. Like the concept of nothingness, like that doesn't even exist. There has to be something. Like, that's kind of why I
Yeah,
think that's kind of why I think we exist. Like, there's always been something, and there's always had to be something.
I agree. Yeah, I completely agree. One way I can put it, and I'm getting philosophical here, or I'm about to, is that, like, so you got, like, you got somewhere to be, and then you got something being in that somewhere to be, right? Like, reality, this universe, right? It has space, and then it has something in that space, and they kind of tango together, right? They kind of do the dance. Like, you couldn't just have something with nowhere to have that thing. You need a sort of emptiness to put something into, right? And it's a weird relationship. You know what I'm saying? It's a really strange relationship that, like, space has to matter, because we'd like to consider space sort of nothing and matter something, but they have a profound relationship with each other. And but together, there is, see, like, there in the sense of calling like empty space nothingness and calling matter somethingness, there is one word we do have to like conjoin them, and that's reality. Reality isn't just stuff, it's also like reality isn't just things, it's also no thing. You know, reality is comprised of both like emptiness and fullness in some sort of weird paradox. And so that's how I understand the relationship of on like when it comes to numbers, like 0 and 1. It's like it takes both. You couldn't have it any other way. You need emptiness for something to fill that emptiness, and you need something to fill that emptiness, or else there's nothing going on. You couldn't have one without the other, or if you ever did have one without the other, it would be like a syntax error. It wouldn't make any sense. And of course, this reality is sensible, and so it takes both. It takes the 0 and the 1 to do the divine alchemical marriage or whatever. It's beyond my words to articulate, but I do understand this, like, I don't know, this divine relationship that like that I don't know, just this divine dance that goes on between nothing and something, and neither one could do it alone, you know.
There are some interesting paradoxes, though, when it comes to math. So if you want to take something like, let's say we have a pizza, and we want to cut it into 3 equal slices, and we want to represent each slice as a decimal, how would we represent that if you wrote it on a piece of paper?
Well, if we're using the base 10 system, we'd have to, right. If we're using the base 10, if we're using the base 12 system, we just write the number 4 and it isn't an ongoing decimal. But if we're using the base 10 system, then yeah, it's 0.333, and then you put a line beneath it.
Let's take both systems, right? So we'll write down both systems, but we're going to write down each slice of pizza as one slice, right? So we're going to write down each slice. So on one you're going to have a 4, the other you're going to have a 0.33333 repeating, right? So let's put all 3 slices down. Let's write all 3 slices, but represented as individual slices. You're never going to add back to the pizza.
That's just not true.
Right. Well, I see what you're getting at when it comes to on paper. On paper, 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 only equals like 9. Or like
No, that's actually not true.
No, equals 1.
That's not true, because 0.999 repeating is actually equal to 1.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the paradox of it all. Which I understand. I completely understand what you're saying, and you're right. I agree, but it's weird though. Like it's
so
there's
0.99999 is equal to 1.
It's equivalent.
Why?
I never liked that one. I never liked that one because that's the smallest grain that you'll never find. You know what I mean? But they do say that. I've seen it multiple times.
Paradox. At no point in time is 0.99999 repeating ever going to be 1.
You know,
when I watch videos like that,
it's not. It is. You got to accept it.
Yeah. What's the value in between that number and 1? Like, what's some value in between that number and 1?
They'd say there's no well, it's 0, it's infinite. Like I said, like they belong to a league of their own. But one thing they also say is like 1/2 plus 1/3 plus 1/4 plus 1/5 plus 1/6 equals 1 as well. I think. Does that make sense? No, I might be being stupid right here, but wouldn't that be above
that set that you're talking about? Approaches 1.
Well, wait. Did what I said make any sense though? That 1/2 plus 1/3 plus 1/4, isn't that already above 1 though? I must be saying that wrong.
No, 1/2. If you do that infinitely, then that number approaches 1. So if you take the limit of it, it'll approach 1.
Well, one
No,
third
no,
plus 1/4 is already greater than 1/2.
that's already that's already greater than 1/2. So what? Yeah, that can't be correct.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of
Maybe square root or
square.
something.
Yeah, the square of the like 1/2.
The square root of 1 versus the square plus the square root of 2 plus the square root of 3. Maybe that eventually.
Like 1/2, 1/2 to 1/4 to 1/8, something like that.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Maybe. Yeah.
Like one over.
Maybe you have it each time. 2,
Yeah,
4, 8,
yeah.
16, 32. Yeah. Something like that, perhaps. Which is another one of those things where it's like a half plus a fraction plus a fraction plus a fraction plus a fraction.
Wait,
Infinitely.
no. I think the one that you just said, one plus 1/2 plus 1/3. I think that approaches 2.
How does that make sense? How is one, like, I know I'm not thinking about this too hard. Like maybe I should just take a break and think about this, because I feel like this is what I heard: 1/2 plus 1/3 plus 1/4 plus 1/5 plus 1/6 and so on equals 1. But I mean, how is 1/3 plus 1/4 plus 1/5 plus 1/6 plus 1/7? How does that not equal a half yet? Like, does that make sense? Like, I haven't thought about it too hard, but it just seems wrong intuitively. Like,
Well, it's basically just the same as 0.999 equaling 1.
right? Yeah. Well, that's the point. That's where I'm getting at. There's like multiple different expressions that are like infinitely repeating that they say equals 1, but only in an infinite sense, which is impossible because infinity is a completely like idealized concept that has no like worldly representation. There is no such thing as infinity unless you're referring to the universe as a whole, but no component of it is infinite. It's infinite as a whole, but no portion or component of it is infinite. Yeah, this math stuff, guys. It's a trip.
Well, infinity and nothing are simply concepts, nothing more. They do not exist. They are not within our reality.
Yeah, but they're like, but like, well, don't downgrade them to like they are conceptual to us, but I'd recommend don't downgrade them to being only conceptual. I'd say that they're actually like
What
the
is
rule.
nothing?
Well, they're like they're like they're like they're like good and evil, you know? They're like divine deities like bordering reality on both sides. They don't exist within reality. They're like, okay, listen to this. They're like the chess players. All we can ever be aware of is the chess board and the chess pieces. But zero and infinity are the two players that the chess pieces have no ability to like be cognizant of. Like they think they're moving on their own. Like let's say like this chess game is going on and the chess pieces feel like they're the ones making the decisions on their own. Well, like zero and infinity would be like the players themselves like on a higher dimension controlling the pieces. Like they aren't part of the game, but they're what is controlling how the game goes. Like they're on opposite sides of the game, but all you'll ever be aware of is the game itself. But we can kind of recognize, oh, there's like a god and a devil, and we're stuck in the middle with each other, and we can only kind of have this sort of vague sort of understanding that there's like higher powers at work. Not that we'll ever see their faces or get to know them directly, but like that's zero and infinity for you. It's like they're out there, but they're not in reality. Zero doesn't exist. Infinity doesn't exist. I gotcha. You know, zero and infinity don't exist. There's no example of either. There is an example of one or two or three, things like that. But there is no example of zero and infinity. They're outside of the game. But
Hey,
I get,
Fundy,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I'm rambling.
how many points are there between the middle of your palm and the top of your index finger?
Right? Yeah. I got you. Zero or infinity.
No, how many are there?
Well, it's perspective based, however many you want to say. But ideally in our mind we can imagine that there's infinite points, assuming that there's no sort of like
are there
assuming
actually
there's no
infinite?
sort of pixel size to reality. Like,
Are there
yeah.
actually infinite points?
Well, I don't know that. Maybe there's like a pixel, like a resolution to reality that define what a point can be here. Like a Planck's constant sort of thing going on. Maybe there is a set amount of resolution points between, any distance. But I don't know. I'd like to imagine that there's
So why
some
would you
sort of
explain?
define everything. Go ahead.
So why would you claim that it doesn't exist if you yourself can conceptually at least understand that there are infinite points between any two points?
Because points don't exist.
Do you know where your
Points
eye
are
is?
no points. Points are ideal. Like points are
Fundy, do you know where
ideal.
your eye is?
Points are concepts. Points don't exist. You know that. Points don't take up any actual space. They don't exist.
It's just an incoherent claim, Fundy. Do you know where your eye
No.
is?
Oh, come on.
Do you know where your eye is?
Does a point geometrically take up any volume or space or area?
I'm asking you, do you know where your eye is?
No.
You still haven't answered me.
All right. Answer my question.
Why
I'm
would
aware
you?
of my.
Why would I answer your question if you're
I'm aware of
refusing
my
to answer
eyeballs.
mine?
I'm aware of my eyeballs. They're on the front of my face.
Great.
But
Is there a point on your face that your eyeballs are at?
do me the courtesy of answering my question now that I answer yours.
So why do you like? If you can identify the point on your face where your eyeballs are, why would you say there's no such thing as a point?
Because that's a practical way of speaking. Now tell me, listen to me and answer my question. In like traditional geometric understandings, does a point have any sort of spatial volume or area?
Yes, it has one dimension of space.
No, it doesn't take up any space.
Yes, it does. It takes up 1 unit of dimension of space.
No, it doesn't. A point has no area or volume.
Okay, area would be 2 dimensions of space. Volume would be 3. A point is 1 dimension of space.
Yeah, but it doesn't even take up. But it doesn't even. It doesn't even take up that 1 dimension of space, though.
Of course, it does.
No, it doesn't take it up. It doesn't. It doesn't
It is
fill
1
anything.
unit of 1 dimension.
No, it doesn't fill. It doesn't fill any
Before you
space.
just respond with your emotions, Fundy, just think about that for a second. You are trying to retort with it by saying something 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional. A point takes up 1 unit of 1 dimension.
A point is 0-dimensional. A point has no dimensions.
It is not 0 dimensional. It is 1
yes, it
unit.
is. By definition, the point has 0 dimensions.
Okay, Truth Seeker, that would be incorrect.
Okay, control. So why are you even here? We were having a good discussion.
Well, because Fundy's just making claims that he hasn't
we
even
both
thought
agree. You're the
through.
one needing to come and you're the minority here. So if you're trying to conversate in the room and you're the one who everyone thinks is wrong, well, explain yourself better because you haven't made a good attempt yet.
So Fundy, you as a non-glober should understand that even if
just make your point better, man.
Everybody in the
Let's stay on
room says
topic.
no, that doesn't make them right.
I'm telling you, make your point better.
Even Google says that a point has 0 dimensions.
Yeah, so go
Google
ahead,
says
try
that,
again.
huh?
We'll listen. We'll listen.
Yeah,
Just
Google
make
does
your
say
point
that.
better.
I
Maybe you're
said
right, but you
I
gotta
said it
try
rather.
harder.
I well, if you wouldn't talk over me, yeah.
Sure, go ahead,
So
man.
a point. Oh my gosh, a point is one unit of one dimension. An area would be 2 dimensions. Volume would be 3
Nah,
dimensions.
now you fucked up.
Yeah, a line is 1 dimension and a point is 0.
You're not even following your own internal
It's
logic within your argument here.
fun. You're just talking all over me. You guys have fun, like just spouting
Okay,
bullshit
goodbye.
the
Yeah,
entire
yeah,
time.
okay. We'll
Congratulations.
have fun. Goodbye.
Like, I hate it when people come in just to debate, like, and he's wrong on what he was claiming too, which is just so dumb.
It's like saying how long is a moment?
Yeah, like,
It doesn't take up any time. It's just it's non-dimensional. It's non-temporal. It doesn't exist within time. A moment isn't a length of time of any sort or a unit of time of any sort. It's non-temporal. A point is non-spatial.
sometimes I think that space and time don't actually exist. You know, like,
Well, there is a practical way of using these terms, as far as we all like would normally use them, and they're useful to that degree. But on a different perspective, really trying to analyze what we're even referencing and talking about. Yeah, I'm with you. There's a sort of non-existence to both of them.
yeah, it's almost like a dream. Like, in a dream, the space isn't actually real, it's all in your imagination.
Well, like the fairy or like the nursery rhyme goes, right? Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. And I think that fairy tale is popular for a very good reason. I think that's a pretty profound truth that for some reason has been like carried forth within culture just as a reminder. I mean, I think it's what all the ancient cultures pretty much agree upon unanimously. It's like there is a sort of realness to all this going on, and it's not something to be taken lightly. It's here. You're in it. You're
Wait, what
part
did you
of
say?
it.
You kind of cut out halfway through that sentence.
Oh, okay. How am I coming through now?
You better now, it's just like your mic stops working halfway through.
Oh, that's weird. Okay. I was saying all the ancient cultures seem to unanimously kind of speak to this same direction when it comes to like reality and like the illusion of it, where it's like everyone understands there's like a very practical here now reality to deal with, but they also express that there's a sort of uh how to put it, a sort of illusion backing it all. Like
Yeah.
it's a bit of a trick that you're falling for, where reality isn't as real as it may come across.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, everyone's saying it. Even modern science will tell you that like physical matter is 99% empty space, and the 1% that isn't empty space is energy and not even physical. And it's like, okay, well, I'm here touching things, so we call that physical interaction. And you're telling me that's like in practical sense, yeah, I touch things, I move things, but you're telling me it's all some sort of weird psychic, energetic, consciousness fueled, like force field imagination interaction? Like everyone's saying it. There's not a single worldview that exists that doesn't tell you that what is real isn't as real as it seems. It's like, yeah, reality ain't so real. It's all some sort of facade, some sort of illusion of the senses and cognition of your mind. That's, I mean, it's hard to understand that from any perspective and not be pointed towards the direction that, like, there's some sort of, I don't know, poetry or some sort of mysticism, I don't know, some sort of consciousness or intention or desire or something to all of this, because it's all just so weird that I mean, I don't need to tell a guy like you. You and I, we're just here because we've already recognized these truths that I'm trying to put into words and failing. But you and I don't need to tell you, because all you and I are here to do is just appreciate we're here for the show. You know, we're here to take in the spectacle of it all and just say, "Wow," you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes the reason why the universe was created is simply for the sake of experience. It's like, I mean, think about how boring it would be if you were just like, imagine just
Not
being God,
experiencing anything.
yeah, like just being God trapped in a void, like.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
exactly. Like who? Like if I were God, and I'm God and I'm God alone. Like there's no one around. Like yeah, like when I've said this a few times, probably on the server. When you try to rationalize out the creation of the universe, there's only one conclusion. And I'm not saying this is what I believe in. In fact, I don't believe in this. But when you try to imagine within a belief system, you say, okay, there's an almighty, all-knowing, omniscient, omnipotent, all-powerful God, right? And he hasn't created reality yet. And then he decides to create reality. When you try to rationalize that process out, like the invention of reality, the creation of reality, there's only two qualities you can ascribe to God. You can only say God created reality because he was bored and lonely. That's it. God was bored and lonely, and he wanted some entertainment. If you're trying to put like human characteristics onto God, that's it. That's all you can do. But I think that's wrong. I do think that's wrong, which is why I harken back to something you said earlier about, well, was reality really created by a god, or is reality something that always has been and always will be? And I'm with you there, actually. I don't think that reality was made. I think reality is something that always has been and always will be. Because if there was a creator who decided to make reality, you got to ask yourself, like, why? Why
you
would
gotta
he
think
even?
about it like, if before the universe existed, there was a God creating reality, in that moment, time itself doesn't even exist.
What doesn't exist?
Time.
Yeah, exactly. A time before time, right? And a space outside of
Yeah.
space. Yeah, you can't rationalize it. And if you try to, if anyone comes to you claiming that they have an understanding of the creation of the universe, or an understanding of God and his morals and his virtues and his desires, well, if you're trying to use logic or any way of explaining the creation of the universe involving some sort of God, and you're trying to be logical, yeah, the only thing it ever boils down to is that God was alone with nothing to do but sit by himself, and he was bored and lonely, so he decided to create reality. And that's a stupid story. That's a really dumb idea. So I don't buy it. But that's what any sort of theology boils down to. Oh, there's a bored and lonely God, so he
I
made
think
something
there's
to entertain himself with
well, I think
and
there's
watch.
other attributes that you could say are divine also. Like I would say unity and beauty and harmony and perfection. Those are
Yeah.
all divine qualities.
Well, yeah, I'm with. I think you and I are on the same page. Absolutely. Yeah. And and I think you'd probably agree with me that we can understand we can understand transcendental concepts to a degree. Like humans do have some sort of special superpower, cognitive ability to grasp like the transcendental. We have it within our facility, like our or what do they call it, our capacity, our faculties, right? Like you and I have it within ourselves to understand transcendental concepts, but and that only gives us this like idea that like, okay, so there the reason I'm here is beyond reason. You know, the place I'm at is nowhere. Like there like I think both you and I would agree that there's more to reality than anyone will ever know. Like it, like we'll never completely solve the mystery, right?
Well,
It's an eternal mystery, but that doesn't mean we can't pick up on some clues to some degree, though, right?
yeah, I mean, I've always had this weird idea that as soon as someone like perfectly understands reality, that reality itself would just instantly collapse.
Exactly. Yeah, it'd be game over, like the Tower of Babel. You know, if anyone ever did, I mean that's what happened, or it gets or it. Okay, so let me ask you this: you know what happens when you ask your computer to perform harder tasks than it's capable of?
Not
Like
really.
you. Okay, so do you know the game Minecraft?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so in Minecraft, you have the TNT blocks that you can set off, and they'll explode, right?
Oh yeah, like where it starts lagging and stuff.
Right. So if you stack up 1 billion, or whatever, 1,000 TNT blocks in Minecraft, and you set them on fire and they explode, Minecraft will try to render it, but then it will fail because it can't handle it, and it will shut itself. It'll close. Minecraft will close and then restart itself. And I feel like that's kind of similar to reality. Like if anyone was capable, like say, of going faster than the speed of light or building a tower to heaven, like reality itself would just shut down and restart because you're breaking the rules. You know, like
Yeah, like it would I think it would restart with one extra layer of complexity.
yeah, I agree. With that sort of known experience, sort of.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the infinite struggle there. Is like if you ever find a way to reach divinity or just approach divinity, it'll let you get it'll let you get really close. But then if you're ever going to take that final step to achieve godhood or reach divinity or whatever, it it breaks the system, it blue screens, it shuts down, and it restarts. It's not within human capability here to actually. It just it's a syntax error. It glitches out the system.
Yeah.
You God doesn't exist in reality. You know, perfection, absolute divinity doesn't exist within reality. It's something outside, and if you try to reach it, well, it'll like a computer. It'll just say, no, not doing that. Restart. But you'll have the like lived experience of it all, though, if you can retain, if it does retain some sort of lesson learned by it. I mean, I feel like that is the whole meaning behind the Tower of Babel story. You try to reach heaven, you get to the precipice, you're pushing the envelope as far as you can, and you almost get there. But then once you try to take the final step, nope, God says, nope, restart. Try again.
Yeah, exactly.
It's futile. It's the definition of futile.
According to physics, they say when you approach the speed of light, time actually slows down. So it's impossible to ever go faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, but what if you did, you know? Like what if you found a way to do it? You push the button, you turn it on, you fling the what do you call it? A catapult, right? You fling the catapult that launches something faster than the speed of light. Well, I mean, as soon as any object travels faster than the speed of light, I just feel like the computer crashes and it restarts. It isn't allowed.
Well, it's actually kind of interesting because there is one thing that can travel faster than light, and that's information. Have you heard of spooky action at a distance? Like, that's where information is transmitted from one side of the universe to another, and that can actually go faster than light, which is kind of strange when you think about it.
Right, but information is the least physical thing possible, right? Which you're right, but that demonstrates because like information only has meaning in the reference frame of like consciousness, in a sense,
Yeah.
and consciousness is like unphysical or incorporeal, like. It's all like it isn't that incorporeal things or like non-physical things have to obey the laws of physics because they're not physical. Like non-physical things don't follow the laws of physics. You know what I'm saying? Like physical things obey the laws of physics. Non-physical things don't have to obey the laws of physics because they're not physical. They're not under the physical constraints that physical things are. And so you're right about the information, but that's just this weird. That's just the weird nature to it all, which is just baffling, really, just completely baffling, as as the front row seat you and I have, because you gotta give consciousness, especially humans, some credit. You and I, conscious beings, especially humans, we are not just our bodies. You know,
Mm. I often think that
we're something more than just physical entities, and it's a goddamn miracle. You know, like life, consciousness, humans. It really is a miracle because like we can perform things that are like, or like like understanding consciousness, the whole growth of it all, the whole divinity of it all. I mean, I think modern day religions kind of give a lot of people a sort of downgraded perspective on who we are. Where just like credit isn't given where credit is due. Because I'll tell you one thing, which is gonna sound blasphemous to maybe a lot of Christians or something. Oh, goddamn, what's your name? I want to say it. Truth Seeker. Truth Seeker. I'll tell you, man. You decide the fate of the universe. So do I. So does everyone else. But that's not a lot of credit a lot of people ever give themselves, even though credit is due. You, all the rest of us, we decide the fate of the universe. I can and sure, within our own little areas of effect when it comes to like immediate effect, but you know the whole like butterfly effect and what we do echoes in eternity.
Yeah.
You know, like the universe is some sort of like movie, right? The universe is some sort of story, some sort of play going on, right? How does that story go? I'm not just a character in the story. I'm also at the same time I'm a character in the story, I am also an author of that story. I write the story. I decide how reality plays out, you know? And that's something I don't see a lot of people taking credit for. What we do echoes in eternity. Every mark we make is a permanent scar. Maybe I should put it that way, huh?
Yeah, I like that.
And there is no heal. It's a permanently engraved scar. Everything you do is a permanent scar upon the body of reality, and you decide how pretty or ugly this body will be. Like, you have that power, and no one can undo what you've done. You make complete permanent inscriptions upon reality. You decide the fate of the universe. And so do I. We're co-authors. But the funny thing is, we're writing in Sharpie, and there is no erasing each other's work. We're all writing a book together in permanent marker, you know, and none of us can erase each other's words we write in this book. But that doesn't mean that you don't play a part, like a crucial part in writing the story permanently. This is how you say it is how it will be, which is the logos. You know, that is the logos. That is you. That is your impact upon the world story.
What does
It's
logos
crazy.
even mean? I always hear people say logos. Is that just logic?
What do you say?
Does logos mean logic?
Did you say is logos logic?
Yeah.
Your mic's not the best, but you said yeah. Logos is a deeper concept than logic because it's also like the word, but it's so okay. So imagine if you said something like a magician, right? Like a magician casts a spell, right?
Yeah.
Imagine you're the most powerful sorcerer who ever lived, and for something to happen, all you have to do is speak it, right? So it's raining coconuts in Illinois, right? Just the fact that you say it means it happens as you say it. You can keep your mouth shut, but if you say it, it happens, right? And so, you know, you say whatever. This person died, and they die as you speak their name and say they die. Like that is the logos to some sort of like extreme degree, because like you know how like the Christian sort of like creation story in Genesis, it's like God said, "Let there be light," and as He spoke it, there was light. So God, let there be animals and plants, and there were as He spoke it. Right now,
Yeah.
our logos our logos isn't the way we cast our spells isn't verbally. It is through action. But as I, throw some, beer bottle against a glass wall, that is the logos of my mind saying, let this beer bottle be thrown against a wall. And look, my mind commanded it, and look, it happened in reality. What I said be done upon the world. You know, it's it's something we all have. It's something we all have a partial rulership over. You know, and
So it's kind of like
it's
manifesting.
what's that?
Is it kind of like manifesting?
Well, yeah, yes, in a pretty much complete sense, yes. I think that manifest still isn't like a perfect synonym for it, but like the logos is just the concept of like commanding, and we have like a bit of that power, the logos power to command reality. Sure, we can't like create, planets or animals out of thin air like God could or whatever. However, the story goes. Not that I really buy into that literally, but that same concept of God says, "Let there be this," and it happens as He says it. Well, like you have a partial you have a really you have a really close situation yourself to God Himself. If you want something to happen, especially if it has to deal with just you and your body and the things around you, like you have like God says, let these logs catch on fire. Well, you can perform the same commandment. You speak it through your actions. It's like they say, actions speak louder than words. Well, for humans, actions speak louder than words. For God, it's synonymous. His words are His actions. But your actions are your words in the sense that your actions are your logos.
I see. That's interesting. Um, so do you consider yourself to be a Christian? Because I heard you talking about Gnosticism once, and I thought that was really interesting.
No, I'm not a Christian in any sort of traditional sense, or really in any sense. But I mean, I really don't get how the Bible exists. I think it is sort of a transcendental sort of literary work. Like I can imagine a bunch of guys got together and wrote some stuff and whatever, but the Bible and a lot of holy texts seem just so well written and stuff. And not that I take them literally at all, because I'm not some sort of like Jesus believing like worshiper of Yahweh sort of guy. But I don't know. I think this weird. I think this world is so weird that like the Bible kind of had to exist, and all the other ones too, because I don't know, I don't believe in coincidences, so I feel like everything that's going on is the way it was supposed to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I kind of think the Bible is like a metaphor. So in Genesis how it says like the world was created in 6 days, right?
yeah, I think that has like geometric metaphors in it for the
Yeah,
flower of
like
life.
exactly, like the six circles.
Yeah, but then there's a reason, right? Like there's a deeper reason why six circles sit around a seventh middle circle. Like like I know that seems like a geometric truth, but what are geometric truths based upon? You know, like geometry isn't God.
Well, I guess you could say
Geometry,
like a deeper thing. It's just like logic itself.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm with you, but then every human word, as far as like getting to the bottom of it, like any word that you and I are aware of, it'll never do it justice. And God is like a placeholder word. You know what I mean? Like, where does geometry come from? It comes from God. What is? I don't know what God is. I won't ascribe anything to it. But like sound, geometry, arithmetic, you know, all of these things, color, beauty, light, space, time, all of these things, they all have something in common. They all have like a source, you know, and they all point in the same direction to me. Now they don't point towards the biblical God, in my opinion. Like they don't point that direction, but all of these amazing facets of reality, they all do point towards some sort of transcendental amazingness beyond my comprehension. And God is like the placeholder word for that. You know, I could make up my own sound. I could call it blurgle. You know, like they all point towards blurgle. What is blurgle? I don't know. It's the thing that all of these amazing parts of my life point towards. Yeah, we don't have to call it God because that comes with baggage. But you see how everything kind of is. You see how everything kind of gets along with each other.
Yeah, it's like it's all in harmony.
It's all in harmony. If it wasn't in harmony, then it wouldn't be happening. Like there's a undeniable harmony to all things that exist because they're all singing the same song. They're all performing the same dance that we call existence, reality, you know? Like everything gets along and does its part. Everything does its part and doesn't get in each other's way. No part of reality gets in the way of any other part of reality. You know, everything works together towards one common performance, and it's like, okay, well, why are you all getting along? Because okay, so there's two ways to view this one sort of thing. The universe is the universe singular or is the universe plural? Is the universe one single thing or is the universe a bunch of different things? And that's where the paradoxical understanding, the highest truth, comes in, where you say, well, the universe, of course, like I'm me, you're you, the cigarette in my hand, the lighter in my other hand, the phone on my lap, the pants on my legs, my arms, my fingernails. They're all different things. And that's why we have names for them. You know, they're like there's so many different things, and they are different. There's undeniable differences to everything. But isn't it all at the end of the day one giant thing? You know,
Yeah, I
like
think so.
it's both. The universe is both a singular thing and a plural thing. And and the reconciliation of this paradox is existence, is reality itself. Like reality is always some sort of combination of opposites. And it's hard to come to terms with, but when you do, it applies to everything. Like it sounds so silly to say like I'm you and you are me and we are everyone and we're all the same thing. Yeah, we're all reality. Reality is all of us and we're all reality. Are we different? Yes, from a practical degree of experience. Yeah, yeah. You're you and I'm me. I'll never go full schizophrenia, whatever delusionalness where I won't recognize that side of it as equally true. Yes, you're you, I'm me. But
Well,
We're
think a good way
but
to put it is God is me, but I am not God. We're all God divided into different beings.
that you're very right in saying that, but there's a little bit disservice putting a period at the end of it without saying like, and all of us are God. You're saying like I know what you're saying, like I am God in quality but not quantity. But in that definition of saying like I am me and God is everything, but I am part of God, so like I am him but not all of him. Well, no, you're the God too. You are the God who split himself into these pieces. You know, like don't imagine God as a different dude. He's like you're God. You are the one. You are the one who split himself into pieces. You're not just a piece, you know?
Well, I think I am just a piece. I think I am just a piece, though.
No, well, there's you with a lowercase y, and then there's you with a capital Y.
Oh, I
The
see.
you with the capital Y is God, and you don't want to get so fixated on the equally true thing, you with a lowercase y. Yeah, you're you, I'm me, but I'm God, you're God. You know, like you are the one who split himself into the pieces and is feeling separate from himself. You are the you who is forgetting who you are. And I'm there with you. And I mean, here's another paradox for you. We're all alone together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes me think of like the part and the whole and how there's like almost a duality paradox there where the part and the whole are actually one and the same. And that, which is interesting the way like holograms work, like holography. It's interesting that holography works in this same principle.
I've heard it does. It's a subject I want to like learn all the ins and outs of, because I've heard like you take away a piece of the hologram, all the information is there just to a lesser resolution, and I can like quote the lines, but I don't understand exactly how they work or what that really means. But I know that the same truth that I'm speaking tonight recently, I know you're right, because I understand that concept enough about the hologram that the same truth I'm trying to say is contained within like the physics of how a hologram works. I think you're completely right. I just wish I knew. I wish I knew the ins and outs of holograms, because then like and there's nothing stopping me. I really should just tomorrow figure it all out. Can't be that hard.
I've never even like all like
Your mic, you want to retry?
oh, I said I've never heard this before. Are you saying like holograms are fractals or something?
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean one of the best ways to describe reality is as as it's a fractal hologram. Would you agree, Gio?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, yeah.
But it's a spiritual. It's more of a spiritual light hologram, because we can make like hologram out of like light as we know light, but then like that's the physical light as compared to like the spiritual light. And I know I'm like bullshitting even using a term like that, you know, because I don't really understand what I'm even saying. But just to put it in the best way possible, reality is a spiritually holographic fractal, not like a photon or whatever, even ether sort of, you know, physical fractal. Reality is like a spiritual light fractal.
Yeah, it makes me think of toroidal fields, like multiple different toroidal fields, and whether you would say the toroidal field is surrounding the body or our actual soul is a toroidal field. There's all those ideas, but when you then have toroidal fields within toroidal fields, and they're all fractal holographic mirrors of each other, and even though they're seemingly separate, they're also one and the same with the whole, and each one contains the whole. Like the part contains the whole, and the whole contains the part.
Yeah, which physically makes no sense. You have to have a broad conceptual imagination to envision such a understanding. But I'm there with you, where the part contains the whole, which sounds so physically impossible, you know? But it's sort of like DNA, right? Where like all the information of the parent is within the child in a sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's interesting too. Yeah, the ideas of how like memory that's stored is all fractal. It's like holographically fractal through time as well. Then you get into that whole factor of like the lineage of the physical reproduction, but then how that correlates with the actual like spiritual memories, and then you get like DNA and these like more the idea of like Rupert Sheldrake's like morphic fields or morphogenetic fields, which is the idea like I don't know how much he brought in ether. It'd be amazing to actually combine his morphogenetic fields. I mean, basically, morphogenetic fields that Rupert Sheldrake talked about is a function of the ether. He just had a name for it, essentially. But then you get those etheric fields that are actually containing the memory itself, which then gets mirrored into the physical through that almost like a holographic imprinting into the physical. And then that's all fractal down the line.
Yeah, I think energy, as far as like my like spiritual view on reality goes, the best way I have to describe like energy is in the sense like imagining that we're all in God's mind. I would like because the best way, like merely life is but a dream, right? Whose dream? God's dream. And so then we have all these physical terminologies. We have like matter, we have energy, temperature, space, time, all that, right? And we have all these physics terminologies to relate to the philosophy that like we're inside of, merely God's dream. And if I were to try to make a one-to-one comparison of energy, which is something non-physical, it's like what do we even mean when we say energy, right? I'd say to approach that from the perspective I described before about God's dream, or God's consciousness, I would most comfortably compare physical energy to God's will, right? Because why does something happen? Because it was willed to happen, right? There was willpower behind it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, well, why did this physical operation happen? Because the energy was directed and focused in this manner. And it's like, well, I mean, like there was the intention or the desire or like the movement, motivation behind it. And to me, that all boils down to like will, because it's subtly different than desire. You know, it's very subtly different than desire. And will is a very hard word to describe, even in psychology. You know, like what is a person's will? Especially if it has nothing to do with their physical movement. Because imagine your dream, right? And tell me, I'm about to rant some more, but tell me if you're interested. You interested in the last part of my rant?
Yeah, I mean, I'm listening. Yeah, I was waiting. Go
ahead.
I
I just wondered if I was crossing a line with my rant going on too long. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a direct question. Okay. So, say you have a dream tonight, and whatever happens, okay, doesn't matter. Let's just put it. It doesn't even matter if it's like first person perspective or whatever. You dream any dream at all. Now, wouldn't you agree that whatever happens in that dream, at the core root of why it happened, is because you willed it to happen? Because you can't.
Well, I guess that gets into. I mean, that's the idea of lucid dreaming. I mean, some people do seem to experientially experience dreams as if it's happening to them. That is fairly common, like in the phenomenology of the experiential features of it, when people, that it was happening to them. And then of course, some people do feel some level of free will, or it's interesting because some dreams, it's like you feel like who you are in your life now, you feel like that person, but then there's other types of dreams where people don't even feel like it was them, like they're just a person, or they're just some entity. Maybe they're even an animal or something else entirely. But yeah, then there is that lucid dreaming where you then, like, your will is, in a sense, like freely available to then create whatever you want.
Your will be done, right? Your will be done, right?
Yeah. Well, and ultimately in lucid dreaming, like to become lucid to that point, that's part of the idea of it, is to get into a mind state where you realize you're in a dream, and then that you can literally create anything you want. So if you want to create forests and rolling mountains, you can literally just go boom and just instantly create that. And then you could create any environment or whatever you would want, whatever, with the physical world, as it were, in the dream. What looks physical in the dream, but you're just making it.
All right, those are great points, but I really want to hammer down the point I was making, and I'm looking for a yes or a no if you disagree. But I think this is pretty rock solid that everyone should just give a simple nod of agreement here. If someone punches you in the face in reality, you'd say, "Well, I didn't decide for that to happen." Right? Like, they decided for that to happen. And I'm not trying to get into the weeds here or make any sort of deeper point yet. That, like, let's all just be practical. Let's all just be very practical here and say, I'm walking down the street and someone punches me in the face in reality, in waking life reality. Well, that was because of their will, not mine. I didn't will them to put that was their independent will, right? So that's because you're in this world of, like, shared, like, authority where, you have your say and they have theirs, and you say, don't punch me in the face, and they say, well, I don't care what you say, I don't care what you wish to happen, I don't care what you will, I'm going to do it anyways because I have my own free will. But the thing about a dream is that nothing in your dream is someone else. Everything in your dream is you. So whatever happens in your dream is because that's what you decided to happen. Right. Now, it may be unconsciously. I'm sorry, not because that doesn't. Unconscious is a make-believe word that doesn't exist. What happens in your dream may be subconsciously decided, but don't pretend that your subconscious isn't you. It's still you. That's you. So anything that happens in your dream, that happens, even if you have a dream where someone punches you in the face, you are the one who decided for that experience to happen. Because in your dream, you are God and your will be done. Nothing happens outside of your will.
Yeah, in a sense. Yeah. So if you were in a lucid dream and you wanted to create let's just say a car accident. I know it sounds kind of gruesome to think of wanting to create that. However, people play video games and they crash cars all the time. So, anyways, but if you wanted to create that in your dream, then yeah, like in theory, well, not necessarily in theory, but just from what you're saying there, it would be you doing it all. So you'd create the people in the one car, the people in the other car, whatever, they have an accident, whatever it may be. And in that case, yeah, you are kind of doing it to yourself. It reminds me of, I don't know if you guys know Ace McLeod is. Shout out to Ace McLeod. But he says this thing like he's it's very hilarious the way he says it. Where it's like this particular experience. I won't even repeat it the best way that he says it, but just to finish, because it was kind of links into what you're saying. He talks about like if somebody punches you, it's actually like you punching yourself on like a different timeline. In a way, like from a different, like you get into like past life, future life, that kind of concept. That's kind of the way he was describing, almost like Mandela effect, but in this way, like the way he describes it. Like I said, I'm not repeating exactly the way he does, but it just like where someone punches you and it's like literally you punching yourself in another life. So it's like it's all you ultimately. So it just reminds me of what you were saying.
Or maybe you're getting punched by somebody else.
No, I hear where you're coming from, but then like it's super hard to have conversations where time and space are thrown out the window, which they rightfully should be at the highest level. And so I see where he's coming from and how he is correct.
Well, I guess it's like the idea like there are no victims in this idea that we're, you know what I mean? Like if it's all you, if it's all God, if it's all one, there are no victims. It's all self-administered.
There's no one
yeah.
There's no one to blame but yourself, right?
Well, or there's just even nothing. Yeah, nothing to blame at all. But like no one's at fault. Like because it's a choice to create both sides of it. Almost like if you're in your dream and you're creating a car accident, like even though somebody might have been in fault, if you zoom in, like, oh yeah, they turned the wrong way or they didn't put their blinker on or whatever, there is like a fault in that way. But if you're creating all of it, then no one is just a victim that something happened to them, meaning there was intention and purpose and a meaningful desire to create that, whatever experience it may be, which is kind of wild to then take that to the level of think about all the suffering humans go through. I mean, dying, accidents, all the different traumas, all these things humans go through. To think that actually the creator is, God in that sense, is wanting that to occur, every part of it, even like getting sick or getting cancer or being in a car accident, any of these things that's actually what the creator wants to create. Like it's actually wanting to do that. Just like somebody in a video game wants to do what, drive a car off a cliff or whatever. In that same way, the creator is actually wanting it to happen and it's all intentioned.
Let me put it a different way in the form of a question to you. So imagine you are invincible. Okay, you are completely indestructible. In fact, unchangeable. You are just like immutable to change. But also, take away any of like your like enjoyable senses. You can't feel pain. You can't feel pleasure. All you can do is be aware, and it has no effect on you because you are completely immutable of change. Okay, but you are the only being, and also you have superpowers. You can do anything you want. Like if you look at a planet, it explodes. If you say it explodes, you can create a planet just by looking in space and say let there be a planet, and there is a planet. You say let that thing explode, and now take away all other life. There's no such thing as life. There is just matter, okay? There's you floating in empty space and all these planets and stars around you. And you're the only thing conscious that exists in the entire universe. So I dare you to tell me something wrong you could do. Could you sin? Could you do something bad? Could you do something evil? You as an immortal with every power possible, but you're the only thing alive.
Maybe I would ultimately no, but because it's all you in that sense. But I would say that you would be able to create a set of circumstances by which there is good and evil, and then create the like baseline for that, and then play the two protagonists, as it were, or play the protagonist and play out these roles, which is why I think you can experience any of that stuff. Like even the experience of being a victim, that could be real. Like walking down the street and someone just jumps you and they rob you and they stab you and you're like, oh my God, I didn't even know that person, right? And that stuff does happen, crazy stuff like that. And so in that scenario, like it seems like you were just completely a victim, and that can be an experience, but is that the ultimate truth?
No, but do you understand what I'm saying? That if you're the only thing, if you're the only person alive, like you're the last, you're the only living being in all of existence, but
Yeah.
you're also immortal. You can't die, and you have superpowers. All that exists is just you and you alone in a universe. Well, who cares if you make or create a planet? Okay, blow that up. Like it doesn't make a difference. Like it's as if meaning or value only exists between like it takes two for meaning to exist, or for like values or morals to exist. And there has to be a difference between your wishes and this other being's wishes. If you're the only conscious living existing being in the entire universe, there is no such thing as good and bad or right and wrong or sin and virtue or whatever. Like if you're the but as soon as there's someone else, though, because it takes a second person for you to do something and for them to say, "Oh, I don't want you to do that." Now, once there's there has to be a person, there has to be a second person, and there has to be a disagreement between you and them.
Exactly.
For good and bad, or right and wrong, or blessing or sin, or curse or spell, or to exist.
Or
If
even
you're
an
the only
agreement, right? Even if they even agreed on something, that means that the thing opposite what they agreed upon would be the evil.
Exactly. Yeah, it's and this is a sort of relativity, because relativity has to have relatives. I mean, like me and my cousin, me and my uncle, we're relatives. It takes two for thing, but it is relative to an extent. But if there is, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say, but there is like evil, though. I would say at the same time, like that is a thing, but
Only if there's two people, though. It takes two conscious beings for value to exist.
Right, there has to be a judgment. The judgment is
Yeah.
what's causing evil.
I suppose, yeah. And there does have to be a structure for it. Like one thing, like I would just say, doing certain like something I might define as evil of, just outwardly hurting someone else, or just causing, whatever it may be.
Exactly. Someone else.
Poisoning.
Someone else is the key word.
Right. Like, I know that's the thing. So you have like, if the way you were describing it, like just being in, this
alone.
Alone, infinite consciousness being that can create anything. Yeah, like
there's no right or wrong in that sense. It takes a second. It takes an other to judge you, to have feelings about what you do, and decide if they agree or disagree.
Well, this is why I think of karma, like the way I see it, like a law of karma, let's say, like that idea. The idea of it being a law is that it's actually it's a creation of some kind of structure, the way that, things fall in the physical world, or helium rises, things like that. But if it's like a law of karma in this sense, then in my mind, in that sense, the creator would have decided, okay, I'm going to let's just say putting it in sequential order, just for the discussion's sake. So okay, I'm going to create this karmic law, this structure, stealing from people is wrong, and raping people is wrong, and all this kind of stuff, that many of us know is wrong, and the whole just morals and ethics and all that. But it all is intertwined. But if you just have the karma itself, that would then create the, sort of, I was going to say the bias or whatever, but that would sort of create the polarity between what is good and positive in that sense, and then something that's negative and harmful. So something that's productive of life and life-giving on the positive, versus life detracting, like life enhancing versus life detracting, and all of the things that go along with that, light and dark, and then, then you get into like greed and, all these other emotions and these like things, sins that would then drive those things. So I guess what I was just trying to say ultimately though, because we're talking about the kind of like meta level of it, which is that if you were first just undifferentiated consciousness, just pure consciousness, if you then created the karmic law, then you would start creating like separate units of consciousness, whether we call those souls or beings or whatever, that would then play out those karmic laws. And so on that level, you do have good and evil and light and dark and all that, all the life enhancing versus life detracting. But on a more zoomed out level, it is all love and it's all part of that initial being. It's just played out through itself in these polarities, and then there's evil and good, and then there's good and bad, and then perhaps we're all like involved in that layer of it.
Right, but the thing is, we're taking concepts that we learn throughout our own life and applying it to this hypothetical being that lives out there and has always lived out there, all by itself. All right, and if it's always lived all by itself, it doesn't have these notions that we've got through just being, right, and living in the way that we live.
Not ultimately.
If there was
arbitrarily, it can.
I don't know. I mean, think about this. If there was a being out there, and it was all by itself, and it was just chilling by itself, right? It wouldn't develop this type of knowledge we have about what's good and wrong to start with, right? And I mean, if you really think about what it would develop, is like, it will wake up and it will be like, you know what, I'm alive, but there's nothing else. So that's the only thought it would have.
This is where the game comes in. Okay, this is where playing a game comes in, because the thing about a game is that when you're playing a game, the rules are self-imposed. Okay, like there's a difference between like laws of physics and rules of a game, because you can't defy the laws of physics. You are shackled in an impenetrable, inescapable prison. Okay, that like I know that like you can break the law in the legal system, but just humor me in the sense of defining law as unbreakable rules. Okay, law are the rules that are unbreakable. Okay, but then rules are like things you can break, but you voluntarily subject yourself to operating within, right? And so reality has laws, but games have rules. And the undifferentiated consciousness, the law says it can do anything, but this is where the one undifferentiated consciousness says, I'm going to play a game, right? I'm going to impose like self-imposed restrictions that this is the way any person or group of kids or any group of humans like has fun with each other.
Yeah,
right?
That's what games are. Like soccer, you don't use your hands, you kick the ball.
Right,
so
yeah.
There's always some limitation that creates. No, I agree with you with everything you're saying. Yeah, it does seem like as part of the creation process would be to be like, like you create.
Even though I could, I'll impose restrictions upon myself. No one's forcing me to, right? There is no higher power forcing me to do this.
I mean, I think that's what we are right now. We are part of that one mind that we've like forgotten who we really maybe are, or we've forgotten some part of it, and we're in some limited part of it, but we chose to put ourselves in it.
We chose it. Yeah, it all points. All right, like listen, okay, Gio, you and I are with each other. Like I understand you and I are on the same understanding of this concept. But I just want to point out that this is us imposing like our highest, and I think we have achieved this level, our highest level of trying to relate to the source of all. You know, like, and there is a sort of like humility I will always admit, where it says, okay, there's nothing that makes more sense to me than what we just came to understand between each other, but the difference between like laws and rules. That's my highest level of understanding, and I don't think that I have the capability to go beyond it. But I do think that the true source of it all is beyond my understanding. So I feel like we've gone as far as we as humans can, and I feel accomplished in that sense. But I also don't think that we figured it all out, because there's something more than our ability to understand.
Right,
You know?
Fundy. So what's interesting though
Yeah.
is you talk about like a god, right? So the interesting
Yeah, but
about,
I hate.
the
Yeah,
interesting
go
about
ahead.
what you were saying though is like, if there is a God and there's one universal God that created everything, right? Whether it be this universe, as multiverses, whatever the fuck, right? Let's say there's one God that created everything, which is the encompassingness of existence. When he first got created, he would probably be in the same situation you just talked in, where you wake up and there's nothing, and it's interesting to ponder, like, if the moment God created, or got created, if you want, how did he come up with this whole right and wrong thing if he was surrounded with nothing?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the point I was just speaking towards. There is our very talented ability. Like everyone in this room having this conversation right now, I think we have reached the pinnacle in this conversation of rationalizing and using logic to reach as high as we can. But I think the truest of answers behind the truest of truths. I don't think we're capable of getting there through conversation or even introspection. I'm saying congratulations to all of us. I think we've figured out as much as people can figure out, but I just don't think that we have the ability to solve the mystery. I just think that we have the ability to to discover 90 out of 100 clues. We found all the clues, guys. We found all the clues, but that doesn't mean we can solve the case.
Well, it reminds me of that word ineffable, which the word ineffable means like essentially too, like something that really can't even be put into words. Like so often when people have like very powerful mystical experiences that are completely consciousness transcendent on multiple levels, where one's consciousness that looks like it's the physical world and you're a human, can be transcended way beyond this entire level to where. And that word ineffable is often used, in the sense that something that just surpasses the ability to even be put into words. All you can do is maybe point to it or point in its direction or give some inflection towards, but never be able to fully,
that is beautiful, Gio. Yeah, and I say this all the time. Point in its direction. I can't hold your hand and walk with you side by side to it and say, here it is, right in front of us. It's on the other side of the rainbow. It's beyond the horizon. All we can do is just point. We can't even point to it. We can only point in its direction. That's beautifully put.
I think part of the reason why it's beyond our horizon is our understanding of time, right? Like, we're trying to answer this question as though time works the same way for that being that was just born into existence as it does for us, right? And and if you think about it, if time worked the way it works for us, that's at the point where it makes sense that someone wakes up and goes, wait, what the fuck? There's nothing around. Who am I? Right? But if time doesn't work that way, and this person that gets born into existence
what is being that gets brought into existence is a being that lives, in a dimension different than ours, where time isn't linear, right? It's more of a point. Then at that point, the moment it wakes up, it's already known everything that's happened.
Mm-hmm.
And
I know that's a wild paradox too. Like, if this creator existed outside of time before any of the quote unquote before, but see, even that implies being a human and thinking about time.
Exactly.
But even like, let's just say it exists in a timeless, eternal state, then all of this would, by definition,
ineffable.
Yeah, one of all of this that we're experiencing, every little emotion, detail, experience of every single human that's ever lived, every single ant and bug and animal and everything that's ever existed is all existing, quote unquote, in one eternal moment, but somehow is being fractionated into these different experiential modalities. Like my life is an experiential modality of what I go through and you go through, and everyone who lives their life, we're like in some portion of it. And when we're in it, we can see, like, have the sense of time and we experience that. But from the perspective that it all is existing eternally, then like the future of my life is already known. It's already set in stone in a sense. But I just am in a mode where I haven't experienced it yet, but it does actually already exist beyond. And that maybe the creator is wanting to experience it through me, through you, through all of us as a limited component to have that kind of dance with itself in a sense, or to have that experiential reality be something.
Yeah, and this is interesting, right?
This is why I trust you. Go ahead.
It's interesting because like this thing we're talking about, it's not just like some shit we're talking about in a Discord room. There's a bunch of physicists out there questioning the same shit we're talking about.
This is the shit. This is the shit, man. And this is why. This is why I'll go ahead and say, Geo. This is why I trust you. Okay, like what you just said. Like, this is the hardest corner. Like some people may have a inkling of an idea of this, but like you put it into articulate expression. I mean, you said it so clearly, better than I ever could just a second ago. And I trust anyone who can express an idea like what you just did, and that goes for everyone in the room. Everyone in the room right now, I just say, like, I trust you, because it requires a very like clear, conscious, like introspective and also outrospective sort of just on it. Like there's an honesty to this conversation. I think that, like, if you aren't willing to be as open-minded and honest and reflective as possible, I just don't think you're even gonna understand at all anything of what we've said, in the past hour or whatever. And so, I wish for everyone to kind of understand where we're coming from. We might be wrong, but it's pretty incredible for all of us to be super wrong, but all be on the same page with each other about what I'd say pretty much the deepest topic discussable. I would consider what we're on right now the highest level of discussion on this topic, and a liar who lies to himself, I don't think can get to this level or this point of conversation. So I think it just says a lot about all of you guys that we're all understanding each other.
It's not like it. You're kind of making out like everyone in the room's like super special or something like that.
I would say you are. I would hope this. I would hope this for everyone.
I get it, but like I don't think we're some unique group of people that are fucking super amazing or anything like that. We're just
me either. This conversation we're having right now, has happened a million times in history. This same conversation we're having right now has happened 2,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago. I'm sure of it, right? Like we're not the first
reason I bring
ones.
that up, man, is because a lot of there's people out there when they jump into flat Earth, they think they're part of a group that's got some amazing truth nobody else does. I just want to point out that we're just talking about regular shit.
Yeah, it's just the regular shit. But in today's world, it's hard to center yourself and just be honest and open and with wide eyes, looking clearly and sober. And like I'm not telling you guys you're anything special. I'm just saying, like you're coming close to, we're all living up to somewhat of our potential, which is
I say we're talking about regular shit, right? But imagine bring up this type of conversation at a dinner fucking table.
Well, that's never gonna happen.
Well, I mean, a lot of this is kind of like, to me, like these are very like transcendent levels of like the octaves of coming to some thoughts and understanding of what this all is. There's
it's the end of the road.
Yeah, of what the nature of consciousness is. Yeah, it's like kind of that discovery process that everyone in a sense is going through some process of either coming to terms with or understanding of the nature of things. And of course, some people think deeper about it than others and so on, but I think it's still something that probably everybody has pondered and many do regularly. But there's this term called Tat Tvam Asi, and it's like Sanskrit, but it comes from the Upanishads and essentially can be translated as like thou art that. Thou art that.
So you are.
Essentially, it's almost translated as like that you are. You are it. Thou art that. Like
it
you
kind
are.
of blows your mind, right? To think about what it means.
I am, right? I am. Thou art that. And what's the difference between that and this? Like at this point, like honestly, at this point, we should all just recognize we're just like we already reached the end of the road. Any further conversation on this, which I encourage, I definitely want to just like have fun and continue this conversation. But honestly, guys, we reached the end of the road of that sort of philosophical line of thinking. We got there. We got to the end. I think of getting to the bottom. Like it's sort of like that Russian borehole thing. Like we dug as far into the crust as we can.
I thought
we didn't get to the center of the earth.
Honestly,
and we can't.
Fundy, I thought that we literally just got here, and now what we discussed further is going deeper into it. I don't understand why you're capping it at here.
Yeah, because I've definitely got some questions and inquiries. Like, there's a lot more that would be involved in terms of like why this creative principle is doing this. Let's say, like, what is there? Is there a purpose?
That's backtracking.
Is there a teleological, like a goal-oriented dynamic to it, like a teleology?
Yeah, no, we already addressed like okay, so check this out, guys. Say all of humanity just like has amnesia, okay, and we all live in a village, okay? What? All of humanity lives in a village, and we all have amnesia. We have no idea who we are, where we're at, and our village has this one road leading into it. Okay, we say, oh wow, there's this road leading into our village that we all live in. And so you and I, all of us here, we said, well, this road leads into our village, but where does this road begin? So we leave our village and we start walking down the road. We walk and we walk and we walk and we walk. It's a lot of hard work. We've all done a lot of hard work to come to where we're at right now. We've all walked down the road, and all we were focused on was getting to the end of the road. Well, I'm telling you, we got to the end of the road. It just ends, and there's a wall, and there's no going further than the road. But what we might have missed was looking left and right and enjoying the sightseeing to the left and right side of the road as we aim towards getting to the end of it. We already got to the end of it. Now we can backtrack and take in this, like, the scenery along that road. But what I'm telling you is that there's the conclusions we all kind of agree on. We got, like, give yourself some credit, guys. We got to the end of the road. We didn't necessarily take in all the sightseeing to the left and right and appreciate the beauty and the nuance that was involved in it. We got to the end. Now, all we're going to do in this conversation is backtrack to where we were, where we started from, and describe the details along the path.
Right. Well, here's the thing, though, right? Like, you're pretty young, right? And you've got this understanding you got right now. And now to say that you understand it all, right?
No, I don't understand it all.
Can you imagine, though? Can you imagine?
I got to the end.
From now,
I didn't take it. I didn't smell the roses, though. I got to the end of the road, but I didn't smell all the roses along the sides of the path.
Right, but I'm just saying, 40 years from now, you're gonna understand this shit.
No, I don't. No, I'm not gonna disagree. I'm not gonna disagree with what we said tonight already.
No, I mean, what I'm saying, though, 40 years from now, though, you may look back at what we're talking about right today and say this was complete bullshit.
I don't think so.
Let me, if you guys don't mind, if I could just read these couple sentences here, because what we're talking about, like this type of discussion that we just had, and I find it just infinitely fascinating in terms of the. It's almost, to me, it's like a diamond that's reflecting all these different fractal. Like there's such a deep potential of what, and for me myself, what it means for my own spiritual journey and understanding and trying to come to understanding of the nature of my being as well. But I just wanted to read this. This is a book written by Stanislav Grof. The name is called The Cosmic Game: Explorations of the Frontiers of Human Consciousness. And essentially, here, I'll just read this. It's just these couple paragraphs, because this whole book basically discusses a lot of what we just discussed and people's experiential of it as well. So, okay, I'll just read this. The Cosmic Game discusses the broadest philosophical, metaphysical, and spiritual insights gleaned in Grof's research concerning human nature and reality, addressing the most fundamental question human beings have asked about the nature of existence since time immemorial. Insights from research into non-ordinary states of consciousness portray existence as an astonishing play of the cosmic creative principle that transcends time, space, linear causality, and polarities of every kind, and suggests an identity of the individual psyche in its furthest reaches with the universal creative principle and the totality of existence. This identity of the human being with the divine is the ultimate secret that lies at the core of all great spiritual traditions.
That is exactly what we discovered in our conversation, and we nailed it. Like we didn't stray from that path. Our conversation, step by step, covered everything you just said. We discussed, we dissected every single thing you just read, and that was beautiful, by the way. He really put it into an articulate, distilled manner there, all in just a couple of sentences. But our conversation tonight covered all of those things, and you're very correct to bring that quote up. That was an amazing quote. But there wasn't a single thing that he said that we didn't already get to the bottom of. We did that. We did it, guys. Like, I mean, like this happens a lot for me, okay, guys? Like, this sort of conversation that gets to the end of the road, like, I've done this plenty of times before. That's why, like, and I'm sure you guys have too. That's why we're also experienced and quick to elaborate on each other's points. Like we all got it. We all have done exactly what Gio just quoted. We went as far as we could, and we realized, well, that's the end. And I'm telling you, any conversation we have on this topic now, carrying forward, is just backtracking, which isn't a bad thing. It's not at all a bad thing to backtrack. But all we're doing is walking backwards down the road we already got to the end of, and just indulging in the pleasures of the scenery of the path that we already completed. Because now we can just, it's pretty much just a circle jerk, not in a bad way, but when you okay. So have you ever had a video game that you completed, right? You beat the game, but just because you beat the video game, that doesn't mean you're done playing that game. I mean, if you're not a video game player, it may not make sense to you.
No, I think I get the vibe of like where you're coming from, because what we were discussing there for a couple moments there, that is like getting to some of these questions and potential answers to the nature of our being on these very deep levels, in terms of like the oneness versus the individuality, and just this transcendent part of our being, eternal, that is then splitting itself into all of these different units of consciousness, as it were, or individual kind of fractal parts of it in that sense. So that is, I do see what you're saying. Like we reached, like in the archetypal astrological realm, Neptune is this principle, like that principle of like complete mystical oneness. That's why it's connected to water, like the oneness and unity of water.
Mm-hmm.
So like Neptunian experiences are when you like transcend all of these, like one of the Neptune archetype components is where it's like transcendent of all boundaries, of all limitations, to that infinity as well, like that, the infinite state. And so I do know what you mean, that it's like in that, the way that we were discussing that, it's like, it's like brushing up upon that like deep unifying structure or matrix of consciousness by which all manifestation comes from. And so when you're at that level, not to say that we're all like experiencing it at its peak right now in our human bodies, but the discussion of it and the ability to even kind of, like we were saying before, like point towards it, or like put it even into words, or even try to, does reach that kind of almost like an ultimate level of reality that, is, in my viewpoint, like the core of our being, that is eternal, and is like at that unified state where everything comes back down to that kind of singular oneness.
Yeah, man. Really the way I'm describing it, though, is that we started at some point in the conversation tonight, and we're not doing what we once were tonight. Just half an hour ago, okay? Just half an hour ago, we all started at some point, and then we built upon each other, right? We were asking ourselves critical, logical questions, and we said, well, if that's true, then this is true. Well, if that's true, then this is true. And we all built upon each other, sharing our statements and building upon each other. And then we all met at a final conclusion. Now, it wasn't a statement, but it was a level of understanding. Us three or four or whatever, we reached that. And we reached a point in building upon each other, and then met at a certain point at the top where there was nothing further to be said that actually takes any of us to the next level.
The only thing for me, though, I do hear you on that, but I guess I almost, like Branch was saying, that he feels like he just got, I almost feel a little more like Branch, like we just got here, meaning that like there's so much more. Like that's why I jokingly kind of said I have so many more questions, like about further components of it. And to me, like there's still knowledge and wisdom that I don't have, that I would like to come in contact with, or to rejoin myself with. Like Like, to me, I ultimately
Exactly.
feel like it's like a huge remembrance process, and I have definitely not remembered it all yet. That's for sure. So there's a lot more. Even if the principle of what we're saying is indeed the layer foundation of reality in this sense, like talk about the creator and that kind of foundational level, whatever mode I'm in is still in a journey that, you know, in one way contains limitation and then the potential to fill the gaps of that limitation. So that's why I feel like it's like, in a sense, there's so much more to it all than just, but I know that you would agree with that too, but you're kind of just saying that we tapped upon like that potential of that like ultimate level.
Yeah, we climbed to the top of the skyscraper, but the way we did it was climbing a ladder on the outside of the building. Our conversation we just had climbed a ladder on the external, or the exterior of a skyscraper. We climbed straight up the ladder, and we got to the top of the building.
Right.
Now, because we still have questions, now we're gonna
I can't believe you
walk.
backed
Hold on, Witchcraft, you got a hot mic. I didn't know if that was Branch.
Now all there is to do.
Witchcraft.
Yeah.
That looked like a bear's earring.
Hey, Witchman.
I'll just move him to the hot mic room. I thought that was Branch, but yeah. Go ahead.
Anyways, our conversation was similar to all of us climbing up a ladder on the exterior of a skyscraper. We got to the rooftop of the skyscraper in our conversation, and there is no higher level. There is a sky above us. There is more room, but the ladder stops at human capability. We can only climb so high.
See, I mean, the next steps are actually experiencing it directly, and that's
the next steps, which was what we're doing, is we climbed upon the exterior of their skyscraper all the way to the top because we're there with each other. Now we enter the doorway on the center rooftop of the skyscraper, and we're gonna walk down the stairs in the innards, the internal stairs of the skyscraper, and we're gonna have our fun walking down. Say it's 100-story skyscraper. We're gonna walk down to the 99th floor, look around. We're gonna get our fill of that. Then we're gonna go down one stair level and look around at that. It's our playground at this point. We conquered the skyscraper. Now it's our plaything to explore whatever level of it we wish to. And that's where it just comes to just enjoyment at this point. At this point, now that we've all reached the top, now we can just go ahead and just discuss and play around on whatever level we want beneath it. But
it does have huge implications. I mean, if you are it is you, you are, thou art that, then essentially one then has to come to terms with the fact that it's actually purposefully creating all of this, and that it's not just a victimhood or, we're just randomly evolved on this, sphere in outer space or whatever, or even like the idea of like, the liars or whatever, these controllers like lying to us or whatever. Even from that level, it's like, it even recontextualizes that. So for example, it could go from someone thinking, oh, there's all these evil people out there, these entities, and they're lying to our kids, and it's terrible. That kind of rhetoric, which I understand that too. It is horrible that there's lies and that shit's happening and all that. So I understand that perspective of it. I'm not putting that down. However, to think about what we were talking about tonight, it could potentially recontextualize that whole type of perspective, where you then have to say, or then would say, okay, well, actually, those liars or those Illuminatis or whatever you want to call them, those, elite families and the Freemasons, all these different things, the controllers, even you get into like Hitler, like what, all these things are you. And so the evil Illuminati, whatever, that's lying and controlling the world, wait a minute, they actually are you as well. They're not an outside entity that's just some evil thing that's fucking with everyone. I mean, it is that on the experiential level in some way, because they're starting wars and GMO foods and all that stuff. But on a much higher transcendent level, it would be you, us, you, whatever you want to call it, playing it all out within itself.
You're so right.
Therefore, it is you. You are it. Now, that doesn't mean you still don't want to be someone still might want to be a force for good and for truth and all that. Doesn't mean, for me, it wouldn't mean like, oh, then who cares? Just be evil. I wouldn't do that. Like, I wouldn't think that, oh, it's all me. I think that's what they do. That's what they do. I think is they think they are God and they can do the evil because they're it. It doesn't, I think they have something like that too. So I'm not really saying that per se, but it's more just like, so I still think you could be a force for good and all that, but also just having an understanding that it is all within this whole creationary system, and it all has like a certain intention, purpose, and even has love behind it. Because I think even like evil actually is fueled by love. It's just like a twisted form of it. So there's that idea too, that it's actually all love as well. So that's that. But yeah, it would like potentially could like recontextualize that, going from the victim of all these evil dictators or whatever into like some more of a philosophical or spiritual understanding of why that's happening and what role you're playing in it. And then to me, that's what gets back to karma as well, like that kind of foundational layer.
I mean, so Gio, it could be Gio, right? It's just the time that we're living in, right? So, maybe God does have a plan where everybody's living peacefully. But what we're going through right now, just necessary evils to get to that plan.
That's a nice optimistic thought. But there's one thing to address Gio's last point specifically that I found within myself, right? Because we all reached the top of the skyscraper. Now it's time to go examine all 99 floors of it, and I've done that. We all have. But to address what you just said, Gio, I have like my current situation. Our current situation is that here we are, and there's people who, let's admit it, know more than us. And they're keeping what they know to themselves. And we are handicapped by them occulting and hiding the truth from us. And we are truth seekers who desire and seek to find the truth. Now, here's the hardest thing. Here's where it really addresses what you're saying. If I ever defeated my largest enemies, right? The secret societies, the wisdom keepers, the occult mystery schools, whoever, the Illuminati, whoever is like keeping this knowledge private to themselves, if I ever completely uncovered and defeated them and came to understand all the secrets that they kept from me, I would also keep, and I don't know how to get around this. This is the dilemma. If I ever learned all the truth and secrets that they withhold from me, I would also choose to withhold it from the masses. Meaning, if I ever defeated the enemies that are keeping me in a state, if I ever defeated the knowers who are keeping me in a state of ignorance, and I defeated them and I learned all their secrets, I would also keep what I learned a secret.
Why?
And
that's what I was asking. Like, why? Like, because I mean, well, okay. I guess real quick, I would just say if you're going to do that, then you're in the same karmic conundrum they are, is what I would then say. Because
I am. I don't know how to escape it. And if you put yourself in these shoes, okay, so you learn the deepest truths, all the secrets that the societies that hide okay, so let me put it this way. We are the ignorant and the controllers are the knowers, right?
Not really. They're just hijackers. They don't really know
Okay,
anything.
okay.
I mean, we can know way more than them. No, they don't. Well, that goes into a larger question of who they are and whatever. But I kind of see it more like they've just usurped the world. They've just taken shit. So they've just hijacked, stolen, genocide. We can get into like the whole idea of a great reset happening in the 1800s and orphanages and floods and fires and all that.
Let's say
So there's
knowledge
a
is
lot of
power.
like layers and levels of that. But from the perspective that these people that are quote unquote the controllers, whatever you want to call them, I don't think they are these all-knowing, knowledgeable. They've just hijacked and stolen. Now they have hijacked and stolen a lot of the, sort of scriptures and documents and things from the past. So yeah, like that gets in the idea of like what they have in the Vatican, like locked in down there. So I mean, they may have access to all that, and I'm sure they have like looked at a lot of that. But I think this like truth is really within us all, and they don't really own it either. But yeah, I do think they've done a big hijacking. But I don't even think they have all the knowledge. Even if they read it, they might not really embody it either. Like they might not really understand what it even means. Like they may have hijacked a bunch of ancient scriptures from the ancient Vedics that are talking about very high level mystical knowledge, and they can read it, and that they're in a twisted state to where they're in their Luciferian whatever, and it just doesn't even matter. Now maybe they've tried to incorporate some of that stuff, but it doesn't mean that they've even embodied it or even have that knowledge fully. But that's all somewhat speculation. I mean, it's
but check it out, right? Check it out. So there's knowledge on how to heal, and there's knowledge on how to kill, right? Knowledge is knowledge, and knowledge is power, and knowledge can be applied either way, and you are not in control of anyone else but yourself. Okay, so you defeat and you expose, or in a personal journey, you infiltrate a secret cabal that hypothetically exists, that are just so wise, or not wise, but so knowledgeable of the knowledge of good and evil. Okay, and of course you will choose to apply your knowledge, which you can never learn anything that doesn't have the application to be good or evil. Knowledge is just knowledge. Nuclear power submarines, or nuclear powered whatever city blocks to feed the homeless, or also nuclear weapons or whatever, right? Knowledge is knowledge. It can be applied either way. You can't call knowledge a good thing. It's just information.
I mean,
so
I guess
there. One sec, please. So
you got to let other people get in. I mean, I think Branch Fairley wants to speak as well.
Okay.
I mean, it is longer stretches, which I enjoy listening to as well, but it also makes it sometimes hard to keep the flow of one person.
I got to interrupt Geo because Geo just interrupted to allow Branch to interrupt. The fuck is happening, man?
No, I was just trying to,
It's fair. It's fair. You guys decide who to go first.
Okay. The only point I was trying to make was so this notion of evil that we're talking about, right? Like, I think there's certain evils that are necessary for society to flourish, right? And without them, society won't evolve, right? So let's put it this way, right? Like, think about it this way, like, let's say you have a petri dish full of different bacteria, right? And eventually they'll fight it out, and the bacteria that are left, let's say they're the ones that were superior, right? And they can therefore now live a decent life by themselves. Like, what if people are like that, where given enough time with this crazy shit that we have as humans today, right? If we just fight it out and do all this fucking evil, let's say over time we'll end up with a population that's going to be better, right? Because all the fucking assholes would have killed themselves. It's an odd way of thinking about it, right? But it's like, it's just a matter of time, right? What if
That's where I'm coming from.
the plan is for us to get to a good point, right? But
For us to get to a good point, we got to go through this bullshit.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick to Geo. Geo, if you ever got your hands on the super wisdom, I would imagine, just like I'd imagine myself, I'd imagine you do this, make the same choice. That if wisdom is power, you wouldn't freely disperse and educate every single person and try to make every single person as knowledgeable as you are on the
Why not?
information you got your hands on.
Why not?
Because you know that everyone isn't as virtuous as you in their heart.
Well, I wouldn't just make that judgment and withhold information from people. I would never do
Oh,
that.
come on. Yes, you would. You would definitely withhold information from people. You don't want the information getting in the wrong hands. And there are wrong hands. That's a fact about reality. There's some fucked up individuals. You would
Well,
only,
I think if I were to hold back truth, if I were to hold back truth from others, then I would be one of those evil individuals. I'm not going to do that.
No, that's what you would do. It's what you would do, man. It really would be.
No way. I mean, I would say decentralization. I mean, it depends. Like if there's certain there's a difference between having like some private information about yourself, like your own, whatever, you're something that you're keeping private or confidential just for your own like mind or whatever. That's different. But I kind of get the vibe. What you're talking about is like knowledge or wisdom. Like, for example, if you could go to the basement of the Vatican and you could go to the plant herbal medicine section, like where, let's say from this idea where they've gone, they've hijacked and stolen a lot of the, Chinese medical knowledge and Ayurvedic and all that. And let's just say that there's certain writings there that talk about certain plants that heal certain ailments or whatever it may be, like some profound herbal medical knowledge that they've stolen from some ancient peoples, and they now have it in the basement of the Vatican. Are you saying that in kind of the vibe of what you're saying, that if you were to, break in there and you can make it out with, a handful of books or whatever you can take with you and you're fine, you can do it or whatever. You're trying to tell me that if you got that knowledge, you would not freely tell people of these medicinal herbs that help them? You're telling me that you would, in theory, decide to keep that hidden? You would occult it? You would occult it and be an occultist?
Let me answer that with a yes and a no. So, because I think you're being one-sided. So if I break into the Vatican Library and I read a book that says, here is a potion. Here's actually 2 ingredients on the left side of the book page. Here is a concoction that we can put into the water supply, and it will induce perfect health in all people who drink the water just from the tap of their faucet, right? And on the right side of the page, it says, here is within one sip, a concoction that will kill anyone within 1 second of drinking it. You will occult the right page and say, oh yeah, I will share the healing left side of the page of this book of the ingredients that can heal everyone to perfect health, but there's no way I'm releasing the right side of the page, a simple ingredient concoction that can kill anyone with 1 sip that anyone can perform, because all it takes is a few blades of grass, a fingernail clipping, and a drip of your blood from your finger. Just some simple ingredients. There's no way you are going to release. It's just information. Like I said, it's just information. You are going to share the information on the left side of simple ingredients that can bring everyone to full health, perfect health. And you are going to say, there is no way I am going to share the other side of the information, the page, where anyone could kill all of humanity in 1 day. You're going to hide certain facts because it's just information. You got one book page that says, here's the ingredients to kill all of humanity in 1 day. Here's all the ingredients to heal all of humanity in 1 day. They're both just information. You're going to choose to share part of the information and not share the other half of the information. And you will become the people who occult the knowledge that is your current enemy, just like I would. I would become my enemy. I would become the Illuminati, the one who keeps you all in ignorance, only saying you can't handle or I'm not going to let you know the full truth, because the truth is way too powerful to put in the hands of, you know, these people who might use it for wrongdoing.
But the truth one day is going to come out. Why not sooner than later?
Why would I expedite and what's the word?
Why not?
Why if I knew the information of how to kill everyone in the world within 1 hour of right now, why would I share that information? It would get into the wrong hands.
You kind of that's a twist on it for sure. If you're talking about some knowledge that could hurt people, that is different in a sense than
it's just information though, which means if you knew that information, you wouldn't share it, which means you are a wisdom occultist.
But you can choose not to share it, but not purposefully hide it. You know what I mean?
No,
there's a difference.
No, there's no difference.
You could okay, for example, if somebody walked into your house one day and gave you a recipe and said, "Oh my God, do you cook this potion up? You know, it does some terrible thing, it kills people, whatever it is." You could okay, you don't have to get on a loudspeaker and tell everyone how to make the potion or whatever, but you also could you don't have to hide it. You don't have to keep it a secret. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, you do.
I mean, you could try it out in a couple of cities in Japan.
Oh gosh, I think they already did that.
Geo, don't make information this good thing. Information is just information, and it can be used either way. Like come on, you'd know that if you learned a recipe to kill all of humanity within 1 minute of right now, you know that if you would keep that secret till your grave, till your death. You would not teach anyone because it might get in the wrong hands. It's just information, but you would be a person who would hide information from the rest of the world because
No, I would not.
can be dangerous.
I don't know how you can say what I would do because I would not do that.
Oh, come on, man. Tell me.
I would not hide any information like that. No.
Come on, man.
Hide it? Like purposefully occult it? No, definitely not. Not me.
Yes, come on.
Are you just saying me because you're projecting that you would, or what's the reason of saying I would? Like, are you also just saying Branch would? Are you just saying everyone would?
I'm projecting my humanity onto every human that exists.
So you assume that every human is evil and wants to occult information from other humans?
No, you occult it out of virtue. If you learn information on how to kill everyone with a snap of your fingers, or with a certain concoction you can make, or make a weapon easily, you're not going to put that information into the hands of everyone. You're only going to share that information with a certain select people, or maybe even just yourself. You're gonna keep that secret just to yourself for the rest till the day you die.
Well, that's why I was saying there's a difference in this scenario you've laid out. I would say there's a difference between purposefully occulting or hiding information from another, versus just choosing not to go tell the world.
There is no difference. That is synonymous.
Like if somebody came and gave me like a code to a bank safe or something, and they're like, dude, this is the code. I could be like, all right, that's the code. I'm not really gonna I could just shred it up and throw it in the trash, or I could just hide it somewhere and decide not to use it. Now that would actually be what you're saying. If you hide it and decided not to show it to anyone, I guess that would be occulting in a way. Although you're also just not choosing to do it. It just seems like that would be different than deciding not to go out and tell the world. Like you can keep some information private or whatever it may be without purposefully not occulting it. I don't know. There's a lot of like fine lines in this.
There are no fine lines. In fact, there are no lines at all. It is if you choose to know, if you know something and not share it, that means you are keeping it to yourself as a secret. That means you are hiding it from everyone's knowledge. It's just information. Everyone could know this, and you're choosing for everyone to not know this. And you're choosing.
Here's a question for you though. Then let's say you did hold on to that secret, and you was on your deathbed. You had 1 day to fucking live. Would you then tell someone?
You might tell someone, hey, there's something out there that can kill everyone in a minute, and please don't go looking for it, but I'll give you a little bit of advice on how to prevent people from even getting close to it, because I don't even want to tell you.
No, the question I was asking was, would you take the secret to death, or would you pass it on to your son or something?
I would tell them as little as necessary, but I would give strong advice to not go looking for it, but also give the advice on how to teach them on how to keep it a secret, how to keep us. I would tell my son on my deathbed, not the secret itself, but I would tell him all the ways to keep the secret a secret. So you don't need to know this, and here's the way to make sure no one else ever finds out what this is. Like, say it's an invincible, immutable inscription inside of the Great Pyramid. I would say, don't ever go inside of the King's Chamber, and also make sure you never allow anyone inside of the King's Chamber. Don't go in there yourself, and also never allow anyone inside of it, because it's written on the walls. Don't go read it yourself, and also never go let anyone inside it to read it for themselves.
Yeah, I was visioning the secret as something that like was more like a recipe that you knew.
Yeah, and it's like an inscription written on the King's Chamber inside
as opposed to a physical object, which means
not
that
an object.
Because it's knowledge and not physical. Because it's knowledge and not physical, the only way for you to keep it secret is to not say it. You know what I'm saying? Let's say you knew a recipe. So there's nothing physical about this secret. Would you then pass that recipe on? Or would you go die with it?
I would die with it, and I would advise anyone I'd tell who I could trust to say, I'm not even going to tell you it, and I'm going to tell you, please keep people away from even trying to learn about it.
Well, I mean, this gets into like, to me, like we're at the level of the karma thing that we're like, in my mind, like we're talking about these subtleties of, because this is like the archetype, like there's all these different archetypal karmic things, like, you know, stealing from someone or, you know, lying, all these different things. And I think they all have their own like qualities, you know, like what is a sin and like giving into it versus, and all the covering it up and all the things that go with it. So you guys have kind of talked about a couple different things here, like in this kind of, you know, scenario or this kind of like thought experiment scenario. So I think there's a lot of subtleties that I would say from what I'm hearing you guys saying in terms of like, are you actually doing something, you know, that is against, well, that's the thing, like with the karma thing, there's like, you know, the light and dark, let's say, or the evil, the good or the bad. So it's like, you're talking about knowledge and either sharing it or keeping it to yourself. I think there's a lot of karmic things around that. I definitely think, I mean, everyone's figuring it out for themselves. So even if you have knowledge and you keep it, it's like an experiment. Like you're figuring out, is this the way to do it? And then you see what happens with that. Does it work out for you, or is it a problem, basically?
I don't know. What I'm wondering though, like, let's say you did have this special recipe, and if you shared it, yeah, it would fuck up the whole world, right? At that point, karma would be all on you. But then, like, what if that knowledge that you had was actually there for some other good, and by you not telling people about this amazing piece of knowledge before you died, you're actually causing something bad to happen. You know what I mean? Like, when you take it from a karma perspective, it's very hard to say whether or not you should keep it a secret or tell someone.
That's ascribing a level of like deep ignorance to the person who knows the secret. And the situation I'm describing is a purely bad secret. Like there is no usefulness to this knowledge
Right,
except for destruction. Like,
but here's the thing though, is that like if something is so bad, this piece of knowledge is so bad it can kill all of humanity, right?
exactly.
Then that itself holds some type of power, right? That the knowledge itself holds a little bit of power, and for you to kill that power, right? How is the karma side of things going to affect you? Did you do a good thing or did you do a bad thing? You don't know, right?
Well, in this dramatic scenario, this is a wild and dramatic scenario. Oh, sorry, was someone else trying to get in?
No, you go ahead, Gio.
Oh, okay, no, I was just gonna say, like, I almost imagined like a scenario that's so extreme, like it kind of plays into what funny what you were saying in terms of like the kind of thought experiment. Let's say that somebody gives you a recipe. This is totally just like a sci-fi movie script idea or something. But let's just say somebody gave you this recipe where you mix these things together, a couple little ingredients. Let's say they're fairly easy to get. You just mix them together and you just put them in a bowl or whatever, and you put them out on your lawn, out front on your lawn. And you mix the things. And by mixing them, it creates like a gas. I know this is almost like supernatural or whatever, but it creates a gas. That gas will then go out into the environment. And let's just say that those materials, they just keep creating the gas and eventually it'll kill everybody. Like the little gas, the little smoke will go off from those things and it's literally going to go around and kill the whole world. However, there's an antidote. There's like a plant or something that's an antidote. So if you eat a plant or smoke a plant or whatever, you don't die. Now, that's just like an extreme, like sci-fi movie kind of idea or whatever. Okay. But it just makes me think of it like the karmic thing. So somebody gives you this recipe. They're like, yo, yeah, you just mix these things together, put it in a bowl, put it out on your lawn. As long as you consume this other plant or whatever, you're not going to die. And everybody that hasn't consumed the plant is going to. Now, that's a very extreme thing. Now, I can understand that it would not be the right thing to just go try to get on the front page of the newspaper telling those ingredients. You know, like that makes sense to me that would not be the right thing to do, to literally just like tell the whole world, hey, I'm not going to keep this secret. So I'm going to absolutely tell all of you this recipe. You know, that does seem like that would be ill-advised karmically to do. But then on the other hand, you don't have to like keep it secret for yourself. You could just, be neutral and just not share it.
That's the same thing.
Is it though?
Right, but Gio,
yes.
You
absolutely that's the same thing.
If you know
this
yourself,
is such an extreme example.
It's the same thing. Though. Not telling anyone and keeping a secret to yourself is literally that's the definition of keeping a secret.
No, I think the point here is: do you let the secret die with you, or would you let the secret out?
I would I would keep it to myself. And I would synonymously not tell anyone else.
Well, and that's pretty deep, yeah. Because if it dies with you, then it could never happen or whatever. So you could see that as the heroic thing to do, but at the same time, you're literally dying. Just like, dude, I'm just keeping this knowledge just for myself. That's pretty this information.
It's necessary.
Gio, I find it so funny, right? How before you can make one statement, you spend more time saying, yeah, but guys, I don't mean this. And you know what? I'm going to say this, but make sure you don't take it this way. But I'm still going to say it. And then you say what you got to say. It's like you cover all your shit before you say it. It's funny.
He must have been on Discord.
You already know how people can respond. And therefore, you like, guys, don't take it this way. I'm going to say something.
So you have secret knowledge that no one has?
Gio,
what did you say, Matthew? Matthew said something. What'd you say?
Oh, I said it's just because Gio's been on Discord for a minute, so that's why.
Oh, you're just saying we're 2 hours into a deep conversation?
No, I'm just saying that the reason you pre-qualify what you say is because you've been you're experienced at Discord. You know what people
right, and I find it funny, man. People that on Discord, like they do that, like.
Hey Gio, do you think it's a deep conversation because you caught yourself in a hole?
No, I still think that what I was trying to elucidate, whether I elucidated it effectively or not, is another question. But I mean, this is like a deep kind of idea, like the way that we're laying that out. Like there's, so what is, I guess we're just talking about what karmically is the right thing to do. And if you had this recipe of this thing that you mix these ingredients together and it releases a gas and the gas kills everyone on the whole earth, that's a huge thing. Like it would make sense to me that that's not karmically right to necessarily just tell everybody that recipe. However, it also seems a little bit weird to like occult that information and like hide it and then like die with it, even though I guess dying with it would potentially be virtuous because you're saving anyone from doing this that could destroy the whole world.
There's no right or wrong answer. Like honestly, I would take a completely different approach. Like I would actually just, even if I knew this was going to kill the whole world, if there was a slight chance that life could still continue afterwards, then I'll probably just let it out. Because I'll in my mind I'll be like, if there's a truth this deep, I ain't gonna be able to fucking hold it back. It's gonna come out one day. Why not now?
So are you suggesting that you have a truth that you don't want to share?
I'm just saying, if there was a truth this deep, right? Then honestly, like, for you to think you're the only one that knows that truth, first of all, is one thing, right? Secondly, you thinking that by you taking to the grave is going to change the outcome of existence as it is, fuck no, it ain't.
Well, it reminds me of like almost the idea where, let's say somebody tells you to keep a secret. They tell you like, I'm going to tell you this thing. Don't tell anyone. Promise me you won't tell anyone. Now you would think that, okay, like the right thing to do is to, respect that person and keep it confidential, keep it private or whatever, like respect their wishes or whatever. However, what if they told you, hey, there's going to be a murder, tomorrow or whatever. So at that point, now you have this information that could save someone's life. Is it the right thing to go tell the police or whatever to save that person's life or from being murdered, or is it, do you respect the friend and not tell the secret? That's like another conundrum.
Or by telling the secret, did you cause the murder?
Maybe that too, or something. Yeah.
I believe that there's nothing.
Branch, this is your doppelganger, by the way. He's the new version of you. He gets people going. He gets people going for longer, but I think he's going to be chill right now.
Let's see what happens. It sounds to me like we're gonna have some great conversations tonight, Satan.
Yeah, no, he's got some good information in there somewhere.
I don't think there's. I think that God doesn't need your help.
I think that Geo fucked.
Hold on, man. Let him finish, Branch. Let him say what he's gonna say. He hasn't even spoken.
So I think God doesn't need your help. He doesn't need you sitting there thinking about 1,000 different possibilities, what could have happened, what might have happened. And I don't think you need to do that. I don't think God needs your help. Okay, He doesn't need you to think about all the different possibilities of what might happen. I think we should just focus on ourselves and point the finger on ourselves and just focus on ourselves.
I mean, we could do that. We could focus on ourselves, but then what happens when China holds on to all the oil and Russia needs a little bit?
Well, I think you should show them some love.
I'm just saying, like, we don't live in a world where people can just chill the fuck back and relax.
Again, you're misinterpreting.
Well, we were kind of talking about like secrecy and whether it's ever right to hold a secret and holding back knowledge and like all of those components. Is that what you're relating it to? I mean, are you saying that God gives the knowledge to who God wants to, so you don't have to do the work for God or something? Is that what you meant? Or like, is that what you meant? That like, for example, if you have a truth, do you have to convince someone else of that truth, or do you just let God bring that person to the truth in their own time?
I think knowledge is wicked. I know that may sound, some people might get triggered by that, but I think knowledge is wicked. I think the idea that, you know, a person who says, I have 1,000 ideas, I can revolutionize humanity, blah, 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 I think those people are wicked.
I think that we as people think we're way better than we are. Like,
no, because if you have an idea, it means that you're interfering with life, and you're interfering with God, and God doesn't need your help. He doesn't need your ideas. He doesn't need you to revolutionize anything. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in, I have the idea that can break the universe. That's
I think a lot of this notion of God, it comes from an understanding that God only started really interacting with us as who we are during this small period of time that we've lived on Earth. You know, like if you really consider who the fuck God is, you know, he was doing this whole fucking shit with the fucking dinosaurs, pre-dinosaurs, post-dinosaurs up to us, and we're like a fucking hairline on that timeline. So what I find weird is if we are a hairline on this timeline, then why the fuck do we think we're so important on it?
Mainly because people are wicked.
People just they over fucking think how important they are. If there is a God, why the fuck did God favor us over T-Rex?
Again,
dinosaurs did not exist.
It's because people are wicked. People aren't focusing on themselves. They're not concentrating on themselves. And as a result, they're concentrating on everything outside of them. And when you concentrate everything outside of you,
I mean, the question about evil, though, right?
You develop.
We talk about evil, right? But it's always against another human. Was it evil that a fucking rock came down and killed off all the dinosaurs?
That's a theory. It's no proof.
I know. So let's imagine that was reality, right? Would that be evil? Why don't we even think about that?
Even if that was a theory, or even if it did happen, it didn't happen. It doesn't matter. First of all, and second of all, people do die. There are tragic deaths every day. So you don't need to look at dinosaurs for an example of a tragic death.
Well, I think we need to really understand what evil is before we start talking about it. Like we've justified what is good and bad.
Again,
I don't think we as people have fucking the knowledge that's needed to really understand this. We're dumb as fuck.
I can explain what evil is. Evil is thinking you know what evil is.
That's retarded.
You can laugh at that. You can call it retarded.
Evil is inflicting suffering on other people.
No.
It's pretty basic.
No.
Among other things, you can get more complicated with it. Yeah, well, don't try and say that, like, you know, stabbing a baby or something messed up is not evil, and thinking that's evil is evil. Like,
I mean,
so
let's say you got in a situation where you was right in front of Hitler as a baby, right? And you could do something right then to stop all the shit that Jews went through, that Hitler caused. Are you evil for doing it, or are you good?
I'm saying that humans aren't capable of evil. I think when
I don't think humans understand what evil is.
I think when you see people murder each other, or when you see people, you know, do tragic things, I think it's not them. I think it's a thing that is controlling them, that's making them do it. I don't think humans are capable of doing any.
So now you believe in archontic entities.
What's that?
Archons, that's what they're called, the entities that control people to do things like that.
I don't know about that, but what I do know is everything begins with a thought, and I quickly realized that thoughts are evil.
Yeah, I agree with that. This is like a Gnostic sort of thing.
Sure, you could call it Gnostic, you could call it whatever you like, but
Well, there is philosophy behind what you're saying. So,
you know, for example, if you look at the average school shooter, you know, it began with a thought. You know, he sat in his room and he thought about committing a crime. So again, it's
so what do you think the solution is to thoughts being evil? Maybe disconnect yourself from your thoughts.
I think Jesus had the answers.
Jesus.
Yeah, I think Jesus had the answer.
All right, and what's that?
And the answer is, you know,
Sorry, what?
Jesus does say to focus on yourself.
Okay, but isn't yourself where the thoughts come from?
Yeah, no. You don't create thoughts because I realize that
I agree with that.
if you created thoughts, why do you have bad thoughts? You know, like, why would you self-inflict? Why would you purposefully create bad thoughts? And if you were able to create thoughts, why would you create bad thoughts?
I guess it's being critical of yourself, maybe to try and like evolve, become better. It's the only reason I can say for it.
It's interesting though, right? Like the whole notion of having bad thoughts, it actually causes an imbalance itself, where you start depleting your brain of serotonin because you're always having bad thoughts. So what a lot of people do in psychology today is they give you more serotonin to fix that depression that you got because you have bad thoughts, right? So you fix the symptom of having bad thoughts and you start feeling better because now even the bad thoughts don't make you feel bad, but you haven't actually
Okay,
fixed the bad thoughts.
I'll add another dimension to it. I think good thoughts are also evil.
I thought, yeah, good thoughts and bad thoughts. I mean,
And I'll explain why.
I'll be honest with you. Like, the one thing I really hate about modern religions is the notion of good and evil. Because I don't think
I'm
I don't
happy to
think
explain it to you.
Yeah, please do, because I think that they are one and the same.
No, I think good thoughts, bad thoughts, they're both evil. And the reason why I say that is because good thought prop you up, make you feel good, releases serotonin, you know, releases all those, you know, good feeling chemicals in your brain. but then quickly after, there's a decline. There's a, it's like sugar. You have a spike and then you have a
No. You're
and then you
totally
have a
wrong.
decline afterwards.
You're totally
So,
wrong
so I
about
guess
that. Like,
what I'm trying to say is that the
like
good
you
thoughts build your.
don't compare having a good thought to taking a line of cocaine.
No, just hear me out. Good thoughts make you feel good, right? Only for the good thoughts to be. So basically, the thing inside of you is making you feel good, just so that it can, because you're at that state, you're at that level where you're feeling good, and then it would introduce a bad thought, and now you're all the way back down. It's trying to get you to ride on this emotional roller coaster, if that makes sense.
I mean, it makes sense with the way you're coming at it, right? As to why you think this way. You're basically trying to say, like, if you have a good thought, it's gonna be great. You get this little bump of dopamine, and it feels good. But then right after that bump of dopamine goes away, you're gonna feel depressed. That's not how it works. If you're not
Trust
taking,
me, it is.
That's not how it works if you're not taking drugs, bro. Only drugs work that way.
Well, there's drugs in your brain.
Yeah, there are drugs in your brain. It's called chemicals.
All right, man. I guess you're right. Sometimes I'm full of shit. I just forget that I am.
This is not a modern religion.
It is sort of like Eastern philosophy. Today,
Eastern philosophy?
it's similar to not identifying with your thoughts and things like that, and watching them pass and go. Come and go, sorry.
No,
So,
this
yeah,
is from
some
Jesus
Eastern
Christ.
religions.
This is from
He
Jesus
spoke
Christ.
about this? Right. Okay.
Yeah, if you read the Bible, he explains it. If you read his parables, you'll understand it. But in his parables, he talks about it. He talks about
Well, you said it's not a modern religion, so
no. This is in the Bible. Jesus talks about how there's in his parables. If you go through them, there was this one parable where like a father had two sons, and one was really good. He listened to his father and he obeyed him and all that kind of stuff. And the other one was like a rebel. He left home and went studying, all that kind of stuff. I won't go into too much detail, but like that parable basically was demonstrating how people get caught up in their thoughts and how wicked you are when you do.
yeah, well, thoughts are good when it's used for like a tool. Like if you want to find water or food or build something. Other than that, when you start identifying with it, it's a problem.
So you think that there is good thoughts?
Well, in terms of survival of the body, unless if you just want to die, then there you go. You can always do that.
So you create your own good thoughts, is that what that?
Well, like I said, thoughts is it's a tool. The mind is a tool.
I agree. No, I disagree. I think the brain is a tool. The mind is not a tool.
I don't know. I think the brain's like a mechanism for the tool.
No, the brain, I mean, I'm someone who, deals in science. I use my brain every day. I work with
Use your mind every day.
No. I use my brain every day. I don't use my mind. My brain is the one that computes algorithms, comes up with solutions to problems, all that kind of stuff.
Fair enough.
The mind is the one that feeds you thoughts.
So what's the mind then? It resides in the brain.
The brain says 1 + 1 = 2. The mind says you feel great today. Or it might tell you something different.
All right, but the mind is in the brain. Correct? You think it's just electrical signals?
It's so simplistic, because when you say 1 + 1, your creative side that says I feel great also designs a 1 or a +1 or the equal sign. Your life is not a robotic routine. It's a free will breathed into life created decision with no turning back.
I disagree. I think.
Okay.
I think
Tell
the
me then.
devil.
Tell
I
me
think
then, Satan I worship. How did you stop time?
I think the devil is trying to make you think that the brain and the mind are the same thing because he wants to continue to control you.
Actually,
And
I said to you, you are the one being simplistic, not me.
Yeah, I don't think they're the same thing either.
So therefore, I completely disagree with your premise by calling you simple in your nature to discuss such a complex topic as consciousness itself. And you, with your Satan I worship, when I have witnessed miracles in my life, are a fucking swine that were mentioned in the Bible. Satan I worship. The personification of Satan is everything that hurts children. Satan I despise.
Look, I changed my name to the greatest person to have ever lived.
The audacity that you would do even that and not spell it with a capital.
Again, you're caught up in your head. And
Phoenix is coming in hot but on fire nonetheless.
I spit you out. Jesus would say, I'd spit you out. You lukewarm.
Again, you are caught up in your head and you need to
Do you
come out
spell
of
God? Do you spell God with a small g too to make yourself feel like you're the one in control?
You are caught up in your head and you need to come out of that darkness. Okay?
Oh,
Come out
yes. Yes, I'm the one who doesn't realize I'm sovereign.
Come out of the darkness and come into the light. Okay?
Don't talk to
There's
me about
nothing.
light. It's
God doesn't need
disgusting.
anything. God doesn't
The way
need
you say
anything from
God,
you.
the way you say God sounds like oil and grinding in a machine. You don't say God. God that sustains me.
God-
You're like God, like it's some topic.
God doesn't need.
Your lack of respect. It boggles my mind that I continue speaking to you.
You're in darkness. You're caught up in your thoughts. Look, all I'm saying is, God doesn't need your help. Stop
You don't
fucking
fucking know who you're talking to, dude. You don't have a clue about what runs through my mind. You don't have a fucking 1 iota chance of working it out. So stop coming across like my fucking mentor, okay? And fucking being the adjective here.
God does not need your help.
Bro, it's a
Okay.
miracle I speak to you now. So don't talk to me about God and help. All right? All right?
He doesn't need you
And don't
to
change your fucking name back to Satan anything.
look.
People sacrifice
All,
children in the name of Satan, you fucking idiot. And I'm sorry I swore, G, I really am. But to realize that there are people online that have to stay quiet about certain things across the world, and your name is out there, praising the fucking thing that they have to keep a secret, and you want to talk about decency and I feel great? Well, how about being better?
okay.
You
I
notice I
don't
tear
believe.
people down who try to tear others down. I don't just come here for a fight.
I don't believe in self improvement because
What?
self improvement is a perpetual cycle that never ends. And
Oh, well, we should never try to refine perfection, right? We should just
no,
wait for someone else to tell us what the perfect one is. Oh, is that not the beta anymore? Is that the stable version, 44.2? All right, I'll take it. Yeah. What the hell, man? Your life is a gift. Every breath you get to take is counted, like the fucking hairs on your head. And you want to talk? You want to talk to me? You want to talk to me about fucking God and Jesus and faith, and insult them at the same time? You better fucking step correct, because faith is my favorite topic.
okay. So you're an interesting character.
Oh, now I'm
You
a
know,
character. Like I don't even really exist as a unique, breathing human being now. You tried to degrade me after I whooped you in logic just now. You don't even see the actions that you made because there's such a polarity between God and the devil, Satan, the banished one, who wouldn't kneel before you. Now, even if it's just a premise, it's meant to instill in you a uniqueness that no other people hold.
yes.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with being created at the point of consciousness perfection, where your free will is truly down to whether you continue even this conversation with me right now. Whether I decide to utter another word to you now is a choice of mine. Do you agree or not? Or is there somebody writing my script?
I think you're full of it. No,
You think I'm full of it? What am
I
I
think
simply
you're.
doing? I'm giving you a premise that exists right now as you breathe.
What is he full of? He's just very full.
I'm saying that I think he's.
I'm wondering if I can get can I get a vote on whether I'm full of it or whether I'm just I'm making my point.
What is it? Maybe you're full of truth and knowledge and
Yeah, exactly. Because there's a premise. As you live and breathe, is it a gift? If it's not, then it's not a gift, and you don't have to worry. But if it's a gift, then who gave you the fucking gift? Is the question. And if every gift of life is a breath, is a gift in the present, then why did you get another one? And who gave it to you? And why? And why that other one? And why that one you just had to run cognition through your mind to be able to listen to me, to call me full of it?
I think again, as I mentioned
I'll rip you
earlier,
to pieces. That's what's happening, right? Like I'm not gonna fuck around, dude. God is real. The Creator is absolutely 100% real, and can do a miracle in a fucking flash of an eye, blink of an eye, put you back in time. And if that's your life that you have to live every day for 8+ years now, then don't fucking tell me about what's possible when you can't believe in the impossible, and you're still unable to open the mind and consciousness you claim to know so much about. Bro, don't step to me unless you step correct, okay? I don't fuck around with the does God exist. I fucking know God exists.
okay.
And guess what?
What?
I was given a message.
What's the message?
I'll tell you if you make a deal with me.
He needs to give a little more effort that he really wants to know, though. He was like, "What's the message?"
yeah, exactly. Exactly. What does it tell me? I'll write it down in script form. Exactly.
I think.
See, remember when I spoke to you about this? Remember I spoke to you about you representing the swine?
I think your father is Satan.
I think my father died 3 days after my birthday this year, and it's been the hardest fucking year of my life. So how about you pump the brakes?
I think you need to come out of your head.
Bro, I'd fucking destroy you. Okay? Honestly, you sound like a little dude, all right? I just fucking one punch, okay? So just listen. I'm not a big person, but I pack a fucking punch, okay? The point is that if you ever spoke to me like you have just now in person, it wouldn't be any more discussion, okay? Because the insults and the mockers and the scoffers and the drunkards and all the non-believers came right on time. There's a word in the English language. It's called predestination. Predestination. The concept that it's decided by God for all of eternity.
Yes.
And you're like, yes. I thought you wanted to know the message.
I don't want. I've heard the message from Father Satan. I've many times.
Know them by their fruits. Know them by their fruits.
Look, you sound like a Bible thumper.
I sound like a faithful person, is what I am. Who doesn't take your maybes with any credibility. When I told you I saw a miracle, I meant it. These aren't words that just, are said easily. But what you have to realize is I was willing to fucking die in the moment to save the one I love. So that's the difference. That's the difference between a desire and the last thing you ever wish for. So don't fucking talk to me in a time where the world has been destroyed and the light has been taken out of many, and many are sick and growing sores, and all of Revelation is coming true. Don't start to talk to me about I'm too much. You're late to the party. You know about parables, right? How about the king's wedding? Do you know that parable?
Uh-huh.
All right, tell me about the king's parable. King's wedding parable.
No, look, I'm not quite familiar with that particular parable, but
But didn't you just say
I know
normally in the English language, if you say that in the English language, you would then go on to explain it, right?
I do know about the parable regarding the two sons and the father and the two sons.
Okay. Well, let me tell you about the king wedding then. Okay, it's a bit different. The king was getting married to the woman he loved. And there's been, and because of the marriage was so important to the king, he wanted the whole town to witness it. He wanted the town and the hills and everywhere that reached his kingdom. He wanted the community around him to witness.
Right.
And so he sent the invitations out to the most royal and the most, high society people. And they got this beautiful invitation from the king. And it was like, please come and to the wedding. Here's your personal invitation. Just make sure you have this on the day. And there'll be no problem. You can stay as long as you like. It'll be the feast of feasts and the one to never want to miss. And all are invited.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't even say dress in your best or anything like that. Just says all are invited.
Yes.
And so a few weeks pass and the king hasn't heard anybody from high society get back because they're all busy. They're all got more important things to do than the king's wedding in their mind. And they kind of forget to even respond to say they're not coming. Nobody gives any indication that they're even interested to go. and they were offered first. The richest among the people, so to speak, out in modern terms, were given the first invitation because they lived within the castle walls under the most protection, with the most choices, with the most time, free will. And then, so the king said, all right, well, we tried to create a special group of people, but that didn't work. So clearly these people don't respect. Clearly these people don't, respect. And so maybe the king in that moment, this is just my part on it, maybe that king realized, maybe I don't respect the lower class either. But maybe the king was testing. You see, there's two parts to this. Maybe the king was testing. So anyway, he sends the invitation out to everybody, everyone who could reach it in the land around the kingdom. And the day of the wedding comes, and everybody's lined up outside. Everybody's dressed in their best and just talking amongst them. How happy this is! Just, oh my goodness, the king and it gets to go inside the brand new castle, and it's amazing. And so for hours and hours, the line just went in like a train of people into everybody with their invitation, smiling, happy, into the castle they went. And the noise just boomed from the castle, and the cheers and the people all day long. And people who were there, who had to work that day, were getting ready. They still had their invitation. The doors were still open, and they were rushing with excitement because they did their duty, and now they get to party. Yeah. And then there were people who began to hear the booms go down as the night went on, and the
keep it short, please. Can you keep it
no,
short?
No. I don't think it's just for you, dude. I really don't. If your patience is lacking, then maybe this isn't for you. Maybe you're not ready.
No, because
maybe I have to say it. Maybe I have to say it in my own way, and maybe I'm almost done, and maybe it's taking too long. Maybe I've already been finished by now.
Typically, long-winded responses.
Okay, good. I'm a storyteller because I'm blessed to be alive. Anyway, stop. You're missing the flow of the story. Okay, we can't go back to old times if you keep bringing us to modern. So the doors finally shut, but the cheering continues, and then people who didn't go to the party think, oh shit. So they take their invite, but the doors are shut, the nights are gone. And then a couple of other people think, oh, found the back door, I'll just go in. And so they jumped in quickly, mingled amongst the people, and walked around. But they were discovered by the knights, who didn't recognize them. They remember everybody who came through the door with the invitation on time. And they were thrown out. Do you understand what the parable means?
Uh-huh.
What does it mean?
I have no idea because I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, fantastic. You're not worthy to know the message.
The message, look.
The message I have would fall on deaf ears, blasphemous ears.
Can I ask you something?
You can ask me anything.
How many times have you read that parable?
It was just one time I read it that just created the most beautiful image in my head. Like, I've got the castle, I've got the township, I've got the people drying the skins in the sun in my vision.
I'll ask you a simple question. How many times have you read
Once.
That parable? Once. It doesn't sound like it, because
What did I just tell you? What did I just tell you?
How else would you have been able to memorize it if you just read it once?
Do you think that was the words from the Bible? Or possibly my storyteller-like interpretation of it?
How many times have you read the Bible?
Fully?
Huh?
Fully?
How frequently do you read the Bible?
I see I see at least 10 verses a day.
See, that's the problem.
What do you mean? I just have these little Bible bot thing that pop up on the right hand side of my screen every now and then. That's the problem? No, that's a little Bible bot.
No, that's the problem. Is that your
Bro,
the
listen,
problem,
listen to me. Listen to me. You don't fucking get it.
Gio,
You're
I haven't been able to
You're
get
still
every
joking in your mind. You're still joking in your mind that God might exist or not.
You have
I'm
been
not there with.
controlling the conversation the entire time. Are you gonna let me talk?
I'm just not there with you, man. Okay, I just need you to realize that you're still stuck in if God exists. I'm already at God does exist, and I'm here back to remind you.
Your God
Maybe
is the devil.
My God is the devil. Oh, okay, that's a nice.
You want me to explain it why?
Oh, you could try. You could try, but you just now assumed what my God is, so that's quite interesting. But yeah, please continue. Tell me about me.
I'm more than happy to explain why your God is the devil. Did you know that the devil also can quote Bible verses? Are you aware of that? Hello? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I do believe. Yes.
You know that
I'm
you know that
aware
the
of that.
devil.
I'm aware of that. Yes.
Okay, so you're aware that the devil himself can quote Bible verses. So why do you sit there quoting Bible?
Wow. Allow me to retort. I didn't quote a single Bible verse.
Do you think that if the devil
And I
was going
have
to,
I have at least 3 witnesses. And I know 2 of them that could speak if I asked them to.
so if you know that the devil quotes Bible verses, how am I able to distinguish between someone that is good quoting the Bible versus the devil? You can't, right? Because both of
Oh,
them can do it.
that's a nice logic, but you failed to realize that the devil would
Exactly.
not.
So
You
again,
failed to realize that the devil would not praise
you have to
God
let me
and tell
finish.
you and
You have
remind you
to
that
let
God
me finish.
exists when the devil's plan is to trick you into thinking that God is not waiting for you. How
I can
fucking
tell your
simple do
trouble. I
do
can
you do
tell
you
that
do you do you have any like when a knight kneels to be knighted, right? You know how that the right knee goes onto the ground and the head bows, right? You know that, right? You know that
yes,
scene, right? Get
yeah,
ready for
I'm
that.
familiar.
Get ready for that.
Get ready for it.
hmm Get fucking ready for that.
Are you? What do you mean by that? I'm a little confused.
You're gonna take that position.
That position. Position.
Fucking
What position?
not as a knight, just how the knight kneels.
Not of the night, just another night. Yes. What? I'm not so confused.
It's
Are
because
you
you don't
saying that I'm
fear
gonna?
God, so you lack knowledge and understanding within
Are you
you.
saying because I? Are you saying because I don't be a god?
No, it's because you can't ever in your mind humble yourself that you are not the greatest thing. Am I wrong?
Am I the greatest thing?
I told you when you step to me, step correct, because faith is my favorite topic. I set premises, I set warnings, I give help. I give grace periods.
What?
Mm.
Sorry, with all due respect, I think you're full of it.
I know. I
Um,
often endeavor to make you question yourself. Ye who is so sure.
I never
I think
said
I
I
think
would.
I think he's basically saying you got it. You got it. You're full of it.
Wow.
I think you're trapped. You're trapped in your head.
Tell me.
You're trapped in darkness, and you think that the darkness that you're in is good, and somehow you feel enlightened by it. But it's a false. It is a false enlightenment. You're trapped. You're still in the darkness, and I'm here to tell you there's a way out of the darkness.
I'm warning you.
So, what are the chances that's a projection? What you've just done?
Yeah.
Jesus said, "No, it's not a projection."
It sounded like hold on. It sounded like a subjective opinion about what you thought I told you. Besides the fact that 2/3 of it was like, oh, what? What? You know, and now you're going to lace that with some self projection, and you're going to serve it back to me as a comfort pillow for yourself to get away from the question that I left. Is judgment waiting for you? See, I seeded you, and now with the light.
You're not in the light. You're in
open
darkness.
the window. We open the
Ego
window,
is in
and we try to have a new
You
perspective.
are in darkness, and you need to
Tell me
come
about
out of it.
Tell me about the darkness that just warned you that God is real. You have the audacity to say that I'm the devil quoting scripture when I didn't even quote a verse. I may have referred to a parable, and I may have referred to a verse, but I did not quote the verse. That was a lie. And the devil is the father of lies. So who's acting more devilish? Still haven't given Jesus a capital J.
So, with all due respect, I can see that you're in darkness. And you can say it's projection. You can say I'm
Tell me about my
insecure.
darkness. Tell me about my darkness. Tell me
I
about
can
it.
see you're in darkness. I see it clear as day. Maybe Gia can't see it. Maybe the other listeners can't see it, but I see it. It's clear as day you're in darkness.
Tell me when I am nothing but a warning.
You're constantly quoting Bible
Do
verses.
you know? Well, again, you lie. With 2 or 3 witnesses, even, ironically, atheism as
Again,
my
I've
third
told you
witness.
this. I've told you this many times. All you need to do is
I am in darkness. You can't explain the darkness or give me reason why, but you're saying this after you had no answers for me. I see a connection here, a pattern evolving almost.
You're
Listen,
caught
dude.
up in your head.
You're still stuck in the question of whether the creator exists and you're created or not. Okay? That's where
No,
you're at. I don't
believe
reach you on that level. Okay?
No,
I don't see the jokes and the funniness and the Satan I work. I don't see at a time like this in the world we live in now, as the meek begin to speak. I don't understand your comedy and your dark humor. It's ill-timed and uncalled for. And I'm sure I'll see you back with your Satan I worship like some edgy fucking, edgelord.
Uh-huh.
But this idea that, you don't even understand the code in my name is even faithful. See, Phoenix in Gematria is the same total as God wins. So it says faithful God wins.
The fact that you brought up Gematria that's it. That sealed it for me. You are lost.
Okay, well let me tell you something about
lost.
I am lost and you are in darkness and I am this thing that just has to do everything to get away from the fact that I was created. And that I will face judgment and kneel before God like a knight getting a sword or the sword, if you understand that reference.
You know what?
You're so far past trying to understand me, dude. I'm not even going to let you try anymore. You see,
I'm
you
not
don't
trying to
get, you
understand
don't get,
you.
you don't get to know. You don't get to know.
I already understand you. You
You
are
don't
in
get to know.
darkness. You
You
are
don't
in
get to know.
darkness, and you need
No.
to come out. You need to come out of that.
But see, that's the thing. That's the thing. Your actions are more dark than mine. Lying and saying twice that I quoted Bible verses with the name Satan I worship when you first come in here. Then you change it to Jesus. Okay? Spelt with lowercase. All of these things are your intent within your chest, whether your fucking voice makes them audible or not. And you can't even see this with your giggle and your cackle and all your shit. And you want to call me? You want to call me darkness?
I don't think
Listen,
you heard me the first time.
I'm nothing but a warning that you may laugh at today. But trust me.
Yes,
The
go
message
on,
from God
go
would be
on,
something like "Saigo ni aimasu."
go on, Satan. Go on. Keep going, Satan. Keep going.
Oh,
Keep kissing.
Saigo ni aimasu.
Wait, are you calling him now
Satan,
Satan?
no.
Satan is who you worship, and you're now calling him Satan. So you're worshiping.
No.
him?
I don't worship Satan. Okay.
I just write it in my name.
That was I didn't look.
Shut up. Okay, it's not
That's
a today. It's not a today thing. It's been going for months. So don't play around, Satan. I worship. Fucking hell, bruh. You've left the path. You've said some crazy shit, and I listened and laughed.
Okay, so with all due respect, I'm here to smoke. Here to see.
with all due respect, your fucking respect is due, all right.
I'm here
Show
to
it.
show you that.
Show it.
You're in darkness, and
I'm in darkness.
the way you can come out of that darkness is by
Yeah, tell me more.
asking God.
Asking God, right?
To see yourself,
Mm-hmm.
to know yourself, to identify what is the cause for.
Hey, brother. Whose face is showing in their profile picture? Yours or mine? I rest my fucking case about know yourself. If you are afraid of yourself and can't put your face out there, then you ain't ready for life down here.
Okay, so again,
The fuck are you talking about know yourself? I told you to step correct, man, because your insults are deep within you. The darkness that you have when you see somebody else trying to establish a communication you don't quite have inside your brain yet. And you're like, what? Oh, you're full of it. I'm taking you out of your maybe mindset, a maybe mindset, or a slipping back into maybe mindset, to cement it in your mind that God is fucking real. And miracles are real. And they don't happen everywhere like a fucking lottery. Divinity happens when there's no doubt.
Okay, can I continue, or are you going to interrupt? Okay, so
go ahead.
When you ask God to see yourself, so you can know yourself, you then realize what is the cause. What is the root cause for the way you act and behave? Because personally, I'm not here to offend anyone, but
Who are you to God? Who are you to God? Who are you to God in your mind?
It's clear that you
Who are
are
you to God in your mind? Answer the question right now. Don't think about it. Who are you to God in your mind? Quick. From the heart, not your mind. From the heart. From the heart. Don't let any doubt in. Who are you to God from your mind, from your heart? What first comes to mind? What first comes to mind?
I have no idea what that question is. Honestly.
Well, if you ask me, I'd say soldier.
I'm
outta
trying
here.
really. I'm
Get the
trying
fuck out of
really.
here. Get the
I'm
fuck out of
trying
here
really
with.
hard.
Get the fuck out of here with your know yourself. Bro, you don't even fucking know me. And because I speak, probably because I'm older than you, a bit different, and you haven't heard it before, well, this is the one that breaks the mold, maybe. But stop insulting me and saying I'm darkness and all the rest of it when I've been nothing but polite until now.
Again, Satan, your father, is telling you in your
I
mind.
told you my father passed away, and you want to bring up your father again after that followed the explanation of hardest roller coaster year. And you go back into your father. And then you want to talk about darkness. You want to talk about being decent. Watch your fucking tongue. Because that's what the devil controls. Not your thoughts. It's that silver tongue that throws the digs and makes the judgments and writes and judges and doesn't have the right to.
Okay, the
Carry
problem
on.
is, hey, please don't interrupt as I'm talking. Okay, maybe then you understand instead of jumping to conclusions. I understand that. I used to be just like you. I used to be in the depths of darkness.
Don't
And
patronize me. Don't patronize me. Get on with your point about me. Carry on.
Okay. I'm not patronizing. I'm giving you a self example. You know, many people out
I
there.
used to be like you. I used to be like you was one of the most patronizing things you can say to someone. Dickhead. Carry on.
Okay, so there are many people who are in darkness. I think most of humanity are in darkness. And the darkness is a state of being where you are trapped. You are controlled by your thoughts, and you are effectively on a emotional roller coaster, and you're going up and down and up and down, and you're quoting Bible verses, and you're
Again,
saying,
a
"I'm a
third
warrior of
lie. A
God."
third
God.
lie. A third fucking lie. In a row, and the same one. Now that there's more of an audience. Well done. I saw that one. And I will cut you off when you lie. You can say everything with your advice, quote unquote, but don't fucking lie for a third time the same lie. I will cut you off when you lie. You want to fucking make me look like something to someone who wasn't here for the beginning where you got whooped?
Okay.
Now you're fucking calling me this and that and all that. Okay, tell me this. What are you responsible for in your life?
What am I
What do you
responsible?
have? What do you have that's pressing on your mind every day? Overheads, responsibilities, business, kids, wife, family. What?
None of those things.
Well, shut
Because
up
I'm
then.
not.
Don't tell me I'm in
No.
darkness.
I'm not.
Wait, don't tell me in darkness. When I said to you,
I don't
you don't
need your
know
long-winded rants.
anything about me. And when I ask you what's on your mind and what you're worrying about, you think you can come to me and act like you know when you're just fucking sipping fucking lemon juice by the pool.
But there's nothing to worry. That's the problem that I'm trying. That's the thing I'm trying to
I just asked you
show
what your
you.
responsibilities were, and you said none of those things. So that's why you don't have worry. Think about these
No,
things. I said business, kids, family, wife. Think about these things I said to you. Oh, man,
I have responsibilities, but
you're
I
not
don't.
really
I
you're not really
don't.
catching on, are you? You're not really catching on. You're like a child. You're like a young adult, sorry, but with like a child mind. You don't get it, do you?
We are children of God,
You
but
you don't get
anyways,
it. You don't get it. Like when something holds your worry because you care so much, not because you're afraid that you can do nothing about it. You don't get it. You don't
worrying
get it.
whether it's for caring or otherwise is all wickedness. All worrying is wickedness.
No, it's not. You fool.
It is because
It's
what you're
empathy. It's empathy.
No. I can explain.
It's making sure that people are okay. There's
No,
nothing wrong with that.
it's wicked, and I'll explain why.
Okay, tell me
when
why. Tell me
you
why
if you're-
worrying. Tell me why worrying about things that I cherish in my life.
because when you worry, you're basically saying God is not good enough to look after the people
It's
that I
not a
care about.
worry that I can't handle it. It's a caution. Okay? If I say I worry about things, versus I'm worried, I'm really worried. Okay, I mean, like, Englishman, do you speak it?
I don't want to interrupt, but this might be a definitional
I reckon.
disagreement here.
Yeah. I think it could be. I think it could be. The things
I
that
don't think
occupy my mind because I cherish them, not because I can't control them.
I think Jesus is holding strong on the valid definition. Where if you're going to say you don't think so, I mean, it doesn't sound like he agrees with your definition.
Don Monroe. I think
You've been so wrong the whole time. I don't even know when you're going to get right.
I think Faithful Phoenix here is he admitted to getting caught up in his mind, having worrying thoughts about his responsibilities. And I'm just saying, you need to come at. I'm saying that is darkness.
Actually, no. What I told you was, what I asked you was a question, and I had like little examples on it, and then I told you don't know. So your assumption is that my things that I concern myself with are within that frame of mind. That was an assumption on your part. Okay, those were basic things.
Explore and share. Maybe could you extend to Faithful Phoenix? What's up, buddy? Maybe you could validate the definition. You could be like, hey, well, don't worry. Just make sure you're interested or prepared. And maybe he would agree with that's the state, and therefore you would realize he's not worried, and you wouldn't be disagreeing with him anymore.
Oh, I guess though we've come a long way from him calling me Satan and the devil earlier.
No, you are the devil. You are Satan.
Don't talk about my boy like that, dude.
I can explain it.
No.
I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm trying to
Don't
show
label
him
it.
some love.
Please fix whatever the problem is. Fix and I can't sit here and see listen to you attack this guy.
Honestly, dude, you need to step back a little bit, right? Because if you're in this room right now, you try to call me fucking Satan.
You are, because you're.
I wouldn't lay a hand on you, but you'd piss your fucking self.
You are wicked, because you're caught up in your head.
I'm just.
No, you're not. You're wicked.
I am just.
You're wicked.
I've met this guy, and he seems pretty just to me. I met him in a Discord chat one time.
Branch, the only time I've ever called you out is when you crossed the line with Davros. Remember that? And every other time, you and I have been totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, I crossed the line a lot of times.
Exactly.
Bro, Phoenix is fierce. He's full of love, though. He won't turn you. Trust me. Explore with him. You'll see.
Dude, he's cool. He's chill as fuck. If you just don't get on his dick.
Phoenix, the difference between
Jesus, he brings up a good point, right? Like, you change your name to Jesus just to get on his dick. What does that mean?
Look, I'm not like Branch. I'm not like some of the other people that are on this call. I'm here. I actually, I'm showing you love, Phoenix.
Yeah, well, let me put it this way. Let me put it.
Individual or Satan. That's the difference between me and everyone else on this call. I'm showing you love. Okay?
You're showing you love by changing.
I'm showing you. I'm telling you, you're the devil because I want you to come out of the darkness that you're in.
We're waiting for the constructive criticism. We're waiting for it.
Yeah, I reckon. You got a funny way of loving, mate.
This is love.
What's up,
calling
Globus?
you the devil.
What's up, Globus?
Calling you the devil will hopefully, spark something in you to realize. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I shouldn't be overthinking this.
Yeah, hold on, lowercase Jesus. Globus, you haven't had the Jabberwocky, have you?
Globus, real quick, Globus. What's up with the lowercase versus uppercase?
Yo, good man. Good, me neither. All right. Sorry, what were you saying, lowercase Jesus?
I was saying I'm showing you love I'm showing you. I'm trying to get you to come out of your thoughts. You're
Like when I was
trapped in
telling the room a story
your
of the parable, like when I was giving the parable of the king's wedding, and then you said I didn't bother to listen. That's showing me love.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you
Cast the
because look, I
positive
was
spells,
saying,
buddy.
I was saying
You
that
got a
how
real backwards. You got a real. Maybe you do worship. Maybe you do worship Satan. You got a real backwards way of looking at things, mate. If that's your love, fucking please don't hate me.
I
Oh
think
wait,
you're
no,
on a
hate me. Hate me.
I
Right,
think
listen.
you're on a
Listen, we
I
got off.
think
We got
you're
off on the wrong foot. We got off the wrong foot because your state and I worship. Edgelord shit lasted. A month too long for me. All right. And
I
then
think you're on a
you instantly change it, and like Branch called you up for, instantly change it to Jesus of all the fucking names you could think, and that's what you change it to.
I think you're on an
All of a
emotional
sudden,
roller.
you want to be the light after being called Satan I worship, and then the first person that calls you out on it, they're the devil. Again, Gio, I said to before when it was less people, I'm noticing a pattern here. You called self-projection. I saw it laced with subjective opinion about what he thought he heard. I gave him a premise.
Sheep.
Step correct with
Would you?
me.
Can I
Fucking
Do
talk
you
hell.
now?
think he really worships Satan? And let's explore sometime when you guys are done. Can you let me know, Satan I worship? I'd love to explore with you the greedy possible side of life and the end games of such. Thank you.
Sure thing, but yeah, just to yeah, look, the reason why I want you to come out of your thoughts is because right now it seems like you're on an emotional roller coaster. Um, you know, beliefs,
Is your
titles
is
don't
your
make
father
you.
is your father still alive? Is your father still alive?
Yeah.
He is?
The reason why I said
Wait. Answer the question. Is your father still alive?
yes.
Okay, so don't talk to me about emotional roller coaster. Okay?
Okay, but even if
Good on ya.
I've lost family members, but the
Yeah,
thing
but like
about that
I
is
asked you a specific
right.
question. You said no.
Okay. We don't have to get
He's
personal
still
here,
with
but
he's still with you. So don't talk to me when it's the same year that I did about an emotional roller coaster when the premise of this whole discussion was you think you can stop time.
I'm showing you some love here. And I'm telling you to come out. I don't care what happened in your life. I
Bruh,
really don't.
you get
No
back.
one cares. Nobody.
I
I'm
don't need
telling
you.
you, I'm showing you some love here, and I'm telling you to come out of that nonsense.
Speak in a positive context. Come to what? Tell him
Yeah,
what to do, where to be, how to win.
I
Skip
know.
all the rest of the
Just telling me,
nonsense.
oh, you are wretched, you are this, you are that, I am great over here, you should try it. How? I haven't said yet because I've been berating you, younger than you, without responsibilities that I've never had, and things
Yeah.
I've never been through, and ideas I haven't even thought of, but I call you full of it when I'm just have a different.
Yes, follow this program, Jesus, or you are on the dark side. Follow
Honestly,
this program to be on the light side. That's
the
how I
way
feel.
you come out of the darkness is by coming out of your thoughts.
Well, I came out of the bathroom after smoking some weed, and I had some thoughts. But here's the thing. What you need to realize is that now that all the noise and the different approach we could try before is gone, the things I've said to you remain a premise for the rest of your life that's a gift or not.
What?
Here you go. What is
And
said
Look, I think
remains. The spell is cast. The
look,
spell is cast for what
I
it
truly
is. Program to the positive.
look. We
may
don't
the
have to
may,
continue.
may the
We don't
light
have to.
may the light let it grow.
We don't have to continue this conversation. Clearly, what I've learned from you is that you love living in your darkness, and you can continue to do that. And I'm happy for us.
I beg to differ.
All.
I beg to differ.
No,
8 years ago, I didn't know if I was going to take
Cast a
another
light on
breath.
this.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'm going to. Okay, this is closing remarks. Hold on. Lowercase Jesus, this is closing
I'm not
remarks. You go
I'm not
first.
finished. Do not talk
Ladies,
over me.
ladies
Do
before
not
gentlemen.
talk over me.
Hey guys, by the way, closing remarks can't beg a question, right?
I'm
But
finished.
it's gonna be
You
done.
guys
So
can
no,
begin
They
a new
don't do
topic.
this
summarize
negative
what the
stuff
fuck you
here in
said.
Geos, though, bud. You have to be positive in here. You have to be nice.
No, you don't. Who said?
Whatever. When Geo be listening, you better be.
Fuck no. Being nice is
Yeah, whatever.
that's
You're
weird
in
as fuck.
darkness. You're this and that. This is not. Let's talk
Why
positive,
the fuck?
dude.
Oh, let him say what he thinks he has to say. I mean, it's in him, right?
Okay.
This is him. This is him.
I mean,
This is him.
Sheeple, you awesome, dude. I mean, you fight your fears. Whatever you talk, we'll talk me like whatever your fears. There's only light I've ever seen come from you. Even when you're fighting, you're trying to you're trying to share knowledge
Hey, dude.
always.
A sword has two sides, right? I can protect you. I could, or defend those I protect already. It's whatever way you want it.
Look,
Bro,
you guys are entitled to make fun of me, say I'm in darkness, whatever. But like, I've seen this a million times. You
where
are in
is the light?
darkness. I already explained it. If you didn't
You
catch
just
it,
you
watch
just
the
burped
live.
on the mic, dude. You just
I've
like
already
had
explained it.
you said a sentence,
Phoenix,
and
Sheeple,
then
I'm
you
trying to.
be calmer and happy and control your emotions would be the best place. We apologize that you. I'm sorry for the trauma. Be
Listen,
calm and
if
happy,
anyone,
or you're not a
if
perfect
anyone,
person.
Oh, you. Listen. Can you just not burp on the mic? I clearly see you've got a mute button. Try
no,
it again.
if
Just
if anyone is allowed to burp on mic, it's
it's
Jesus.
you,
It's Jesus.
not lowercase Jesus. All right, carry on now. Lowercase Jesus.
Yeah, so I've already explained how you can come out of the darkness. I'm not going to explain it again because I don't see the point of that. I clearly see that, Phoenix here, it loves his darkness. He wants to stay in it. You can tell. I mean, if you're someone who is with the
You're a
Father,
spellcaster.
if someone is with the Father,
Whore.
you realize quickly people that are in darkness and people who are in the light. And from someone who is with the Father,
Wait,
and I
hold
say it
the fuck up.
and I say it subjectively.
Are you trying to
I
say? Are you
see
trying to
this guy
say
is in darkness.
Phoenix? Are you trying to say Phoenix is a Sith Lord?
I'm saying no. It's not what I'm saying.
He
I'm
sounds
saying
like
that
it. He's all in the dark side.
no. I'm
What's wrong
saying
with
that look, I've explained this to him already. Satan can quote the Bible. Satan can say that he is saved by God. Satan can say many things. He can act like a believer. Again, just because you proclaim to be a believer in God,
Do you
or
have any
because you
proof?
can
Do you have any
quote the
proof that
Bible,
Satan?
because you can
Eye
do
of the
all those
needle,
things,
whatever.
Do you have any proof that Satan's ever said anything?
that's all I have to say. You can quote the Bible, you can say you believe God, but that doesn't mean
You say
anything
this
else.
shit.
All right. Okay. Great. I heard you now.
enough.
I heard you now. Mute your mic.
Yeah, now
I heard
watch
you
him carry the torch of the light the right way.
All right. Listen.
You got the torch, Phoenix. You better no. The torch of the light.
You now, in your final words that you get to speak, throw your final spears like some heroic Hail Mary that even was on target. It's landed in the sand. I snapped it.
Oh,
now I'm walking towards you, and I'm looking you right in the face. This is what I'd say to you.
Mm-hmm.
8 years ago, I was in a car crash calculated by a rocket scientist to be 62 to 67 tons of pressure, meaning that my whole body should have splintered.
Look, we don't need to
smashed
get
and-
into. We don't need to hear your
Why
life story.
are you
Hey,
unmuted?
let him testify.
Why are you
Please.
unmuted? Why are you unmuted?
Please do not bring up
Why
anything.
are you unmuted? Is my question.
We don't need to hear it. We don't need to.
Why are you unmuted? You're not the only one in this room. You do not speak for others.
Yeah, let him finish, please. Or you will be muted. Go ahead, Reese.
Thank you. Now, calculated by rocket scientists to be 62 to 67 tons of pressure. Me and my partner, who happens to be born with the name Light, walked away from it.
Damn.
No broken bones, no brain damage, no disability.
Hang on, mate. I'm curious. Just one question. You seem to be very faithful in God and things like this. But how do you believe in a globe in that regard if the Earth is just a nothing in comparison to the great span of the
Because-
universe?
Because Earth is in a state.
Phoenix, I
And
don't want to fuck with your mind, right? But like, have you ever considered the possibility that you actually didn't survive that crash? And then everything now is just
You know what, Brad? It wouldn't be too bad. I tell you what. Because the last thought I had going through my mind before the car crash was, God, please let her go on. She's the good that needs to go in the world, not me.
Nice.
And you know, this is when I will quote a Bible verse. And 4 times, lowercase Jesus, you said that I quoted Bible verses here today. That's a lie, and I have witnesses, and I want them now to say you never quoted one Bible verse. Anybody? Can I get a witness?
From my point of view, not knowing anything about the Bible, it sounded like you did, but I guess you didn't.
No, quoting a Bible verse is word for word what you could find in any text, like an actual translation. I admitted to taking a story from a parable and explaining my interpretation of it, but never quoted, which is another way of saying he came here bashing his Bible. Nice trick Satan would play, I'd say. Anyway, so my very existence is now 8 years past that day, and every breath I get to take feels like borrowed time. And you want to tell me about know thyself, be grateful, and be the light, and all the rest of it? Dude, I am fucking ecstatic itself. And all the other sadness in the world that remind me that the shit that I have been through and seen could be like this for everybody if the powers that be weren't so fucking maniacally insane and selfish.
Mm-hmm. Take some time to get to know him, get to know the Phoenix dude, because you'll hear power or you'll hear, energy, but I think you'll also always hear cooperation and kindness and caring. I mean, ain't nobody gonna get everything correct. In Phoenix, no disrespect, I'm sure there's a thing or two opinionated people think they disagree with or factually, but you're always. This dude's a winner. You better fuck with Phoenix, buddy.
Also, if you ever need anything 3D printed, he's your man.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He's a good man. I've met him before, and he's definitely a good
Wait, that's
man.
a lie because no man is good.
All right, you again.
Oh, here we go.
Oh. Here we go.
It's so it's like when I saw the power of the positive context that they can do on young children, it just woke me up. Like, you know what I mean? If we analyze what was just said previously, it was like, no, not like there's an absence of a statement there. When you say, like, the brain has to flip and now process and translate what his negative means as the inverse positive, rather than him just directly saying the positive that he desires.
Yeah. And I have some ideas.
I think
I have some ideas regarding peace.
Hey Don, I think you are in darkness as well, and the reason why I say that is because of your silly statement.
I think you should be enlightened. I think you should bring the light more to you, Jesus.
Guys, I think that's
you have this obsession with positivity, and you need to come out of that. You need to come out of that.
What do you know about? What do you know about supernatural? What do you know about
binary, genius?
Anything? What do you know about anything, Jesus? You sound like you haven't even experienced the street yet.
Yeah. Well, you seem to be using it as supernatural. It's even simpler than that, Jesus. It's binary. It's biological, buddy. It's on or off. Be on.
You walk at night. You walk at night when it's dark, when there's no one else around, or is that
no? I mean,
is that not recommended for you? You know what I mean? Who am I dealing with? Who am I dealing with? I'm dealing with a person who's spoken to me twice and very, very opinionated, and tried to describe how I feel about the very breath that I get to enjoy my life with. That type of logic, I don't get that. Like, I don't cross that boundary. Like that's so much in my bubble. You become part of it.
Oh,
I think it's just
I
weak
was
spells.
I was talking to Don. I wasn't even talking to you. But
oh my God.
It sounds like Jesus trying to.
We ain't gonna let it. We're gonna sit here and say positive criticism.
Bubble.
I'm saying that if you have the obsession
Yeah, you
about
say a lot.
positivity,
You say a lot, dude. You say a lot, but I
if
have
you
to. I
have
have to cut you
obsession
off.
about positivity, then you are in darkness.
What is
Because
this if you speak of? Keep your
because
if to yourself, man. Keep your if to yourself, buddy.
Let me tell you.
Not
positivity is
obsessed.
from the
Yo, the
positivity is
science
from the
will tell
devil.
you, buddy. The science will tell you about the power of the positive context. It's not positivity. It's the positive it's the way the brain works. However, by the on-off mechanism, you only see what is. If you describe what isn't, the brain can, if you use negative words, context like not, no, any conjunction of no or not, like can't, the brain will not process this. It translates it. Okay, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it doesn't process it. It doesn't see that as a final picture, as a final thought. It has to translate it always into a positive thought. It's science, buddy. You're trying to cast spells on people. Your darkness, we must all dispel all this. Only allow the light to shine. Blah blah blah. This you see through, man. You see through. Okay, let the light shine.
Again, everything you just said there was because you're in darkness. When people are in
Remember when I
darkness, what
called you?
happens is
It's so funny, man. Like
I can't. We're not
tried
gonna
to
listen
say who I am to these people who know me
you
better
guys
than
have to
you
let me
do, and
talk.
they
You
told
can't
you. No,
keep
but they
over
told
talking.
you that you're wrong, and yet you still think you're right about me. So you can't let it go. So how are you meant to be taught anything or learn anything when you know it all, lowercase Jesus?
Yeah, we can't.
Can
We
I,
can't assume you're gonna.
I'm not here.
Wait, question. How did Phoenix and Jesus become so great friends today?
Well, this guy keeps doing the negative criticism without the positive. Like, can we hear the positive criticism at the end of the tunnel here?
You're not listening. I just told you this stupid concept that you have about positivity is wicked. It's from the devil.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you quickly
and this idea
give
that
the
you have,
constructive criticism? Quickly
you
give
have
the
to let me
solution.
talk. You can't
Quickly with
overtalk
the
me.
solution, or
Let
we
me
about to
finish
be
talking.
rumbling.
Otherwise, we're not going to have this conversation.
We about
I'd like to hear your
rumble.
take.
This
I'd like to hear
concept that
your
you
take,
have.
mate.
I mean, I think you guys
This
are
concept,
arguing for the sake of fucking arguing. I don't even
this
think
concept-
you and Phoenix know why you guys are arguing anymore.
Yeah,
this concept that you have about positivity, negativity, remain positive because science told me is complete wickedness.
No, it's
Okay,
not about
okay.
that, man.
It's complete
Hold on. What?
wickedness.
Okay, lowercase Jesus. What does I have some ideas regarding peace? Isn't that positive?
Manifesting
Anyone who
is
comes to
positive.
you and says, I have ideas or I have ideas of peace, they're straight from hell. They are from the devil.
Well, I've got one. Well, you see, I said about the powers that be that are just maniacally selfish, and insane.
Dude,
You are the
anything.
devil. If you
Your
come to me
game
and
is
say,
to call everything the devil in
From
darkness. Anything that exists.
you can derive peace is possible. World peace is possible.
no, that's a lie. If anyone tells you that peace is possible or that world peace is possible, they are straight from hell.
Oh yes, that's where they're from.
Can we ask you this? Are there any people not straight from hell?
Yeah, exactly. He's got the list and he's checking it twice right now.
The people that are in the light. People,
Which is what? What is being in the light, buddy?
Being in the light is
Well, that's a
staying
decent
out of
take.
your head. People who don't say things like remain positive. People who say things like
Say it again. Can you summarize? No,
I
don't talk about what it's not. Talk about what it is.
You
What
are
is
wicked.
it? What
Well,
is
I don't
being
think
in
we
the
would
light?
be.
What?
We wouldn't be
Staying out
here
of
as
your
humans.
head. Staying out of your nonsense.
Oh, what do you do that's so much greater, guru, lowercase Jesus?
I'm not a guru. I'm not a lowercase
Well,
Jesus.
stop
I'm a
acting
follower.
like everybody's mentor and tell us what you do that we must now
told you.
do.
I
What is that? What is that?
concentrate.
Get out of my head. So what? I just sit there and go,
I
what?
disagree. I'm gonna be like him.
I
You're in
concentrate
darkness, lowercase
on
Jesus. You're in darkness.
myself.
Anybody who comes and says that they just told you is in darkness. Anybody who says that is in darkness.
You can laugh all you want, but
It was
I
funny, dude.
see that you guys are all in darkness, and
Perhaps,
you know,
perhaps you're so,
We see.
perhaps you're in darkness. You can't laugh with us. You know
if
what I
you
mean?
want to be in the light, right? You got to come out of the darkness and come out of your thoughts and come out of your nonsense.
And then where do we go?
Then you will be in the light, and you realize, oh
Into the
wow,
light.
yeah.
Where's that?
Positivity is actually the most wicked thing ever. You know, if you truly are if you're in the light, you realize that really quickly. Positivity, negativity, blah 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 is
What's in
wicked.
the light?
Balance.
What's in your
Balance.
what's
You
in your
are
version?
strawmanning the positivity point. It is about positively contexted, not about. It's about being on, not off, not positive. You're twisting the meaning here. You need to understand the meaning is about being on, being describing the what is, and a lot of people like to
That's
talk
all
about
nonsense.
the opposite of what's not and let you infer the what is.
That's all
Talk
nonsense.
about what is.
Knowledge is wicked. If you come to me and you say you have ideas, that is wicked. Ideas, knowledge, positivity, negativity, all of that nonsense is all wickedness.
Wow,
And
wow, you're a genius. Thank you for sharing and have a nice day.
Oh my goodness. I mean, if that was that a punchline? Please tell me that wasn't the punchline.
Oh, you need a bit of a conclusion to Satan worship.
Yeah, it's vague, isn't it? It's kind of vague.
Too vague. Like, what's the next? What do you mean by that? What do you imply?
Where do we? Yeah, where do we go? Where do we go when we take away from ourselves from the positivity and trying to remain in a happy mood?
Yes.
Japanese say when they meet each other, say, "Ah, kyo wa genki desu ka?" How is your inner energy today? That's what they're asking you.
Nice.
Genki desu ka? Is your ki genki good energy
Was it
today?
vibrant, like radiant?
Why do we kyo wa why do we keep shut up? Kyo wa waruiki desu. I'm not feeling my energy's not good today. Kyo wa genki desu yo. Yeah, my energy's feeling good today. You're telling them not to be positive when their very introduction in the morning is how is your energy? How is your energy today?
Because everyone
Jesus,
here
I support the positivity. Don't let it get twisted, because I'm making a different point. Now, I need my man Sheeple to know. Sheeple, level one is, hey, let's turn it on. But I definitely agree with you. Level two, we got to be positive, right? I'm with you on the positivity. Don't let it like I'm Nathan. This guy's in darkness, gonna constantly try to preach to us about the darkness. I mean, I'm glad I came at the right time. I'm glad I came to see Sheeple shine the torch of truth on you, Jesus, and let you realize within your heart, as you're coming to us telling us you have ideas, we must now, as we've learned from you, turn around and call you wicked and tell you to look within your heart, because you came to me, told me you have an idea about me being in the darkness, so you're wicked. So turn the light on in yourself and get excited. God bless.
Yo, hallelujah. Say it again. Can I get a witness? But no,
okay. Can I respond now?
You have been exposed by the light today, lowercase Jesus, with your blasphemous audacity.
Okay, so
it was a grace period that we speak to you now to hear you out, so that there was no miscommunication or misunderstanding. But you've made it perfectly clear who you think we are and how far we have to go to a place where you can't tell us. Doko ni iku ka? Where am I going? Doko mo ikimasen. I don't go anywhere. Doko ni ita hoga ii? Where should I go? Omae wa chotto kodomo no atama ga aru yo. I just told you you had a children's mind, is what I just told you. Okay.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. That's awesome.
I meant it. I meant it.
Can I finally respond now? Or are you gonna
Yes.
keep
Now that you are under the light, right? Now that you are exposed by your own words and actions, know them by their fruit. Please tell us what other fruits you have to bear.
Okay, so again, because everyone here is in darkness, when he was talking about how the Japanese people greet each other, about what their energy levels are, you guys all immediately, because you're all in darkness, immediately you were like, "Oh my god, I can relate to that." This is what happens when people
blasphemy. You want to tell us about the light and you say, "Oh my god."
Let me
please spare me.
Just let him respond, Race, please.
Yeah, sorry.
When you are in darkness, you listen to what he said about the Japanese people and their greeting, and you would think, oh my God, I can relate to that. That felt amazing. You know, sometimes I feel good, sometimes I feel this feeling of feeling good and feeling bad sometimes, all of it is wickedness. If someone comes to you and says, my spirit is good or my spirit is bad, they're talking about the devil that's in them. And you need to come out of that nonsense.
You mean you're prepared to die? Okay, we get it. Get excited.
Well, here's the thing, and here's the little thing that I will tell you. When I told you know nothing about me, now you'll know something about me. I don't promise myself anything after I feel that every day I live on borrowed time. So put that in your pipe and smoke it and calm the fuck down.
You may be surprised how many of us here have had near-death experiences.
And do you want a medal? Do you want an
And I
award?
think you should understand, we touch the light, buddy. We shine the light. We carry the light. We've seen the light, and we share the
No,
light.
you carry darkness.
Oh,
and you want to
yes.
spread the darkness
Show your
everywhere.
face. Show your face if you're in the light.
That's exactly.
Show your face. Show your face.
Hey, show your face.
Show your face.
Show your face. I'll show my face.
I want to see what I want to see what an angel looks like.
This isn't about being an angel. It's
Shut
about
the
being
fuck
aware.
up then. Shut the fuck up then with all your high and mighty bullshit. Holier than thou bullshit. It's
What is
pissing
he
me
aware
off.
of? I'd like to dissect his shit. What are you aware of? You're gonna die, so do everything you want right now. I'd like to explore the greedy side of it, you know, because I a lot of times these guys will hear me, man. I've testified, buddy. I like to remove my bias from this whole positivity thing, and I like to just be like, hey, man, winner's gonna win. You know, evolution. Maybe, you know, who am I to say that God hates the murderers, or you know, like all this? Is that where you go? Like, do you support like just the taking what's yours type of thing? Like, do what you can do. You know, like tell me more,
Unionism.
Jesus. Tell me more, Jesus, about this. You shouldn't, you know, have feelings. Like, what? Does anybody understand his code or his program? Like, I haven't seen the true pattern yet, unless it's like this disguised greediness that we're about to expose. Actually,
We're saying that like we're all in darkness, right? And everything's from the devil, good and bad. But you haven't, you know, that implies that there is somehow something, there's a God in the picture, but you haven't elaborated on what that is at all.
anything is not it. Unless you're at Zen in your head, it sounds like you're not God. Like, that's what the only thing I can be is like, you have to have some perfect Zen in your head. There can be no issue, nothing, or else it's darkness.
Exactly. And also he's telling us to understand and know myself and ask God to tell me who I am, but at the same time I can't feel emotional.
Right, and you're gonna get the mic again, Jesus. Stop telling us you're in darkness because everyone's in darkness. Darkness. 4 lines about darkness could have been 4 lines about to be in the light you must have a clear head. To be in the light you must just be in a meditative state. Or to be in the light you must just have balance. Or to be in the light you have to just take care of yourself and sustain yourself and make sure your life. You have all this platform to say anything of the correct instruction, and there's 3 of us asking you polite for, and we won't interrupt you. Could you please say some of that? You do have the calmest demeanor out of me or Sheeple or you. So
Okay, so the reason why I
kudos to
don't
that.
say that is because instructions, when you give instructions to people that are in darkness, what happens is they turn it into a religion. And
good point.
What happens is they begin to take the instructions and then they begin to create a doctrine or a religion or a procedure or a manual or whatever, but then they still remain in the darkness because they haven't seeked themselves, they haven't done the effort to ask God to see themselves, and as a result they just do a bunch of praying. They do prayer or they do meditation or they do all this
Tell
other
us more
nonsense.
about the other though.
No,
Stop talking
I'm
about the
not
no.
here to give you
Tell me
instructions.
more.
I'm here to tell you you're in darkness and you need to come
That's
out.
so stupid, homeboy. So dumb.
This is ridiculous. Here's the thing. You sound depressed to me, lowercase Jesus.
Yeah, a little
You
bit.
sound really, really lacking something to invigorate the fire that is the human spirit and your soul, for a lack of other words. Now, you
testify your light, buddy.
You don't understand the word light if you can't even explain it 30 minutes, Past already.
He kind of made the point like
Yeah,
he's assumes that we're going to
when
take it as
people
instruction. We don't have
that
to
are
take
in the
it as
light,
instruction. Your testimony can be just that. Instruction it does not have to be. So why don't you just give your testimony about your beautiful light and we'll glean what we can from it without instruction from you.
no,
Exactly.
because when you people when you're of the light and you
So
engage
you don't
with people
have
that are
anything. You don't have
when
anything.
you're of the light and you engage with people that are in darkness, the people in darkness will try
We
to call
get
you
it. Satan is the way.
Yeah.
Satan is the light.
Yeah,
Satan
yeah,
is the
yeah.
light bringer. We
Listen to
get
the
it.
silver tongue on this motherfucker.
He's a
Honestly, it's
singer, man. It's fine. I take
Let me finish.
give him
Let me
props.
finish.
I give props to your greedy ass who's gonna do
Ah,
whatever you want for yourself. Props to you, buddy.
yeah, yeah.
Please,
You
if you have to,
probably
if you have
enjoy
to,
the elite sucking your dick too. And here's the thing. You're lacking something. Your voice gives it away. Your God-given voice gives it away to me. Don agrees. So don't come here talking about darkness and light when you're probably in darkness yourself. Can't quite find what thing is lacking in your life because you got too many logs in your eye trying to point the finger at everyone else. Judge not lest you be judged, and if you judge, you be judged in the manner that you judged. That's a fucking Bible verse. Now you can say I quoted.
Okay.
Fucking
Let me
liar.
You're in darkness sounds like instruction, buddy. You need to come out of the darkness sounds like instruction, buddy. You sound like a hypocrite, buddy. We should be in awe of your I guess your firm stance here. Like you got a mask over your face, like you have on a big hypocrite sign, and you just constantly trying to tell us that we're blind or we're confused about what we're reading or something. The big poster on your face, hypocrite.
Okay. So again, when you're of the light and you engage with people that are in darkness, what happens is the people in darkness would try to find ways to bring you back into the darkness.
Is that part of
And
your
when
script? Because you just said that. We're not stupid. We speak the English language quite well. Now we don't have to repeat yourself.
Let me finish.
Don't repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself.
Hold on.
Guys,
Carry on.
guys.
Carry on from where
But
you stopped.
Jesus. Here's the thing, though. Aren't
Just
the people in
fucking-
light doing the same
off.
thing to people in darkness? They're trying to bring the people out of darkness into light. So the people are doing the same shit to each other.
Let me actually finish, please. Because the people are in darkness, they will try to find many ways to bring the people that are in the light into the darkness. As everyone saw here today, Faithful and Dawn called me names, called me that they tried everything to try to bring me down, try to bring me back to the darkness. Not gonna work, because
You're telling people they're in darkness, buddy. You are the name caller, buddy. Hypocrite
You're the liar when you four times in a row said I quoted a Bible verse when I didn't. You're a liar four times. Shut up. You're a liar 4 times. You lied about me.
Hey, Phoenix.
4
Let's high road
fucking
him.
times.
Phoenix,
You
let's see if-
lied
let's-
about me. And
Phoenix,
on top of
Phoenix.
that, hold on. On top of that, you want to talk about Satan, who is the accuser. They've done nothing. You've done nothing but accuse everyone who went against you.
He's calm, right? But I don't know if he can handle the high road. Let's try to kill him with kindness and be his best friend and be like, oh, thank you, and we love you. And let's see, you know what I'm saying, if friendship can work or if he just proves that he wants the ruckus, right?
Well,
I bet he's going to prove the latter.
Did you not catch it before, Don?
Oh, you guys were great, and I'm sorry.
Did you not catch it just before when you asked him to show us your glorious light? He said no. So he's the type of person that offered you a rope while you were drowning, and then took it away and said, "Oh,
right?
I can't get my rope dirty with your hand."
I actually exposed.
So get fucked. I don't want your knowledge. I don't want anything you have to offer. When you don't think peace is possible, you think that positivity is a bad thing. You think that having ideas like maybe how to fix the problem with world hunger is a bad idea. You want to use words that identify the personification of hurting children. You want to go against the light, which sole purpose is to protect the future. And you want to tell everybody that you are the one to lead us. And when asked where we're going, you say you're not worthy.
It's
Yeah,
quite
Phoenix don't
clear.
back down, buddy. You opened a bad can of worms fucking with sheeple, buddy.
Jesus himself said that he did not come to bring peace. He came to bring a sword. And the reason why he said that is because it's not about peace. It's because peace is wickedness, and I'll explain why.
Hey, who's got a sword in their profile picture? You or me? Because my picture is my face. My picture is my face with the Archangel Michael flying down and landing behind me, ready to protect the children. That's what's in my fucking picture. Okay? So don't talk to me about the light where you hide your face in the dark, bitch.
Okay, so am I the only one that heard? Am I the only one that heard him saying, "I want peace on earth"? Did he not just say that?
Okay, explain.
No, I did not. I did not say that. I said peace is. I said peace is possible. Don't change my words and lie for the fifth time.
The devil comes along and he says, "Hey, peace is possible. You know, I believe in peace. I believe in solving world hunger.
And then
I have ideas for blah blah blah."
He said that to, though.
Ideas are wickedness.
The people that he said that to were just chilling.
What an idiot.
The people that he said that to were chilling.
As simple as that. Ideas are wicked. I mean, come on.
Does he believe himself? That's what I want to know. Like, oh
Can
my
we
goodness.
define idea? I mean, seriously, ideas are wicked. You come on.
Ideas are wicked.
Ideas are wicked, and I'll happily explain why.
Did you never have an idea to eat some almonds off of the tree or eat some berries? Was that wicked to have that idea?
Yeah, like that's a fucking wicked idea, bro.
I'm not talking about practical ideas.
Evil.
I'm not talking about practical things. I'm not talking about. Look, I have
You're not
ideas
talking
of,
fucking logic.
Define your terms, sir.
You're not
I mean, let's be
talking
friends.
logic. You've
I'm
attacked
talking about
everybody
ideas,
here of
like-
being. Shut up! You've attacked everybody in this room, including the owner of the server, of being unworthy. And now you want to hide your teachings from us. Oh, well, then fuck off.
Who is the
fuck
owner
off.
of the server?
Go to
Who
where
is-
you believe you are
It's
lighting
me.
the path
Me.
because you bring
I'm the
nothing.
owner.
You bring nothing here.
Who's the owner of the server?
You bring nothing to us.
Okay, whoever
You bring
the owner of the
nothing.
server
I have
is-
no fruit. I have nothing no nourishment. I asked you what fruit you had to bear further. I further find spoiled figs.
What?
Right. I think it's like, are you making the idle time argument, or?
You know, I will pray for my enemies, and I will pray for you. I'll pray for people that are in darkness. I'll pray.
Dude,
you come out of the
we just moved on to figs. Shit's about to get serious.
What's around your neck, Satan I worship?
Wait.
Come out of the darkness is such a half plan. You know, you can see the picture of you stepping out of the darkness, but then you have a void. There's no picture there anymore. And whereas if you were, say, come into the light, or even both, come out of the darkness into the light, you give the complete picture.
I've actually said that, but I don't think you were here during the earlier conversation.
No, look, you're very calm. Your demeanor is very gentle. That's very respectful. You and Phoenix, y'all's personality is going to clash, right? If there's any conflict. So that's why it's like, maybe make sure you guys are defining things common and stuff like this, and you know, watch the attacks, man. That's that. If you just speak more general and be more positive criticism. But you should. Well, are you giving credit? Can I ask you this, Jesus? Can I ask you yes or no? Do you believe you are criticizing Phoenix?
No, I'm showing love.
Okay, I hear it, sir, as if we were to define the word
because
criticism,
you are in darkness,
sir.
In
There is a human term that we've come up with called criticism, and it has specific.
No.
There's
Criticism
not this term?
is a term that was defined by people who are in darkness because they couldn't handle it, because they couldn't handle the light. They couldn't handle the lights, and so
do you want
they
it now?
remain
You're
in
being
darkness.
rude again, and you're interrupting back now. I mean, I was going to give you a window to confirm. You didn't have to overtalk me to do it. I respect your no.
I apologize for doing that, but go ahead.
That's fine. But you do know there is a standing word, whoever it may have been created by. There is a standing word with a logical definition. criticism, right? That word does exist, and it means
No, it doesn't. It's complete nonsense.
Okay. So
I
you're
was not being
communicating.
critical.
Let's erase all the elaboration. So
You're
you're
being
just
very
simply
wicked.
communicating to
You are
him. You're
being
just
very,
giving
very
love.
wicked right now, and you're trying to bring
Okay.
me. You're trying to pull me back into the darkness and try to
I'm
get
sorry.
me
No,
to
no, no.
think
I'm
about
sorry. I'm
ideas and
sorry,
words and
buddy.
all this
Hey,
wickedness.
man.
No,
Hey, man. Hey, man. You say you want to give love. I'll support that, right? Okay. But
the problem that you have because you're in darkness. When you hear the word love, you immediately think of fuzzy, warm hugs and kisses. No, that's not love. Love is
no, helping is
cold,
love.
hard.
Strengthening is love. That I know your definition, sir. I'm sure I do.
Ready to die for what you love is love.
Yeah.
No, that's not true.
How
That's nonsense.
simple is it? You said you're of the light. No greater love existing to lay down the life for another. Dickhead.
Appreciation, the giving of the energy, but regardless, my man, you have all these
The giving of the
opportunities to be
energy, this
nice.
idea that you have about giving the energy, that's giving demons. Get away from me, demon.
You are so strawmanning me, buddy.
Get
You should
away
talk
from
to
me,
me
demon.
before you tell me what I am. It would help if like you understand
You are of
I'm
the
a flawed
devil.
person. I
You
may
are
be
the
flawed.
father of
I've
the
never talked to you
devil.
before. We probably have cultural and language slight barriers
You
there.
are
You should
the
understand.
father, the
Why are you
devil.
interrupting me,
You
buddy?
suck the devil's dick in your dreams.
Thank
Satan
you.
I worship.
Hey,
That's what
guys,
that's what
you know
that's what
what?
happens. That's what happens when you
Hello.
mock
This
God.
is literally become all you guys against him, right? And now you guys muted him.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not
muting
gonna-
for interrupting, but is there any chance that we can tone the energy down? This is
Yeah,
not a great listen, to be honest.
We should.
Gotta agree.
We should really do that. But this idea that, you know, one should be allowed to walk over and, you know, prejudge everybody, some that haven't even spoken, you know, and they're all in on. They're all in. They're all darkness.
Everyone has a point of view, right? Everybody has a point of view, and it's like you as a man should fucking want to hear it.
I want to hear it, but I don't
Want to
think it
hear
should.
anything from him?
I don't think it should
then-
write off the possibility of progress or potential for everybody who's not even speaking.
No,
He's
but
just naysaying on repeat, man.
Yeah,
by
exactly.
him having
And
a
when
different perspective.
no, but Branch, have you not seen the pattern? When it gets too close, he switches to "You are the devil. You
I know,
are the devil."
I get that, dude. But by him having a different perspective, right? That could create conversation. Instead, is causing bickering. So you know, you got two.
It's because we're going nowhere, Branch.
You got
the guy tells us
bickering.
All right, bickering.
Hey,
All right,
man,
yep.
I think it's like this, man. We see everything, man. Phoenix sees it all. We see it all, bruh. That's why we hear shit. We in the light, okay? We see it all. Nothing is clouded from us. We see it all. We see the past, the present, the future, the always is standing now and forever, man.
But honestly, it sounds like you guys are bickering, trying to come up on the conversation. Whoever the fuck, you know,
It's like a
talks
preaching contest.
wins.
It's become weird.
Why don't you guys fucking just try to talk to each other? Maybe Jesus has good points.
Well, you know, we've tried to ask. We're not worthy of his knowledge. You just told us, don't you see? He wrote off everybody who didn't speak their darkness because they're also here for some reason. He knows them. They haven't even spoke. They haven't even spoke, Branch, but he knows. He knows, right? And then when you ask him to, please, can I just have a little bit of your rice or water? He says, no. I need it all.
There's one thing to write someone off, but what you guys have been doing is you wrote him off, and you guys are fucking punching him in the face now.
We're not punching anyone in the face.
30 seconds.
We're just waiting to hear about where this light takes us that we don't have, that he claims us to know us. It's insulting, Branch.
Branch, do you have a testimonial timer? Can you do like 20 seconds and be like Sheeple 20 seconds, Gerald 20 seconds, Jesus 20 seconds, me 20, and just tell us. And then guys, respect the timer. And see if you can get your... No interrupting.
I don't give enough of a fuck to do that.
I'm just gonna listen from now on.
I'll fucking do it. Jesus, you get a double time. Can you, whatever you want to testimony us, 40 seconds, but then when it's our turn, no interrupting. We're going to do no fucking but it's darkness interruptions from you. Please. You want to do that? Can y'all unmute him if he's force muted?
He's unmuted.
Okay.
So yeah, sure thing. I can do that.
Go. 40 seconds for you. You start us if you wish.
I think I've said everything I needed to say.
Okay. Thank you. Sheeple, you want to take one?
Could I just ask what the actual contention is?
We have no idea.
Hey, well, because you just said that was that was an idea to possibly have an understanding. Like maybe if I ask you had an idea to ask a question, that's evil. So you're darkness too. According to lowercase Jesus, that's just the rules. If you have an idea, it's evil. If you want peace, it's evil. If you want to talk about positivity, that's evil itself. You're the devil.
Yeah, well, practical ideas are allowed. Practical ideas.
Yeah.
Have we sussed out what the filter is on that? No.
No, we haven't got the. We haven't got the.
Darkness to have the idea to suss that out.
And when we asked for the the clarity of what is it we're lacking, he told us we're not worthy.
So where does that idea come from? Does that idea come from the fact that you should be basically you should be as God's will? So if you're having an idea, then you're not.
He's a Satan worshiper, dude. He thinks you should have the light.
Right.
You should. He thinks you should know everything because that's what is in your brain. The power of the given gift of the nature. I mean, it's that Satan stuff, that Lucifer. That's obvious what it is.
I can explain the ideas thing.
All right, let's all mute while he gets 4 seconds.
So the practical idea is like when you have a practical idea. I realize this myself. When I'm hungry, I have an idea of grabbing some food, maybe making a sandwich, right? But with that idea, I don't sit there and contemplate it. I know exactly what I need to do. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go make a sandwich. The wicked idea.
Maybe Jesus.
Let him finish, Branch.
He did. He paused.
The wicked ideas is the ones where you get a thought.
I get it. It's like you guys are getting confused with. Sorry.
I'm gonna go solve world hunger. I'm gonna bring world peace. Those are wicked ideas. Wicked.
But Jesus, here's the thing, Jesus, right? Let's say you was hungry and you decided to make a sandwich. Now all of a sudden, that chick next door comes along, half dressed. Will you lose your hunger?
It almost sounds like you're trying to argue
what are you
against
talking about?
idea and plot.
What are you even saying right now?
And an idea is that's almost sounds like.
Jim. Yeah, there's much more to it. Just hold on for your seat and see if you can filter out any fair, consistent pattern from this gentleman. Just hold on and watch. It ain't that simple yet.
My point was this, yeah. You're saying you was driven by hunger, but something can come along and override that drive, right?
No, I'm talking about ideas, right?
You know exactly what you want.
You're not listening. This is the problem.
Peanut butter and jelly.
When you're hungry, you have an idea of eating, right? Maybe making a sandwich. That idea is not.
If you're lucky enough to be able to eat, is what you should.
You better not have ever toasted your bread, ever.
You know what? I'm done. You guys are full. You guys are trapped in it, man. You are in darkness. It's not even funny.
Oh, fuck off, Chow. Go and get a responsibility and tell me about worry. Okay.
Tell me about toast. Tell me about the darkness of toast. Hey, it was an idea, and it was extra. And you knew you wanted peanut butter, jelly, and bread, so why did you need that burnt motherfucking bread, motherfucker? Like, come on.
All right, guys. He said he's done. Is there any chance we can change the subject?
Yeah, burnt to a crisp. Take him out. He's done.
You guys take him too seriously. I don't know if you've engaged with him in the past.
Right?
I'm not a troll, by the way. None of what I said was being a troll.
No, I believe you.
Do not demean me and put me away.
No, you're just in darkness, dude. Listen.
No.
We understand. You're just in darkness. We understand.
Every single one of you are in darkness.
We understand. Listen.
He tried to straw man Sheeple because Sheeple said the word worry. He tried to start a fucking darkness war.
You just had an idea that we're in darkness, so obviously you're the evil darkness that you just warned us about. Thank you for warning us about yourself as you came here to warn us about you twice, 4 times maybe. Thank you for not providing anything. Thank you for allowing me to waste my time and listen to you and gain absolutely nothing. Thank you for the poisoned fig at the end of your speech.
Well,
And
he just
thank you
replied to something.
for promising to never have to tell me the things that you claim, your self-proclamation that I, another created living being, are unworthy to hear. Well, I still told you as a premise, I feel like I'm living on borrowed time.
God
So,
damn, Phoenix. Are you
goodbye.
gonna stop cussing him out?
I'm done.
Are you done cussing him out now?
Is he left? He was here.
I mean, but Branch the Darkness is kind of cussing out too, man. I mean, like, come on.
Nah, dude. No, really, he's been kind of chill, bro.
I told you I was just, Branch. I told you I was
He
just.
interrupted me every time I got real with the darkness. He's chill, but then the you're in darkness, that is an attack. That is like a he's like, oh, it's love, it's tough love. No, come to the light, keep yourself help, come to the goal. Oh no, but now I'm like, dude, you can't have it both ways. You're sitting here preaching to someone, acting like you're giving them information, and then you're turning around and saying, no, I'm not gonna. Giving information would be the wrong thing. It's so hypocritical. It's so inconsistent. Okay, you come to our light, please.
Yeah, don't forget, Don. Don't forget that I used to be like you line that he gave us earlier.
Oh yeah, that's what I was like, damn, bro. And you fought him off good. He looked like he took the hint of like, hey, don't fucking patronize me and this. And then it started with the, well, you said worried. So I was like, holy shit. I'm like, did he even investigate and know what sheeple meant by the worried? Are you like a nervous wreck, or are you just like preparing worried, or like is it a mix, or what is it? There was no nuance of discussion with you. He started attacking you.
Yep, he knew it all. He told me who I was, except he couldn't continue my sentence when asked to. So this whole thing, was an observation of those who are speaking before they should.
We don't. I get weird sometimes. I be on that. And again, you do understand, Sheeple, how I was saying the on-off is level 1. You have to just turn things on to do. I mean, and then level 2 is like, okay, the Christian, positive, nice. That's a different level, and I respect both of them.
Nice that he might have finished their grace period.
I tell you, heard me say the thing. I'm not the one to judge from what I've learned from Christian, from what I've learned from nature. Like. I've seen kind of karma come back on me sometimes, so I don't want to fuck with it. But if there's people powerful enough to battle and be Genghis fucking Khan and, do what they're doing, like, I don't know if I have a weakling bias. I've not learned how to kill and conquer and dominate and all this. But a gentleman like that is someone who I think would be able to have an honest discussion like this with me, who many people don't like it. And I'd be willing if there was a little bit more cooperation. I thought it'd be great to kick this idea around with them and explore. And we kind of got a little bit of childish behavior,
It was interesting. It was interesting because this idea of somebody seeing you in a state that they feel could be definitely healed, progressed from, or dealt with, is then unwilling after making the judgment. You know what I mean? Like, I just wanted to comment for no reason at all, for no help for you at all. Exactly. I just wanted to say it, and then and hide it under the banner of I care for you, love.
Yeah, ego much.
And when called out upon, called out to take a shower, say like, "Oh, you just got to get out of your mind." Well, that sounds out of my mind. Okay, well, that's about as saying, that's like saying I should go outside. Outside where? Out of my mind where? Do what? Think what? You think you know somebody? You think you can think for their thoughts? I mean, the audacity is fucking mind-boggling. It's like this younger generation needs to step correct.
Yeah, man, I was wondering like if it was gonna get like hostile because he was real calm, and you got that vigilance.
I will pray for both of you.
Oh, please don't. Please. I don't want to be connected to your energy. I'm sorry I even called you brother. I wish to remove myself from that title here and now before God, so that my energy doesn't go with you.
If he is one who is
Sir.
praying, he must be trying to get out of the darkness. So I'm sorry you're in the darkness. I hope your prayers can get you out of there and you'll be in the light where you want to be, which you're Satan. That's cool.
And for clarity, I wouldn't tell somebody that I'm the light and I know the best step forward when I believe that God is the navigator and the light directs me and it's not the other way around.
Yeah. And again, hey, show me why Satan wins. You know, I've made the case that Genghis Khan is a winner from his reference frame. You know what I mean? Like, and stuff like this, for instance, you know, people, hey man, how do you feel about those who break the 10 Commandments? They're in the light, right? They should know that the 10 Commandments is wicked darkness and, right? Am I correct, Jesus? And following the 10 Commandments is being in darkness, right? Because it's destruction. Is it too tough of a question for you? I mean, it's a simple yes or no.
I don't think you're worthy to know.
The Ten Commandments is something that is innate in all of us, and once you come out of the darkness,
I think you're a liar. I don't think you believe in Satan. The 10 Commandments is innate in us? You think that do not murder is innate in a fucking killer conqueror? Are you kidding me right now?
you know, the funny thing about this is that earlier you mentioned that I was interrupting you, and now it seems like you're interrupting me.
I'll fall back.
And you know, another interesting thing is I've remained calm this entire time.
Not true.
And these two gentlemen here have been chaotic, loud.
Oh yes,
No,
and now paint the picture when the people listening have the ability to just wind it back about an hour and see the moment that I called, said to you, you're an edgelord.
How are we gonna have a conversation?
But it's all right. It's all right.
Let him not lie.
Understand. Lowercase Jesus. Listen. You're not fooling anybody.
We might need to move on or something. This is you guys have been trolling each other for quite a while now.
Trolling.
You are not going to lie. When we interrupt to correct you, you need to fucking yield.
Well,
no, you have to let me finish, and then you can respond.
Do a damn thing.
Again, someone
you're in darkness.
Are you having an idea? Are you having an idea?
You guys are like you guys are like
Can
trolling
you
each other, and it's not really an actual conversation. It's like
Well, I'm not-
Okay, Gio, I was listening. Okay, I was listening.
So, again,
But then he began to try and paint a picture that didn't exist for everybody who just joined to make himself try and leave with the upper hand. Ain't gonna happen.
Is there some topic with information or knowledge, something someone could share, something that's actually
he impulsively interrupted me and then said he was calm the whole time.
Gio, I'm with you. I'm asking for any type of light or direction we should go, and all this mentor shit that he said. He's showing us nothing.
Well,
again, as I mentioned earlier,
topic change or something, some kind of
well, he had his moments.
Because Phoenix keeps talking over him.
I just want.
Okay, I'm not going to say another word anymore. But Dacian, you missed the beginning. That's all I'm going to say.
You know what? Hold up, real quick. This is the first time I've seen Steph W in this room.
No, what's up? Tonight maybe.
I see her all the time. She's around.
I just want to conclude by saying that I've remained calm this entire time. I've never shouted. I never needed to raise my voice. I never needed to insult. But the two gentlemen here have, and if you have any idea between someone who is in the light and someone who's in darkness, it's clear as day. It's clear as day who the person is in the light and who's in darkness. It's clear as day. Person that's insulting, calling you names, over talking, insults. Clearly, you're in darkness. Everyone can see, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, well, let me have my final word then.
Sounds like the same.
You started with the 30 seconds into speaking with "You are the devil." Allow me to tell you how that changes the atmosphere or the funiki of a conversation very quickly. Okay?
You are though.
He's not being truthful, Phoenix. Although his voice has remained at a certain pace and decibel, there has been times where in the middle of my point through the first setup before the punchline, you have interrupted me to say that's darkness instead of
Oh,
waiting
how
for me to finish.
dare he?
Multiple times, and
How
for
dare
him
he?
to not even allow a point of view to be put forth before one is judged,
Oh
and then
my
go on
God.
to tell someone to know themselves and be and think these things and go to God, all these things, and have no clue about my life path.
What a wicked, wicked person.
Is a really bad start to, having a bad assumption. And that's exactly where it led. I said a premise in the beginning. I said step correct, which means ask questions. Don't tell me who I am.
Guys, I got disconnected a second ago. I was gonna say,
well, is anybody all negative or all evil, or do we all have some of each?
Everyone is wicked. Everyone. And when I
Or
hear
do
people
some have some of each and some don't have one or the other?
No, every man is wicked.
You may sound calm, but you sound depressed as well. What's lacking in your life, lowercase Jesus? What's missing? Why do you focus on the word darkness and evil and devil every day of your life with the name Satan I worship? Why do you do that?
Sheeple, can you fall back for a second? Just a second.
All right, that's my question. That's my question. I'm
Okay,
out.
Jesus, if we can all agree on your premise that every man is wicked, can you clarify? You mean even those in the light, possibly as yourself? I mean, and I think we all could still agree, like that there's this original sin, this other primal nature, whatever. But are you including yourself in that when you say every man, sir? Yes or no?
Every man.
Okay,
is wicked until he is brought into the light.
Oh, so not you.
Once you're brought into the light,
that was a tricky answer, buddy.
and
You
you
answered
become
yes and
aware
no. You answered yes and
that you are
no.
wicked, then yes. Then
has there ever been anyone that lived on this earth that hasn't sinned at least once?
We've all sinned, but that's not the point. The point is that Jesus has been able to show us how to stop sinning.
Okay. So
and the way you
that's
do
all I
that
wanted to ask, man.
is
Thank
by
you very
coming
much
out
for that.
of the
Sheeple, I'll
darkness.
fall back.
But if it's innate that everyone's gonna sin, what's the point of telling us not to sin if our innate behavior is to sin?
Humans don't sin. It's the spirit, the wickedness that is inside of you that causes you to sin.
If that was the case, there should be at least a few people that you can name that's never sinned their entire lives.
That's not true.
Buddy. Why do you see the end game of this?
Are you saying the real Jesus sinned, Branch?
Yeah, he sinned.
He did? He was running around dropping sins? You really think that?
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that even Jesus sinned at least once.
Really? You think so, huh?
Again, I don't have this conversation is off the top of my head, right? So I'm nothing lined up to tell you why you're wrong, but I guarantee if I look deep enough, I can find Jesus doing at least one sin.
Jesus fell to temptation.
Okay.
So we're born wicked, we're wicked, but we could come to the light. And if you believe that.
Yeah, you all you gotta do is ask well, it's not all you gotta do, but first step is asking God to see
I
yourself.
understand that way. I grew up in some traditionalness, but I would like you to ask you to try to remove your own bias. I would like to challenge you to describe your thought exploration or journey into the play out, as might say, into the future of the cooperation / unwicked / in the light. Maybe we could describe what's not wicked. Maybe to you, killing someone isn't wicked. Maybe it's just being in this darkness, confusion, or something. Have a spell over you. But I'd like you to explore and talk to me about if this premise is true that I don't. Maybe I should start there, buddy. Is it always wicked to murder? Can you be in the light and be a murderer? Yes or no?
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely. Like,
No,
what if the
I was not
person?
asking you, Branch. I mean, come
Well,
on, Branch.
what if you're at a school shooting, and you?
Yeah, I agree with you, Branch. I could play it anyway. I want to see if he's open-minded.
open-minded to what?
To your own humbleness.
I think I believe in self-defense. I believe if
No.
you are in danger, then you
Can I see the light? Can I see that I am so smart and so powerful and so survivable and so clandestine and so future prepared that I'm so smart in the light that I just go around killing people, taking what I need? Okay, no repercussions. I'm totally protected from any like, physical realm, other than the spiritual, some sort of assumed connection, karma, whatever. I'm totally protected from, retaliation of man. Why should I not do that? I'm in the light. I should be smart enough to say, hey man, I can go take what I want and what I need. I've decided practically what I need. I need these people to be dead so I can have their land and take their daughters so I can have more or whatever. Okay, why is that not in the light? Why could that not be in the light?
Because, as I explained earlier, a practical thought or a practical idea doesn't require you to go back to it and think about it again and again and again. If you have an idea that you need to go kill someone, if you have an idea that you need to go kill someone to be able to get something, and then you get it, and then now you have a new thought, oh, I need to go do this now, and that is wickedness. That's not a practical thought, that's wicked thoughts.
But it fell apart there. You didn't make a point there. You just bluffed out.
Because, yeah, I made my point, but you're just not listening. A practical thought, a practical idea doesn't require you to contemplate it over and over and over again, because it's clear crystal. When you're hungry, I want to go make a sandwich. You're not going to sit there and think, oh, do I do
Why
this?
are you invoking that? I'm not.
No.
Where did that come from? That's not part of the equation. I kill you. I never think about it again. What are you talking about?
That's not true. If you've spoken to anyone that's ever killed anything, they get constant thoughts about that. Actually, it's called PTSD.
Yeah, they're in the darkness because they're in the darkness. If they were in the light, they would let those thoughts go and they would never think about it again.
Are you serious? Are you trolling right now?
I think I'm smarter than you. Have a good night.
I think you're in darkness, and I'm gonna pray for you because you're lost. You're very lost.
You're gonna do no such thing, you little troll.
He is so lost. You could tell.
When you speak about the light, when you speak about the light, there's either a resonance in your voice or there's not, and I don't feel it from you. You liar.
Yeah, because Satan is all about feelings.
Father of lies.
Good and feelings. And my feelings. How do I feel? That's from Satan. Satan is the one that's saying to you,
you lied about me. And Satan is the father of lies. That's not even three. That's not even 3 strikes. That's like an extra strike.
Oh,
You're so transparent. You're so transparent for everyone else here.
God, you feel so good to me. You must be.
What did you do today that was so wonderful and great and godly?
Feeling is wickedness.
What did you do? What did you do for God today? What did you do for God today if everything is darkness? Shush, shush. Answer the question. It's very simple. What did you do?
If everyone heard what he said, I don't feel that you're good. I don't feel. Feel is from wickedness. It's from darkness.
Well, no, you see, there's a conversation, you see. There's a conversation takes place, and there's an inner knowing within a person. And there's the idea that you've heard someone speak or say the same words that you say, and it doesn't ring true, and your falsehood reveals itself. Your lack of empathy, you're pretending to care. It's all dark shit. And you want to tell everybody you're the light. Even further dark shit.
Because you're in darkness. People that are in darkness, they want to feel. They want to feel good. They want to feel things. They want to, you're not catering to my emotions, so therefore you are wicked. I hate you. Go away from me. That is the people.
No. Don't assign all your extra baggage to me how you deal with life. I don't need anybody.
their emotion.
The fuck are you
People that
talking
are in
about?
darkness, they want you to cater to their emotions. And
I
if
don't
you're not
need
making them
anybody.
feel good, if you're not making them feel good, if you're not positive, if you're not this and that, it's nonsense. Get out of here, demon. You are of the devil. You are of the devil. You are of your father, the devil.
Need is an unstable place. Cherish is where the heart lies.
If anyone tells you, oh, I don't feel it. I don't feel it.
If
Get
anyone
out of here
told me
from
that
me.
I'm darkness when they just met me, I'd probably think, yeah, this little child doesn't even have a responsibility. That's why I asked you a question. What are you responsible for? And you said, no, I have none of that. So now
What are
you
you
want to talk
responsible
about,
for?
now you want to talk about adulthood when you're not even there yet. You know what I mean? Like there's levels to this shit. And I'll see you
Hey,
when you get
Gio.
here.
Hey, Gio, I don't feel it in my heart that you're a good person, so therefore you're not a good person.
Oh, don't talk in that
my
voice.
God, my
Don't talk in that
feelings.
voice. It's
Oh, my
disgusting. You're making my
feelings.
skin crawl.
My feelings. Oh, yes.
That's the silver tongue of the devil right there. Mockery.
That's the thing about you people that are in the darkness, is that you guys are just so caught up in your emotions. You have no grasp of reality.
For the last hour, you've been telling us how unworthy we are. That's nothing but evil, you dumb fuck.
I just said we are all unworthy.
Oh, we are all. So I can act like a total prick to everybody. No, be a gentleman, the word you tried to use before, and I might start returning the same respect to you.
No, I don't need your respect. I need you to come out of your darkness.
Well, I need you to shut your mouth then, because I don't want to listen to childish behavior from you any longer. And every time you open your mouth with some more inane bullshit, I'm going to cut you off. And maybe I get
That's
muted.
fine.
But the point is that so far, you've told us about this magical, wonderful place that you won't tell us how to get to. You're a joke, buddy. And I exposed you.
Oh, my feelings. My feelings.
Yep, back to the script, because the other time it didn't work. Maybe a bit more emphasis, a bit more vigor in there, and you can get it to pass this time, because it ain't washing with me first time around.
Yeah, because if you're not,
I don't
catering to
hear
their
your
emotions,
voice. I don't hear the conviction. You're not saying it from your chest yet.
if you don't hear it, like if you don't cater to the when people are in darkness, if you don't cater to their emotions, they don't like you. They hate you. You know, this is exactly the type of treatment that Jesus Christ had. You know, because the people at the time, because Jesus didn't cater to their emotions.
Oh, so now you're Jesus?
They conspired against him. They put him on the cross, and
Oh,
everybody
so
hated him.
now you've
Because
come
they
to teach
didn't, because they didn't cater
everybody with no
to
responsibility or worry or empathy. Okay, and you want to spell
because he
Jesus
didn't
without a
cater to
capital.
their
Then you
emotions.
want to
They
spell
killed
Jesus
him
without
on
a
the
capital and then
cross.
speak with reverence about him. I mean, you're all over the place, man. You're like a fucking stir fry in a large pan. We've got to get all the meat or whatever the fuck is, because all we're getting is fucking fluff on the outside right now.
If
You
anyone is
provided
listening to
nothing.
this,
You provided nothing for the last hour, and you're going to walk away here saying,
if
I
anyone
called
here,
everybody darkness, including myself. That's what we got from this. Absolutely nothing.
if anyone is listening,
Poisoned figs.
you will quickly realize that I have remained calm the entire time that this gentleman here, has been ranting, and he calls me all over the place, scattered. To me, I mean, everyone who's listening can clearly distinguish between the person who's scattered brain and the person who's not.
Oh, scatterbrain.
With all due
because if the
respect,
people listening, with all due respect, if you were listening from the beginning, people who came here late, I told them a story, which is my life, about a time 8 years ago, was in a severe car crash. And I didn't know if I was going to walk away from it. And I feel like I'm on borrowed time, and every gift, or every breath of life is a gift in my mind. And that's why I speak with impatience when you stepped the way you did from the beginning.
Okay,
and now you're trying to backpedal and act like you were high and mighty when you were nothing but disgraceful.
Okay, so honestly, I'll say it doesn't matter which one of you is right. Right now, we're just having fun hearing you two bicker.
Well, good. But I'm not going to allow the well to be poisoned right at the end, and you try to take the W when you took the L when you stepped to me incorrect from the beginning. And now you're backpedaling, like I said, all the way back. Oh, I've done nothing. You know, you've spoken in monotone to try and hide the true lack of empathy that exists within you. And when you speak, it lacks conviction. And when I speak to you, I'm giving you my time.
We heard you the first time. I don't know why you keep repeating yourself. It's like
I've just told you.
You sound like a broken record.
How many
Again,
times did you say we're in darkness?
as I
You
mentioned this
fucking
already
hypocrite!
many
How many times
times.
did you say? How many times did you call we were in darkness?
You don't need to
And
be
I repeat
interrupting me.
myself?
I've given
Huh?
you your time.
You
You have to
fucking
let me
idiot!
talk. You have to let me
I'm
talk
done with
now.
you.
So this guy has been repeating himself. I'm going to repeat myself one more time. If you're not listening, that's on you. The people that are in darkness want you to cater to their emotions. If you don't cater to their emotions, they give you a negative response, just like they did with Jesus. They put him on the cross because he did not cater to their emotions. He showed them love. They didn't like it because they weren't catering. He wasn't catering to their emotions, and therefore they killed him. This guy is killing me with his words right now. You know, he is trying to ensure that he remains in darkness, and he's pulling everyone who's listening right now into darkness. That's what you're doing. Because I'm not catering to your emotions, because I'm not connecting to your feelings, you somehow
You're not
want to
listening. There's a difference.
destroy me
There's
and
a
everything I
difference.
have to say.
You're not listening. There's a difference. You're not listening. Human emotions and certain contexts in the English language are vestigial to you. And you don't even see it. Because you've got an opinion about everybody else but yourself. And when questioned, you say, yeah, me too, I'm darkness. But that's not how you feel. And if everyone who's listening now, and Ruhif who's lost interest because he wants to talk about maybe something to do with globe or something, or he's got some observation, fine. But I'm not going to have who I am misrepresented by someone who doesn't even know my name.
I don't need to know your name. I know that you're in darkness. And
listen to you.
I'm talking
to someone else. I'm talking to someone else, not you. But no, you've got to say something. And what is it again? The same thing. Now, I'm calm to those who are calm to me.
Guys,
but if you
guys
start
have been
getting
doing this
cocky,
for like 2 hours. I think
that's the thing. That's
we
the
get
thing,
to
Gio.
some conversation. Ruhif is here. What's up, Ruhif?
Let's end it there. Let's end it there. We're all in darkness. Yeah. He's got nothing to lead us to. He provided nothing, and that's that.
I'm just playing poker, Gio.
Gotcha.
But I'd like some interesting conversation.
Sorry. I'm sure when your name is, out there across the internet, you don't make a reply video, right, Ruhif?
I'm above that, champ.
Okay.
So what do you got, Ruhif? What's new? What's cracking?
I've got a debate with Brian Leakey on Saturday night for you guys. Had a couple of debates over at Shane's cosmology place. Been fun. On the Earth's a globe, by the way.
Prove it.
Is that what they do on Tartaria?
He kind of tries to schedule debates with everyone, and yeah, it's good fun.
No, I'm saying you're talking about the globe. Championing the globe.
Yes.
I thought Tartaria was about, ancient civilization ideas, and would never have anything to do with the globe.
No. There's not much of that. There's the occasional live stream about it, but yeah, Shane just wants to have some good content, I think. Well, last day of school today, by the way. I have 3 kids finish primary school today. Nuts.
They're growing up so fast.
Yes.
If the Earth changed speed, Ruhif, would you start to anti-age?
If the Earth changed speed?
Yeah, would you age differently?
Are you talking like time dilation kind of effects?
Yeah. Would it change
probably.
your aging?
I would say ask someone who knows about relativity more than I do.
Oh, I thought you were going to have the answer.
No, I don't really know much about that. Too hard.
Too much of a brain meld?
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, the debate on Sunday. So Saturday night for you guys, Sunday morning for me. There's a flight, well, there was one flight. It was a one-off from Doha to Auckland. And Brian thinks that's proof of flat Earth. So we'll debate that.
Haven't you guys discussed that a million times?
Not that particular flight, no. But we'll both put a presentation together and get like 10 minutes each and then fight back and forth. Be good.
Well, I was trying to think who Brian was bringing that up to. Was that with? It was just like a week ago. There was a whole. He did a whole like a long hour or two on that. I was trying to think who that was with. Well, because it was like we were on a slightly different topic, and then I just remember Brian brought that up. He kind of started. Yeah, so it would be that one, most likely.
Yeah.
What's up, Game Grumps?
Pretty quiet around the traps, isn't it? Come on. Fuck you.
It's like Mars is in retrograde right now.
Okay. Takes
That
a couple of weeks, right?
It only happens once every 2 years. Yeah. It's like a 2-month transit.
Two live cards, one live card. Come on, king. No, boom. That was some bullshit. Yeah, what happened with these two fucking triggered guys in here?
I don't know. I mean, the way I kind of took that, that guy, well, right now his name is lowercase Jesus, but
Satan worship.
Yeah. But he's had other names. What's his other account is
but that's a troll, right? Surely that's a
Ibro
troll.
Mango.
Oh, it's like Ibo Mango, yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, yes. Yep.
Yeah, and he's been like, have you heard him when he calls Jeranism's show a couple times?
No. Don't watch Jeranism.
He's trolled. He does his actor, his kind of character thing that he does, where it's like a troll character, it seems. But anyways, yeah, he did that on Jaren's show a couple times. And then he comes in here. He's coming here several times. But he's been doing like kind of making the rounds in different channels and stuff and doing, and doing this kind of act thing. So my vibe of what happened is that Faithful Phoenix seems to have
been triggered out of his fucking tree.
No, what I was going to say is that Phoenix kind of has seen and or heard Mango's shenanigans and
just decided the trolls.
Decided to troll him back by just dropping the vengeance of Mango's karma, his trail of
yeah, but it's like Demok. Like, did Demok did you get banned from Shane's? Like, why are you hanging out in here now rather than
I'm
Shane's?
not a troll, by the way. That's a lie.
Okay. Yeah, Demok, you around? I think I've got him turned up. Hold on. Oh, I do. Holy shit, I've got Demok turned up to 100%. What's going on? But I haven't seen him in Shane's for a few days. I'm sure if he unmutes, I'll turn him down again. Yeah, Phoenix, don't feed the trolls with champ.
Well, no, it was like he was trolling. It seemed like to me it was like trolling back by like dropping a vengeance of wrath upon
This
Mango.
conversation was not a troll.
Okay.
Look, Ruhif, the only way I can describe it is another person trying to explain the feeling with, say, something maybe the last second with your kids that you get to have. If it's going to continue or not, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. And being in a position in your life where that happens and then someone tells you to, know yourself or cherish life or any of these things without even knowing, the life you've had, the path you've had to walk. And so I wasn't going to have my life by someone who doesn't know me, portrayed in some way that it does not fit the true picture while I'm present.
Right. But I mean, he's obviously doing it to get some kind of reaction, which he got.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
That's a lie as well.
I don't believe you, so anyway.
Yeah. But, it wasn't just between you and it wasn't just between him and me. He then proceeded to label and blanket statement everybody else with me who wasn't even talking.
Yeah,
I wasn't talking about his personal life. I wasn't talking about his personal life. I was talking about he had a topic and I was responding to that.
Just tell him to fuck off. He's being a troll.
Oh yeah, I've given him all the I've given him all the time I'm willing to give.
Yeah, he went into his thing where he started saying, which is what he does. He does like part of his character thing is to tell people that they're in the darkness and they need to come into the light. Usually he links that with the flat earth kind of rhetoric where he'll say, you're in the darkness of the flat earth and you need to come out and into the light of the globe. He's always doing that. So he just was doing that move and then carrying it on and on.
Mango is a special character. He just has trouble communicating.
Yeah, but it sounded like Phoenix, you didn't want to engage, right? Like if you wanted to fire up, then fire up. But yeah, I didn't get that vibe from it.
I just, like the 4 times he lied about me in the beginning, while I'm present and listening, and it just carries on like it's nothing, it's like, no, don't. And then as more people came into the room, he began to say, I hope everyone can see here, and kind of did a summary recap to poison the well so that his backpedaling couldn't be noticed. You know what I mean? It was very, 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 clever. And I wasn't going to just allow the snake to just slip by me.
How did you guys change the subject and somehow bring it back down to the same subject at the same time?
Well, because it's a summary of the subject spoken before, Brian. It's kind of it's going to resemble what we spoke about, surely, if it's a summary.
What's the latest in Flat Earth? Has anyone done any celestial navigation? Has anyone made any predictions for what Flat Earth should look like? Fuck, I'm going to call this. Fuck. Old 4-bet, I shouldn't, actually.
Yeah, it reminds me of, we talked about that idea of having like a huge model, like a huge scale model. Like let's say like in like a Home Depot or something, that kind of idea, like a huge warehouse, and then you could set up a scale model of the earth and then do observations on that scale model over long distances and things on the model itself.
But you don't think you could do that mathematically?
Maybe even do some refractive effect things and then compare that to the real world that you've modeled down.
But why do you need to build a physical model instead of doing it mathematically?
Because a physical model is actually tangible and actually relates to reality directly rather than mathematics, which could relate to reality but also could not. it's not guaranteed that mathematical will relate to the type of reality that one is trying to describe it with.
Okay, but if you're, let's say you're doing an observation to test the obstruction, right? You've got a mountain on your model. How accurately do you think you can get this model to reflect, 8 inches per mile squared exactly?
Well, that would be the question. No, you would make the model just planar, and then do the observation on the model, and then take the observation in real life. And if it matches the model, then the Earth is planar, would be the idea.
Okay.
One idea.
Yeah. I just think you run into all sorts of trouble. Like making sure that your model accurately reflects. Making sure your physical model actually reflects your mental model.
You mean like running into trouble like last night when you couldn't explain refraction with him like that? You had to leave go feed the dogs. That
Did I leave in about 35 minutes from now, approximately?
You had very much trouble explaining refraction, and you said, "Well, I can do it on paper," but you couldn't do it, and you went to feed the dogs.
Okay,
like
let's
that.
do it now then. Who wants a refraction lecture?
We don't need really a lecture. We just need you to explain to us in plain English, ideally layman's terms, how you think light bends around the ball with the measurements given.
Okay.
And if that's the case, you can confirm 8 inches per mile squared from the curvature. And that's what we need to do.
I think what happened last night is that we started at the end rather than sort of starting from first principles. All right. So there's two questions, or the two premises that I have. Number one is that light bends through a density gradient. And number two, that our atmosphere has a density gradient. Do you dispute or agree or with those two things?
Well, a couple things about that. One is light may or may not bend to a gradient, but you're not able to prove that. You just have theories and ideas about lasers in saltwater fish tanks, thinking that happens in reality. But there's no way you can show that. It's just in your mind that it's bending. In your mind, it's bending. 7/6.
I can show you. I can show you lots of examples of light where we create a density gradient and then shoot light through it and it bends. I think that's compelling evidence to accept the premise.
You start with one. Does it bend to the measurements given to the sphere?
We'll get to that in a minute. I'm just getting two
You can start with
premises.
one light.
Yeah, just getting two premises sorted out. Number one is that light bends through a density gradient. I can show you lots of examples, and it's up to you whether you reject or accept it.
Just one, Rahif. Just one.
Okay, where's my refraction stuff? One sec.
And I was impressed that you had to do your own work to find this out. It wasn't science. It wasn't ever done before. It was something that you developed yourself, which ideally could win you a Nobel Peace Prize, but then you weren't able to explain it. So take your time tonight. I don't want you to.
Yeah, I've got half an hour.
I don't want to rush you. This is a science, so just show us the science, how light bends, and how you can confirm that. Thank you.
Yes, so I've posted in the chat just a little screenshot of 4 examples of people creating a density gradient and showing that light bends. All right, now, completely up to you if you want to reject or accept them. All right, but the premise is light bends through a density gradient. If you disagree with it, that's fine, but we don't go any further.
Okay, I'm looking at a 4-way screen.
Yep.
Okay, so the top left, yes, the laser light. You can get the laser to bend with specific conditions, right? It's like a science trick. This will never happen in reality. It would only happen in a fish tank, messing around with the density and salt water. Okay, so not a natural observation, not an A to B, I'm looking at this distant building, which is 10 miles away. And why do I see the first level when it should be 19 feet below the curvature at 5 feet observer height? So
do you
not
accept
applying that to reality, just applying it to a science experiment fish tank. Okay, next one. I believe this next one was done. Hang on. Left bottom corner is a video about a little guy behind a iron pipe, and they're shooting butane in the atmosphere. And we know, yes, you can get light to bend around the pipe sparsely, not consistently, not efficiently, but sparsely. And
it's liquid nitrogen.
That also would never happen in reality. If there was butane tanks happening, we would do the observation on the other side, away from the butane tank. So not a valid observation, not a valid experiment. Okay, top right. Tell me what's happening top right.
All right, so Mick West is pointing a laser at the wall, and then he's creating a density gradient by pushing heat. So he's heating up one side of the laser beam, and it pushes the laser beam to the right. So he's creating a density, a change in density. Well, it'll get less dense on the left, close to the flame, and more dense on the right, where it's colder.
I'm just a little confused. If heat is less dense, right, then why does it get colder as you go up in the atmosphere?
I mean, why does that? That's to do with. I thought that was to do with the atmosphere losing energy as it goes up, as heat goes up.
Like if I light a fire, the heat goes up, right? And the heat is less dense.
All other things being equal.
Let me ask you this: do you have this video I can see with the flame?
Oh, probably.
Can you show us this video about? You said McToon. Who is it? McToon? Mick West?
No, it's Mick West.
How about the iron? There's one that has an iron, a laser going to the wall.
Yeah, same deal. It's just the heat pushing the.
Okay,
the
so if you're shooting a laser and you stick an iron on the left side of it, and the heat's pointing towards the right, the laser will go towards the right because the heat is becoming less dense, and the laser is bending towards the right.
Light bends toward the less dense medium. Yeah.
Well, let's just say I'll give that to
Right,
you. I think I've seen that video. Let's say I'll give that to you. Okay. However, again, hang on. Again, this is not saying that this will happen in a natural observation without you screwing around without irons and without heat manipulations. Okay, so
you reject the premise. Bottom right, Greater Sapien is introducing heat and cold and moving the laser.
Okay, see, this is tricky because that's why I questioned the heat going up, because there's one thing being dense and not dense. There's another thing hot and cold. Okay, these are different things you're doing now. And because you can manipulate the light, okay, again, doesn't mean that's going to happen in reality, because in reality, there's no manipulation, natural observation.
Yes, so that's the next slide.
Matter of fact, you really can't manipulate the atmosphere in a natural observation. Nature gives that.
That's the next slide.
That to you, Ruhif. Nature gives you the gradient, the density. Okay, you can't choose.
You don't think we can use a day that has really cold water and a really hot air, like a 100 degree day in Santa Barbara, when the water is always 65, 70 degrees?
Let's do one better, genius. Why don't we do an observation where have optimal conditions where the refraction is minimal and it won't affect observation? How about that?
That's I posted that. I've posted that for you. Those 2 days.
Second slide, Godric. This is in reality with natural, atmosphere.
We're down there in Santa Barbara when it's not a crazy day where it's 90 degrees and the water's cold. We see those oil rigs hidden, just like everyone is posted.
Okay, I'm looking at another 4-way screen. Which one are we looking at? Top left?
Yeah, top left, Black Swan, right?
So what's with the top left? What do you want to do here?
Right. So surely you've seen the other 99% of observations where the platform habitat is obstructed. Have you seen that?
I've seen both.
Okay, good. So you know that something has changed. Something in reality has changed. Are you happy to accept that light is bending?
Can we see optimal conditions?
Yeah.
Can you accept that light? Can you accept that light must be bending, given that there are two different observations of the same physical scene?
Well, if the observation height's the same and the conditions are pretty similar and there's nothing challenging in the observation, then yes, the light it would be like refraction or the light bending. Yes.
So light definitely does refract in the atmosphere. All right. Top right, 60 symbols, inferior mirage. Do you accept that this is also caused by light bending?
I'm not really sure the sciencey word for it. I mean, I know this happens. What do you think is happening?
The bottom reflection is light upwardly bending, and the true image at the top is light, possibly bending downwards a little bit or going approximately straight. You're getting two paths of light reaching your eye.
Well, what does this get you, Rahif? Top right. What does it get you?
That light bends in the atmosphere.
Okay, I'll give it to you again. Light bends in the atmosphere. Can you put that back on?
Is it due to a density gradient?
It's due to a lot of conditions. We can say temperature and density, both. How about that?
Well, temperature is part of the optical density, so it's not really both. Temperature, pressure, and humidity cause result in the density gradient.
It's also humidity, which is different. Humidity is completely different.
Right, but it's still a component of the density gradient. Temperature, pressure, and humidity are the three components.
And I'm glad you mentioned density, temperature, humidity, and let's say, did you say compression?
Pressure.
Temperature,
pressure, humidity are the three components.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because what that says in a nutshell is this: it's not a consistent observation. The refraction happening wouldn't be consistent. It would change depending on what was happening in a certain area from the observation A to B. Let's say like a distant building or a distant mountain. You'd see maybe heat waves and different kind of effects. Light can bend up, light can bend down, light can bend left to right. So it wouldn't be consistent for you to say that 706R. That's what I think.
I haven't mentioned 706R, but we'll get to that.
You mentioned
All
that
I'm trying to
last night.
establish. Yes, we went backwards last night, which was probably where everyone got confused. This is why I'm starting from first principles. So the two premises: light bends through a density gradient, and our atmosphere has a density gradient.
I'll give that to you, but not to the specifications that you wanted to. Not
Well, we'll get to
R,
that.
A squared, just different inconsistent ways where I can bend different observations up and down, left and right.
Okay.
You want to go to
would
Chris
you
Cox?
accept? To what?
Bottom left looks like Chris Cox.
Oh, Brian Cox.
Brian
Oh,
Cox,
no, don't worry. If you accept the two premises, we can move on. So, yeah, fine.
I accept that it's happening, but not in the method that you want it to happen.
Well, we will see. If you accept those two premises, I got to tell you don't have much wiggle room.
They can bend different ways, up and down, left and right. They can have different kind of effects. Give you some mirages, whatever, but not consistently to the observation that you claim.
Okay, we'll get there. All
Okay.
right. Do you accept that we can actually calculate the refractive index?
Absolutely
given the temperature
not.
pressure?
100%
Absolutely not.
No.
All right.
Because
So go and read that paper.
Nature gives you an atmosphere. It gives you heat, just like you said, heat, pressure, temperature, density. You said some other thing. So, for example, if you're going to observe from A to B, let's say 10 miles, right? Each mile could be different. Most likely it is. So that's why you wouldn't be able to quantify that, especially not consistently, in an observation that you can do day to day. So no, you cannot. And this is where I'm questioning you. How could you even prove that? How can you confirm that?
Yeah, go and read the paper. Posted a paper, tagged you. Come back when you agree that we can calculate the refractive index given the humidity, temperature, and pressure, and the wavelength, and the CO2 content.
This is where you are. You have to give us a paper to read and then come back.
Yep.
Did you write the paper?
If you don't accept that we can, then I'm not going to sit here for fucking half an hour.
Did you write the paper, Ruhit?
No.
Who's the paper written by?
Philip Sidor. He actually collated a bunch of previous formulas So yeah, Zanuck has posted one of the old formulas from the
No.
60s.
What's the name? What's the guy's name that did the paper?
Philip Sidor. He's an Aussie, actually.
Okay, how many pages is it?
Not very many.
What does
I can give you
what does the paper tell us?
Right, the paper. He took a whole bunch of different experiments, collated them all, and came up with a slightly more accurate formula for the refractive index.
Oh, again. So this guy deserves a Nobel Peace Prize because he's making new science.
No, he's just improving on older science.
He's improving. So it was wrong before.
This is more accurate. I don't think the word wrong applies in this sort of situation.
Well, if it's not wrong, you can use the old method, yes?
The old method was accurate to like 6 decimal places, and this is now accurate to 8 decimal places. It's more accurate. I don't think the word wrong applies.
Does this guy that did the paper know that there's flat Earth?
No, this was written in 1996.
96. So this has nothing to do with the flat Earth globe Earth argument. This is just a paper on refraction, and nothing to do with global flat Earth that he's doing. So if it's not about measuring the Earth curve or refraction for 10 miles, what is he doing the paper? What for?
He's measuring he's calculating the refractive index of light and coming up with more accurate formulas.
Is he doing observations in natural environments?
No, this is all in a lab. All in a lab.
Right. Okay, Ruhi, if you understand that, you can do science tricks in the lab. I can drop a chemical in water and it will explode, Ruhi. It'll explode every time.
Yeah, it reminds me of when Bandsaw. That reminds me when Bandsaw says how you don't actually have any demonstration of refraction in a curved gradient.
Where
in an
is
actual
Bandy,
curved environment.
Where is Bandy?
He's had to take some time for himself, essentially. I mean,
okay,
yeah,
you can read the paper.
He's on a bit of a hiatus or a break. Yeah,
that's cool.
This is wonderful, Ruhi, but here's the thing: if you're a real scientist, if you're taking real observations, if you're trying to show something in reality, is this building is behind the curve or it's not behind the curve, you can't confirm that by doing stuff in the lab. You have to go to the real observation and do measurements and observations and do science there. And that's my question. I'm saying that you cannot quantify refraction over, say, for example, 10 miles, because there's so many things happening. And it can happen. It can be different. Hang on. It can be different every mile. Okay. So just because you can get something to work in the lab the way you want to, you can put your sciencey stuff in there, doesn't mean that that's accurate to reality.
Okay. This paper has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Nothing to do with making. Hang on. I'll let you speak, Godric. I'll let you speak. This has nothing to do with making long distance observations. This is about coming up with a more accurate formula so that if you know the temperature and if you know the pressure and you know the humidity and you know the wavelength and you know the CO2 content, you know what the refractive index is. That's all this paper is. What is the refractive index given those parameters? All right? If you don't accept that, go and read it and come back to me when you get it.
Did you say CO2 content, Ruhi?
Yes.
Can't that change over 10 miles, over 20 miles, over 40 miles?
Did you not listen to what I just said, Godric?
I think you just said you want me to read a paper. It's going to go. It goes to the 8 decimals, and it shows refractive index, and it shows more accurate than I had it before.
Yeah, nothing to do with outside observations, nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right? Just given the temperature, pressure, humidity, what is the refractive index?
How can that apply to outside?
We're getting there. We're getting there.
It's not a controlled, not a lab experiment.
The lab is controlled. You control the temperature, you control the pressure, you control the humidity, and you can control the CO2 content. So do you accept that we can calculate the refractive index of air given those parameters?
Not in nature, no.
Okay. All right. Come back when you've read the paper and let me know.
I'll tell you what, though. I'll read the paper. Okay?
There's an easy way to do this, by the way. It doesn't involve any real complicated math or anything other than just taking multiple measurements, doing the scientific method that you folks like to talk about so much. If you saw this like heavily refracted day that we call downward refraction, which looms things up, and you knew how far some object was away, and you measured where it was in your field of view, and then you started raising the elevation which you took the measurement from, you would get a deviation for where this object should be versus where it is. And as you go higher, the change the rate of change would be less and less and less until it follows whatever you think the shape of the surface is to that object. So if
You mean you'll go
again,
higher and higher until there's no more refraction? Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah, less and less refraction because of the way we know refraction works. So we know that whatever changes is happening, whatever error is occurring because of refraction, it'll be less and less as we go higher and higher. And if we want to go completely circle to above it, where there's zero, we know there'd be zero refraction looking down on it. You can go everywhere in between and get some measurement. You can conceptually do this. And by looking at that plot, you would then be able to determine what the refraction value actually is, because you know where it is and you know the angle to it that you see, and the deviation for where you see it and where it should be would be the refraction. That's an easy way to do
That
all of
actually
this
makes
without
that
having to
actually makes a
question
lot
any
more
math,
sense.
without
I
having
like
to
to
do
see that happen.
any complicated
in-
anything, except some simple angular measurements in your field of view. That's all you have to do.
That actually makes a lot more sense. I'd like to see that happening. I'd be looking at that.
For example, you would go to the what we would call the non-refractive day, where the object is very well hidden by the horizon, and you would do positional measurements of where the base is, or even where the midpoint is, because you know where that is, you know how high it is above the water, the surface, and then you start doing the calculations. Then you go higher and higher and higher until you see seeing the base. Take a measurement of that, also where you think it should be, where it is, and you keep on going higher. You'll see that any kind of change as you go higher would be less and less and less, almost nothing. Where every change going higher is exactly where it is, because you can see it, and there's nothing deviating from where you expect it to be, if it's flat or if it's round.
Okay, go back to the beginning when you said we see things looming up.
Light
Is that what
bends
you said?
downward and it looms things up. Yes.
So are you trying to say that things are being pushed up from behind the curve and they appear flat? Is that what you're saying?
You are seeing things from behind the curve, no different than having a mirror that is at the end of a hallway to look down a right-angled hallway in the other direction to see who's coming, like they have for cars and stuff when you come out of a driveway. You're seeing basically it's almost like a reflection of that image. That image is actually being seen around the curve, and it looks like it's straight ahead, but it's actually beneath the curve. That's because the light is but it's bending slowly over a curve. It's a progressive.
Okay, fair,
Or
Zanik. But what,
it's a constant
Zanik, wouldn't that happen on a flat Earth if it was flat?
Slightly, yeah. We have fish tank examples where it's pretty much a density gradient that's fairly level and flat in that fish tank. Yet it still has a tendency, because the light isn't a perfectly coherent light. It tends to divert down to the denser medium.
Okay, let me ask you this. What would be the difference in observation if we're a flat plane or if it was your curved globe Earth looming up, like you say?
Well, you're going to get a
What
lot
would
more
be the
looming over
difference
the
in observation?
You're going to
Because
get
what
a lot more help.
we're seeing lack of curvature at a 10-mile observation. So tell me what would be the difference if it was a flat plane or your globe?
Well, the flat plane, we're having a downward refraction, which is looming things maybe even higher than eye level, which is, that can't be the source, because I don't think anyone subscribes that the Earth is actually, concave or convex.
So okay, well, let me respond to that. Distant objects can appear to move up, and this is because everything on the ground, okay, angles upwards to the horizon. Everything in the sky angles downwards to the horizon. So yes, it could appear that distant objects are higher than they actually are.
Why does everything angle down in the sky?
I don't know, but like you can see these street lamps, right? Hang on.
We already talked about it. We know we have a density gradient. Hold on. We have a density gradient that goes down, less dense as you go up. The only reason we have downward refraction is if there's a temperature inversion. As you mentioned before, and you had a question about why temperature goes down as you go up. Generally, it does. But in this case, on a really cold water with really very warm air on top of it, there'll be a temperature inversion near the surface where it doesn't get colder as you go up. It actually gets a little warmer.
Hang on. I'm not doing any temperature inversions. I'm just responding to what you said. We had a little thing we were talking about. Everything in the sky angles downward to the horizon. Everything on the ground angles upward to the horizon. Everything meets at the horizon.
Well,
this is reality.
Everything in the distance that is above eye level will go down angularly as it gets further away from you. Doesn't mean that everything in your field of view is angled down. I mean, wherever it is based on trigonometry, based on the height of the observer and the height of the object above level and its distance away from you. That'll tell you where it is angularly.
And that's why distant objects can appear higher because, like, say, for example, if you look at walking down the street.
You're getting way ahead of yourself. All you have to do on that day is start raising the observation and see where it is. So if you see this thing hidden, or you see it right at eye level, the base is at eye level, you can see the base, but it's right at eye level. It's just loomed up. Like you can see it. You shouldn't see it. It's 19 miles away or 18 miles or 10 miles away, whatever it is, 10 miles away. It's 10 miles away. You can see the bottom and you're at 6 feet or even 3 feet. Wow, that's interesting. That means the Earth is flat. But then you go, well, let's make sure. Let's go up. Let's change the independent variable, the height of the observation. So we go up 5 feet, and we keep go another 5 feet, another 5. We do it in 5 foot increments until we get 100 feet above the surface, and we get a plot of where that bottom of the object is with respect to level and respect to where it was when you started. You'll find that there's going to be a plot. You'll be able to plot this out and make a graph out of it, and the graph will dictate what the refraction is because we do know how far it is away, and we do know how high we are above the surface. So that will tell us what the refraction is because we can plot it on a graph.
Okay, have you done these observations? Have you done this exercise in real life, Jenny?
Yeah, of course.
So are you like in the first floor?
We've things that are 100 miles away that have a far greater angle than they should, or much greater angle than they should for how far they are away.
So let's say I'm willing to look at this. Do you have a video or something?
Well, I always give you I give my standard video of the HUD display where you have the horizon drop with altitude, and he's well, maybe because that's just where we can't see it because it's the vanishing line, blah blah blah, too far away. But then I show you the sun below level and the moon below level, so you know it's not a matter of seeing that far. You can see that far, and we see space. We don't see anything. I mean, it's infrared. Also, we see green and black. So you look at that and say, why is the horizon dropping 3 degrees at 35,000 feet? How is that possible on a flat surface?
So you have a video then?
Video of what? The horizon drop?
Showing us this experiment where you're going to start low and then go high and measure the angle?
Well, yeah, you just watch it on a plane. That's the easiest way to do it. Watch the plane. It shows the horizon drop and it has the altimeter right there. You can see where it is angularly in your field of view because there's an angle meter on the HUD display.
I've got a stack of theodolite measurements of the horizon dropping.
I mean, it's pretty easy.
Because I'm not sure I can do it myself. I'm not sure how to do it. Talking about it.
Why don't you just take a level, any way to measure? I mean, you don't need a theodolite, but you could do something that gives you a good idea about where this object is with respect to level, and keep on going higher. It's nice if you live in Santa Barbara or someplace that has mountains that are very close to the shore, like LA has, 5,000 foot mountains that are only 20 miles away from the shoreline. So that's kind of nice to do it that way. I mean, Hawaii would be ideal. You can go to Haleakala and you can go 10,000 feet, and then you can take measurements to the horizon as you go down. Or better yet, because you don't want to go too far, it kind of what about the air, this, and it's inconsistent, like you said, even though it's not, because the air temperature and water temperature is very consistent all the way out as far as you can go around Hawaii. But if you just go to the beach, just look at the beach from the mountain, and then or maybe a boat that's offshore, and look at that boat that's anchored, and just measure the angle to the boat as you go down from Haleakala. And you get your measurements via a barometer or some type of altimeter. You could then say, wow, it stayed totally true till I got down to the last, true to a curve, till I got down to the very last 50 feet. And just before at 50 feet down to almost sea level, it started getting wonky. We started having these crazy changes, which didn't comport with a flat surface at all, or a curve.
I really need someone to show this to me. Can you show it to me?
I've posted in the chat.
That's how you do it.
Yeah. So I'll set it up over a survey mark so I know the altitude, know the elevation. Pointed it at the horizon.
Is there video attached at the bottom? Is there a video of it?
Is there a video? Possibly. One sec.
Showing us from A to B, A to Z.
Yeah, hang on. I do have a video. One sec. It's 18 meg though. It's not going to work, is it? Oh, it is. Wow. All right.
What's on the screen, Rup?
Hmm?
What's on the screen? Is that a coordinate?
What's
or
on the screen? What do you mean?
the screen of the theodolite? There's some digital printout on the screen.
The angle, 90 degrees.
Oh, there it is. I zoomed in on it. There we go. So your vertical 90 degrees and your HR, what's HR? 198.
No, horizontal. Doesn't matter. I'm just doing vertical.
Right. And then Godric, you can also go do reciprocal zenith angles to really do what we're talking about here. But then you could start arguing about why the plumb lines are varying. It could be gravity variations because of densities of the Earth beneath you or something. But
To be fair, I never use the Idolize. I wouldn't know how to use that or how to make that work for myself. I just can watch YouTube videos basically.
Well, I know how to use a theodolite, and I've measured the angle down to the horizon.
But that doesn't mean I can't call bullshit on you guys.
Yeah, but it'll be out of ignorance, right? Just because you don't know how to do it doesn't mean it's fake.
If I'm going down to the corner and there's a guy in the corner and he has a knife in his hand and he has blood on his shirt and he's jumping up and down, swinging a knife in the air. I don't need to know if he has megalomania, psychopath. It doesn't matter. I know to avoid him. So I don't need to know exactly what you know to call bullshit on you.
Well,
yeah, you're calling bullshit with
Godric,
no
reason. Really
reason.
simple. You could do it like we said. Where are you located in the world? You near some islands or water?
Los Angeles.
Oh, LA. Dude, you got a gold mine of ways to be able to do this. So, where about are you near South Bay? Or are you near Orange County? Where you need?
Like Culver City, Hawthorne.
Okay, yeah. So you got near very close to Manhattan.
I can get to Manhattan Beach or Marina Del Rey Beach.
Perfect. So you can go. You can do things with respect to Catalina. That's one way. Another way would be go up to, like, if you want to go for a hike, go up to Baldy and get to 5,000 feet and start taking some measurements down to Huntington, Huntington Pier and things. But you could do, which I think would be easiest to do. Oh, the oil rigs in Long Beach, or the probably oil rigs. There's any oil rigs off Marina Del Rey? Are there? Nothing off of Redondo.
I think there are, but I have to go look for them. I don't know what they are.
Yeah. Well, what you want to do is you want to find one the day that that you're seeing too far, and when you see too far, like according to the globe model, right? So you measure, okay, it'll be close to level. Theoretically, if you're 6 feet tall or 3 feet
You
tall.
have to admit it's weird that you have to basically make excuses for why the Earth doesn't appear to be a globe.
Well, no, I'm saying if it appears, the day that it appears, here's the test. It's 4 measurements. It's really simple. If you can remember this, write it down. You see the day that's like, wow, I see too far. That's level, looks totally flat, like the day at the Black Swan. That day, you measure the Black Swan. You see the bottom of the oil rig, and you measure it to be level. Then you make these multiple increments up to maybe 100 feet. And see, as you get to 100 feet, it doesn't comport with it being flat, because you'll start seeing some distinct changes to where the object should be if it's flat to where you're seeing it. It's deviating. Then on the day that it's not that refracted, you assume a curve, let's say, and you measure it at sea level, 3 feet, 2 feet, whatever you want to do right there. And then you measure up to the 100 feet mark, and you see it didn't change much at all. So the day that it was how we think is normal and less refracted, that's the day we saw the least amount of change from the sea level measurement to an altitude measurement. The day that you saw too far, you saw the greatest change as you went higher. That tells you that you had more refraction. You don't need to know the values. All you need to know is more or less. So that would tell you that refraction is the cause of it being flat, because there was more change where this object should be to where it is as you made your measurement higher and higher. So it's 4 measurements. Sea level, 100 feet, sea level, 100 feet on 2 different days. That would be the answers you're looking for. It'd be the easiest way to do it that I can think of.
Got a challenge for Zanuck before I go and feed the dogs. From what elevation did I take that measurement?
Which one? The
theodolite one. Yeah. You can brute force it if you want. You can do it properly.
What's that?
I said you can brute force it if you want.
Yeah, Democ just summed it up. Light makes round flat. That sums it up. That's what you guys are trying to claim. Bendy light makes a planar Earth somehow a globe.
I've reverse engineered my elevation.
See it. So by looking at the theodolite, or looking at the base the elevation where you took it from?
I don't know. I stuck it into Metabunk until it got the right horizon dip angle. So.
Oh.
I did. Yeah. Yeah. So I got about 41 meters. 41, 42 thereabouts. I'm pretty sure that was actually the elevation I got. Hold on. I've got to go and look up the freaking. No, I won't do that. I'm pretty sure it was about 39 meters for the 39 and a half, I think, for the survey mark, and I was 1.5 meters above it. So yeah, pretty accurate. All good. All right.
That yellow thing have the elevation on there?
Not on there, but I'll try and get you the lat long of it in a sec, and then I'll find the survey mark data for it.
Yeah, okay.
I think that was Stanton Road, I think. Where are we?
So yeah, we can see like for the Black Swan, if you're a 6-foot observer, you're gonna, in a flat surface, you'll see the base of that water at 6 or 3 miles. That should be a 0.02 degree drop from level. And what we measure is 0.04 degrees on a non-refractive day that we call a non-refractive day. So all you have to do is
such thing. Yeah. Always refraction.
I mean, I think it's fine that you guys have a working theory, but to claim that it's reality and the Earth is a globe because of it, that seems problematic in terms of logic.
Delete. All right.
You have
if you go,
a theory that's not really validated.
No, we just take more and more data to support the hypothesis and validate the
14.
assumption that the Earth is round. So the black swan is a great example. If you live there and you saw that every day, you took measurements, what would you say, Gio? If most of your differences as you go up in measurements have the most amount of change, and when the oil rig is hidden, you go up in elevation, you see the least amount of change. What would that tell you? That'd be strong evidence for a globe, by the way. But
all right, Stanek, I've posted the approximate coordinates, so you can go to like Street View to see where I was.
oh, okay.
And now, sorry, I've got to find it on the survey website. It's just on the corner, wasn't it? No, not there. Where was it? Oh, there it is. Boom.
Beach side?
Say again? Can't get the fucking info. PM 35852. 35852. There we go.
South Wales, Australia.
Info. PM 35852. There we go. All right, so now I can post this coordinates.
It goes right to that spot. How funny. Very tropical looking.
That's where I live, champ.
Beautiful. It's like
God's country. All right, so now let me post this in the chat. There we go. Oops. But, yeah, so the actual height, 39.5 meters, and I was about 1.5 meters, makes me 41, which matches pretty correctly with the anticipated expected result from Metabunk. Cool.
If you zoom down your road, you can see a clear day. It gets clearer and clearer as I go down the hill because it's been taken on different days. You can see a total horizon out above that roof.
Nice.
In that 41-foot mark.
In fact, I got to check the last Google Street View from outside my house was taken 2018. So I should check whether they've updated it yet. And no, they haven't.
I was looking on like a random street view. My friend's looking to buy property in a certain area. So anyways, I was just looking. I was just going down this, randomly looking in the city, and I saw a guy punching another guy on the street view. He was just laying one, just like punch right to the face. They might have been playing around, like it might not have been. It was hard to tell, but it definitely looked like a dude just punching another guy right in the face.
All right, guess what time it is? Guess what time it is? Guess what time it is?
7.
Is it time to feed
p.m.
Time to feed the cat? Time to feed the cat.
We do have a cat. We do actually have a cat. But yeah, time to feed the dogs. Good night. Deal.
All right. Have a good one. Feed the dogs.
I see someone just posted a thing about Santos Bonacci. I haven't seen that video, but I did see this video. What's his name? Jay Dreamers. You know his channel? Zanuck, do you know his channel?
No, I haven't heard of him.
Jay Dreamers. Anyways, he did like this review video on anyways, I don't really want to talk drama about someone, but it was claiming that this guy that works with Santos Bonacci, I don't know how much you know about Santos Bonacci's, like, he opened the center, the syncretism center and stuff. And anyways, it was this whole like expose on like this guy that has teamed up with Santos. And I don't know, there were all these claims that But I don't know if they're true, so I don't really need to repeat it. But
repeat it. Gossip, good gossip is always good to me.
Well, just in a nutshell, Santos kind of met with this kind of teamed up with this younger guy, and they're trying to do this syncretism society thing, and this younger guy, I forget his name, but he's kind of a slick talker and all this stuff. So they do they're doing these like podcasts together and stuff. And I don't know. I guess the video is claiming that the guy is kind of like scamming Santos, basically, like scamming the people at the people that have paid money for it. And
are they doing like manifesting?
Well, I think they're like teaching syncretism. They're teaching Santos Bonacci's
synchronicity. Carl Jung.
It's a little bit different than that, but it's not quite synchronicity. It's syncretism. If you know Santos Bonacci's work. Anyways, the video is just this claim that this guy is taking Santos for a ride, basically, and all these different clips and. So, Zanuck, are you willing to admit that your idea of how light bends around a curve is really just that? It's a theory, that it isn't actually validated?
I think it's validated through a lot of our observations, but yeah, a lot of it's done in the lab. We do a lot of things in the lab before we can really test it out in reality and then see if it matches. It seems like it matches, but yeah, it could have some flaws, it could have some errors, but God, they've been doing it for so long. Rate tracing and things have been done. Not that many people have done it. Now, I agree with you. I think not that many people have done enough of it because no one really has cared to do this, to see if the Earth is round or flat. So there might be some things we discover in our own tests if we can do some more accurate measurements, like along the way to certain objects. I think we should set up a whole flat Earth, round Earth base right there in Santa Barbara, right there at forget the name of that beach, where we just every day there's measurements and angles, and go up the hill 50, 60 feet and measure it again, and get a tremendous amount of data, and then have buoys along the way that temperature of the water and the air temperature and humidity above it. Then what would happen if you measured it and said, well, this is totally comports with the days we get these measurements? We know we can say without even looking what's going to happen, and it looks like that perfectly. What would you say? Would it be if it depict a round surface? Would you say, okay, yes, we've determined the Earth is round? Or would you say, no, it's just a conspiracy? You guys are fabricating numbers. It's not real.
Well, I've never said the shape of the Earth is a conspiracy itself. It's just nature. It's just what the Earth is. One could say there's a conspiracy to tell people it's a globe, but they're conspiring to do that or whatever. But the Earth itself, I don't know if I followed that. What are you? I like the idea of setting up a thing for long periods of time.
Yeah, I mean, they have
doing a lot of observation.
The water's not changing. The oil rigs aren't going anywhere. We know that they have a fixed size, and every day you take a measurement, and write down the temperatures, and hopefully you have some temperatures along the way, and then have temperatures, and then you have a measurement that's 50 feet or 100, probably 100 feet high. Remove all doubt. Ruhef's is about 41 feet. That'd probably be a pretty. You can see from that view I posted of Ruhef's street that you can see the horizon as you go down the street pretty clearly. There's also an island there too that I think is a lighthouse at the end. I would use that island rather than the horizon, and just see what the angle down to that island is and how far away it is.
Yeah, but it has to do with whether it's optical. Like the idea that we see in a sphere and that our vision is spherical. So it depends on how, like, the phenomenon can be described in different ways, but it depends on how the phenomenon correlates with the actual physical world, because that's really where the key is.
Or you're going to measure it in your field of view where it is. Although it didn't look like that's very far away, 500 feet. Here's a scale of that picture he gave us. Looks like it's 1,000, maybe it's a half mile, maybe a mile away. Not very far off that street. 2,000 feet, 3,000. Yeah, probably close, like maybe 3/4 of a mile. So maybe the other. It looks like it's a lot farther than that picture. Maybe look at the Sydney Harbor National Park. See it in the distance, but I don't think you can. Anyway, I got to hop too. I got to get some sleep. I got to work tomorrow. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
All right, Xander. Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Good night.
I mean, it's like he thinks it's like him and Ruhif both, but like they spit rhetoric as if they have refraction all figured out. You know, in terms of how they claim it's working to make the planar Earth observations somehow be explained as a globe, and then using math to try to bolster that. Meanwhile, not having any actual validation in the physical world that phenomenon is actually occurring.
Yeah, I'm not down with Ruhif saying that we figured out how light bends and it bends around the ball. I'm not with that. And you know, he hasn't showed that to us. He's going to try to show it to us in all kinds of very creative ways, but it needs to be confirmed. It needs to be confirmed by the average person without having to go into labs and do sugar water experiments and shit like that, which is not happening in nature.
Yeah, it's like ancillary phenomenon that they're looping together to then try to create sort of an ad hoc explanation for the visual phenomenon and then claiming a physical shape claim from that.
That's right. Highly assumptive.
They have to have something, I guess. So it's what they've kind of concocted in a way, like an ad hoc. An ad hoc Band-Aid.
And I like how there's these new science experiments that are happening. Like Ruhif is doing some new stuff that hasn't happened before. There's papers from 96 and later, which prove quote unquote refraction. But isn't this already proven decades ago? Because we knew it was a globe. So why do you have to have new science to prove what should have been proven, I don't know, hundreds of years ago?
Yeah. Well, have they ever even validated it? That's the thing. It never even was validated. If it weren't for NASA,
they're saying the current we just figured out. We just validated this. This is why. There's a new paper. Here's a video I did. We just figured it out. But I'm like, without you, you're saying we wouldn't know the Earth is a sphere. You see, they're getting very creative and they're trying to explain stuff, but it doesn't actually follow the scientific findings. They're being very creative and finding new stuff. And there's a new paper from '96, which is relatively new, and that proves refraction. And then Zanuck was talking about if you start low and start going higher and higher up and see the angle and you can see how much is refracting. I don't know how that can work. I'm trying to imagine that. I'd like to try it myself or with somebody, but I need to know more specifications.
Another another mathematical model of how it changes in altitude that they then want to use mathematics to claim how that bend around the curve is different at different altitudes. Yeah, so that's another mathematical model to add to it and then try to explain the phenomenon through that model as well.
Yeah, I'll probably have a lot of problems with that also, but I like to see it happen and I can call what I think is wrong with it.
Yeah, because they have claims about what happens at refraction at different altitudes, basically, and because of their claims of this temperature gradient thing. So they're using that as a standard to then kind of model it off of. Which it's interesting because there might actually be a layer of truth in that in terms of how optics work. There could be a component of truth within it that is actually spherical optics that they're then using. I'm not saying they're totally diluted or anything. There is some component of it, at least the mathematics, that has a portion of validity.
I'd like to see the discussion of the angle that refraction is viewed at. So if you think about the miraged puddle on the road that you can see 3 miles away, or not even that, I mean a quarter mile away, that's on the road, and then measure your refractive index there, and then stay in that same spot, and then elevate yourself 100 feet, and not even that high, but film the mirage disappear, right? It's still there, but your angle is changed, and so you can't see it. So does that mean that the refractive index is different then? See, one of the things that's missing, one of the things I think that's not being discussed intentionally, is the viewing angle of the refractive phenomenon. You'll see everything about temperatures and density gradients and blah, 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 but no one says anything about viewing a mirage at this angle. And then if you change your angle, the mirage disappears. But the refractive index is all still the same. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah, like the same refractive index, but a different actual phenomenon.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So, or, you know, if I go out and I'm taking measurements, I'm like, damn it, I want to see a Fata Morgana. And I'm looking, okay, I've got everything here. Everything's here. I should see it. And I don't see it. And then I drop my lens cap, and as I bend down, I'm looking up, and then all of a sudden there it is. Like, wait a minute, it's been here the whole time. So you've got everything that you need, but your viewing angle isn't what it needs to be, so you won't see the event. And they don't talk about that. To me, I don't know. That's just an intentional oversight. It's got to be.
Yeah, because if you were to extrapolate that to other phenomenon, that could be changing as well. They're trying to claim that you know in their mathematical calculation that it's just going to be a gradient and it's all just going to be even along the whole sort of corridor, the whole observation. But they're not even including the fact that you could actually be getting a completely different phenomenon based on that change, that altitude change.
Yeah,
that's why I told him you can't get refraction numbers consistently with a long distance observation. He didn't like that, but I told him that. 10 miles, for example, a lot of different things are happening in 10 miles. You can't put a math on that.
Yeah, the way that I've started to think about an inferior mirage is almost like wrapping up a beach towel, right? You're just twisting it and twisting it and twisting it so that you're wringing, like if you're going to wring out the water, do it, you know, a towel, a rag, or, you know, whatever it is. So the more loose the towel is, that's the obtuse angle. But then if the gradients are such that the angle of the mirage changes, that's the tightening up of the towel. And as you tighten it, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, more and more and more acute. And when you do that, that mirage actually moves away from you, moving farther away from you, closer to the target. That a little bit abstract, but did I break up at all? I was going over a bridge.
Do you need a theodolite for this stuff, or do it without theodolite? Because I don't have a theodolite.
I made my own. But what do you want?
Do you need that to prove this? Do you need that to find out the?
Well, I think the only, I mean that would be an interesting observation that would take, I think, quite a bit of time. But the only thing that you're going to establish with a theodolite, as far as I understand, is is what eye level looks like. Did you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Did you hear what I said?
I'm sorry, I stepped away from. Can you tell me again?
Oh, okay. So you were asking about a theodolite. I said the only thing that a theodolite is going to establish, as far as I understand, is what eye level is.
Okay, but in the video where the Globers are putting two theodolites together, and they were looking from one theodolite to the other theodolite, and then they do it again 3 times, and they're saying that these theodolites are bending outward at the end, which proves sphericity. Did you see that one?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing.
How does that even work?
Yeah. I mean, I think the only way to do that is almost like debunking a magician's trick, right? Like, people are paying the magician because they think he's actually doing something and you know the trick. So then what you end up having to do is you have to do the trick yourself and show people how they are pulling the wool over your eyes. Like, that's the only way that is going to, I think, be done. To take someone's, if they do it physically, like say Jesse, Jesse Gordon, does this two theodolites looking at each other, and then someone else does the same thing and either gets a different result or is able to show the trick.
Yeah.
Because unless it's a physical demonstration, you know, if it's just a diagram, I don't think it's going to hold any meaning. Was it a physical demonstration? I can't remember.
They had a video. I want to say it's around 10 minutes. They set up 3 satellites across. They're looking back at each one. They're saying the angle is such that they're bending outward. Oh, they're all plumb, by the way. Each one is plumb. So now we're looking back at each satellite 1 to 3 to 1, and we're showing that they're angling outward. That's sphericity, and it's over like 4 miles.
Is that from the main surveyor? Because I think I remember watching those.
Yeah, it's a surveyor, yes.
Yeah. I made comments on those videos. I don't think I've seen any responses from that yet. Because I watched those and I made points on there that I saw there were issues.
Godric, you're out. You got a little hot mic. We can hear you. Just like background noise.
Oh, okay.
Travis, what role do you think like the spherical nature of our optics plays into some of their ways of trying to explain the refraction and phenomenon?
I mean, I would have to defer to other channels that have talked about that. I mean, I have not looked into that at all, other than watching, what was it, Vortex Puppy and the Great Switcheroo, and then there was another. I've got them saved in my playlist, but there's another one that was similar to the discussion on that with the sphericity of our optics of our eyes. And then there's Life is Short. You know, there's other channels that they geek, they geek out on that stuff, and so they've done that research. I think that it's out there, but I'm not equipped to get into the minutia of that at all.
Yeah, and then is there any way to eliminate that, and then use any type of equipment that would eliminate the spherical nature of the optics? Because even a lens has a spherical nature to it.
I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know if you've watched a bit of Beerman's videos where he'll create one lens with a glass bowl filled with water, and then he puts an empty glass bowl behind it, and it takes away the effect. And so, I mean, I don't even know, man. Like, he's being more specific about stuff that I've tried to say in my videos, where I'm just saying, look, we're looking through a fucking kaleidoscopic layering of lenses, and they all just seem to work together like a fucking machine so precisely that it's crazy. But it's to me, it's just this organic operation where you're not just looking through one uniform medium that has a gradient of layers. I'm looking at it like we're looking through blocks or volume sections, vertical, stacked. I mean, not stacked, but I guess lined up one, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next, and they can be different densities. So it's not, to me, it's not a purely linear, I guess, lateral. It's not a lateral gradient. To me, it's more of a vertical gradient. If that makes any sense. It's really bizarre. But that's the way I'm trying to give you an idea as to what my answer would be per se. Is like, if you have one bowl with water in it that represents a lens, and then you can see certain effects, so then that's like the volume that you're looking through, and then you slide another volume behind it that changes that effect, and then you consider those like side by side. Those are vertical volumes next to each other. You know how you've seen those polarization lenses where they stack the three on, and you can make a completely dark lens, and then you just change them so subtly, and then you can see through them, and then they go gray, right?
Yeah, like polarization.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to say. Something like that.
Wow, that makes it even more complex. That there could be like, I was almost thinking of like layers of an onion, where like if you imagine if you were sitting on the inside of an onion, you could kind of look through all the layers somehow.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, it doesn't look fucked up. Like, it doesn't look like a kaleidoscopic LSD trip. You know what I mean? Except for something like the Fata Morgana, which is a dynamic system. And it moves and changes within seconds. Most of our observations that we're looking through are a static, stable environment. But at the same time, there's shit going on out there that's just changing moment by moment.
Yeah, like an order to the chaos.
Yeah.
Do you think it has like the idea of a toroidal field? Do you think like the ether functions as like layers of toroidal vortexes?
I do, yeah, but I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, absolutely. I've seen things that just don't see, like if you look at some of my videos and other people's too, but if you look out on the horizon, it almost looks like it's a gale storm just whipping across the horizon, just this massive movement. And where you're at, there's no, like it would be like gale force winds. If that's where if you were there, you would be like, I wouldn't be able to stand up. It would just be so chaotic, and yet it's not. You know, if you put someone out there, they'd be like, yeah, there's nothing going on, no wind, but yet they're in this dynamic energy, and they don't feel it, they don't sense it, they don't even know what's happening. So yeah, there's something etheric out there, absolutely. And I think that's the one variable that they're not taking into consideration for the most part. Go back, I was looking at footage, you know, I go back all the time and just keep looking at stuff, but I don't know what the time frame was between the shots, but there was a southbound ether and then there was a northbound ether. I'm trying to remember if I was looking at it in the same video. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I have to go back. Like, fuck. I think I remember looking like a couple weeks ago. I was like watching this on the north side of the Chesapeake Bay, and then my camera moved to the right, to the south side, and I thought to myself, looks like they're moving together to converge at some point. Like the southbound was moving north, and the northbound was moving south, and then I was trying to find out at what point they met up. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that again.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Like two directional.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And you can't see that stuff with your naked eye. That's when I'm zoomed in full optical zoom at miles out.
And do you think it's all being pulled around by like electrostatics, or you think there's like an electrical component to the vortex of the movement of it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, that's the way we would have to talk about it. Absolutely. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah. You'd almost have to have an observation coming back at me from that same distance too, so that they would, if they have a different effect or the same result, you know, because you're looking over the same corridor. I mean, I have that in my channel where I've got my friends, you know, a mile away, and their observation is completely different than mine. But we're looking over the same. It was simultaneous. I'm looking at him, he's looking at me, and I have a completely different observation, but we're in the same condition. So that to me, you know, would be something that would have to be discussed as well. That's not in the literature. You know, it's interesting. I mean, like I've had this conversation with this PhD guy, and right now, you know, the waters are tainted because of what Sean Hawkins did. But even in my discussions with him prior to that, like I don't feel like he understood the weight of what I was describing to him. I mean, that's why I'm so, you know, hubristic and saying I'm your Copernicus, because I really do think that this is a revolutionary amount of information that's I've not seen in the literature. You know, it's like, why aren't you guys talking about this? Why isn't this, you know, being discussed?
Yeah, it's like there's a huge gap in the research of it. Like it really was never done in a way. I mean, maybe they've done some observations of some atmospheric conditions that they then apply math to. I'm not saying there's been nothing done. I mean, I think it was Zanuck, or it might have been Ruhif that posted that from like 1996. This refraction
Mountain.
But
I think there was a mountain in like Southern California or something.
This is the one. Refractive index of air, new equations for the visible and near infrared. And they do talk about...
Yeah. Right. Don't they have images of this foothill mountain range that's, you know, just like, but see, it's so subtle. It's not. It's like this minutia of refraction, you know, off, right? But they're not going to show you of my oil platform in real time, descending in a diagonal fashion downward, and so you've got then almost 150% of the area that changes. Like, so you have the oil platform at this position, and then by the time it's done moving in real time, it's 1.5 positions lower. Like, that's major. That's fucking major. I showed that to Andrew Thomas Young, and he said, I have no idea what to do with this. Yet he didn't pursue it. You know what I mean? That, to me, that's odd. No. I'd like to think that if I was in a field and someone brought something to me that I had never seen before, I'd be like, hey, you want to fly out here and show me like what you have? Like, I would really want to see this. Like, let's work on this. You know what I mean? I would have pulled strings. I would have smelled a Nobel Prize, right?
Yeah, I mean, any chance you would have to advance understandings, you would think
Absolutely.
would be at the top of the priority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got some trucker who's spending hundreds of hours filming this shit. Like, come on, really? It's like catching Bigfoot. Or filming him again and again and again.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like ultimately there's this huge gap in the science, if we want to use that term. There's like a whole, because it almost seems like NASA with their kind of hubris and, oh, here's a picture of the Earth, almost made this less of a priority, perhaps? Or like, why is this such a lost art? Or why is it such a lost, well, maybe not lost is even the right term, but it's like it never was even found. Like it never was established. There's just sort of theories and ideas, and then, you know, pictures from NASA are the thing that really kind of confirm the globe. Like there's nothing about like what they've done in refraction that actually has validated the shape of the Earth.
Well, I mean, think about the time that it would take for me to write a legitimate thesis paper on the history of atmospheric refraction. And, you know, if you read Andrew Thomas Young, he's got this article improving the inferior mirage model or something like that. And when you read his paper and then you read Google and then you read Wikipedia, they all just seem to say the same thing. And my question is, okay, like, where are you getting your information from? I want to look at that information. That research would take forever because most of it is in Spanish and German and French, you know, because it was those guys back in the 1700s on Lake Geneva. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these references that Andrew Thomas Young will point to are like original sources from the 1700s. So like, what were they actually doing, and how many, like, you had thermistors out there? Really? You were taking measurements of it? Really? You were doing all of that? No. They were standing on the fucking shoreline with an Oculus and then writing down and taking notes. You know what I mean? Like, that's his best. I'm like, that's where I'm at. Like, okay, if they were doing more, then show that to me. But in order to debunk that would you know, I'd have to be a research scholar. I'd have to have access to those original papers and then be able to read French and Spanish and German.
Yeah. Well, it's just crazy to think that there's things you could do that have never been done before in this field. And you would think that it's like the experts would have that nailed, you would think, or they'd at least be, but the fact that it's just like there's so many things that haven't even been done.
Well, I mean, I suppose that I don't know. That's one of my critiques of Andrew Thomas Young is that, and I'd have to go back into my emails to see if I even said this to him, but it's like the diagrams that you draw show that you are the one moving away from the target. So in a way, he's diagramming changing the viewing angle, like I was talking about before. He's not getting higher, but he's getting farther away. So he's increasing the density of the medium. And when he does that, then he shows you a diagram of what the inferior mirage will look like at 2 kilometers. And then now we're 1 more kilometer away or 1 more kilometer away, and he just shows you that. But he doesn't say, by the way, you actually could do this yourself, and you wouldn't have to go anywhere. You just find a place where you want to make your observation, maintain that observation point, and just start filming, and you'll see that nature does it for you. Like, he doesn't even talk about that aspect of it, which to me is just ignorant. I don't know how you could not do that. How can you not talk about both sides of the same coin? Just look at this side. I think it's for controlled information, because for him, even though he doesn't say it this way, it's really interesting. You have to kind of like decode, because he doesn't say this in his diagrams. In his diagramming, he does not tell you that the horizon in an inferior mirage is created by the mirage. He doesn't tell you that. So that in the diagram, whenever you see the horizon, your subtle default in your brain is going to treat that as Earth curve. You got to look at his diagram and see what he's showing you. He's basically showing you the Earth curvature with an inferior mirage. And yet, in another paper, he'll tell you that the inferior mirage over water creates the horizon. Well, if that's the case, then that's not Earth curve. Ever. When you have an inferior mirage and you see the horizon, that is not Earth curve. Ever. Ever. Because the nature of the mirage requires that the rest of the water that you can't see is still behind the mirage farther away in the distance. It's very simple. These guys, I mean, Zanuck has gotten, about 95% respectable by at least acknowledging that what I'm saying is true. But it took 4 years to get there. And still they're not even thinking it through. I mean, these guys should be debunking themselves. They should be like totally flipping out and jumping on board with this scene.
Is there anything that you've ever seen that indicates that your line of vision would be able to curve around something physical from everything you've seen? Is that ever a phenomenon that's even occurring at all? Because if it were happening, that, like, I know they're going to claim it's happening, curving around a globe, but you would think if that phenomenon was even a thing, there would be other areas or other places you would see it, in smaller scales.
Sure. Yeah. Show me in nature. Well, yeah, that extreme example of the butane, there's so much that you'd have to decode in that, because it would have to deal with distance from the edge of that tank. You know, where's the target? Is, you know, I mean, there
They have
is.
the butane. They put a pipe, and there's no butane, and you can't see the object on the other side of the pipe. Then they shoot butane, and then the object peaks up. So I do believe that the light is bending around that pipe, but that'll never happen in reality. So it's just basically a science trick, and it's not a valid point. That's in their video. They have a video about that. If you look into it, I don't have it handy, but that was one of the pictures that Ruhif showed as an example of refraction light bending, which is fine. But like I said, it's the extreme example. It's not really applicable.
Right. There are so many parts of the demonstration that aren't depicting what we see in nature. Right. It's so extreme that it cannot be an equivalent. The only thing that I can say, Gio, and it is that I can show you the extremes of what I call proximate looming and looming, and you know, where I can show you, you know, the same focal length of the same target, but in the one, the target looks remote and distant and far away, and then the surface looks like I'm high up and far away from the surface. And then the next one, it looks like I've changed my position and I've lowered it down because the water looks so close. You know, but that's about as close to answering your question as I can get. Like, but looking over a hill and seeing something, no.
Yeah, like a periscope effect, essentially, is what they're trying to claim is happening.
Have you guys seen the compression effect where the blue stripe on the boat is compressed and it appears to be the boat's under the water or behind curve, but it's really just compressed? You guys haven't seen it with the compression?
Say that again. You say it again.
So they take a boat, right? It's a mid-sized boat. There's a blue stripe at the bottom. Now, put this boat out there in the water, miles, 5, 10 miles out there. Now, what happens is the bottom of the boat seems to mesh into the water or appear behind curve or be occluded by the water. But what's happening is that the boat, the hull of the boat is compressed. It's shorter. You can still see the blue line, which is at the bottom. It's just compressed. So not actually behind curve. So that could be construed as behind the curvature when it's just being compressed. And you know it's compression because you can still see the blue line, which is the bottom of the hull, but it's very narrow case. You follow me?
Yeah. I mean, I think we've seen that demonstrated with some of Ranty's stuff that he captured with the Stella, whatever that ferry was that he captured. I mean, I don't have targets that have the stripes missing, but I do have compressed sailboats and power boats in the distance, compressed so much that you can't tell that it's a boat. It just looks like this squashed line that's zipping across the horizon. But it's compression.
Right, but it's not curvature.
Right.
Do you know why compression happens? Is it refraction?
It is, absolutely. what's interesting, is that it's typically understood that if you have the same temperature, the water and the air is the same, then you're going to have less refraction, less distortion. But what about the times when, yeah, I mean, it's so abstract to talk about this, but the way I try to say it is that anytime you have refraction, that's always extreme. It's just a different phenomenon. This phenomenon has this extremity. This phenomenon has this extremity, but it's all extreme. It's all severe. It's all because the whole view changes. Everything in the field of view changes. In order for that to happen, there's got to be a lot of refraction. And yeah, I'm not sure. It would be interesting to. I mean, I think I don't even know whatever. The whole thing where they talk about the black swan being looming. Like I'd like to know who was the first person to describe the photo, the observation that way. Like who called it looming? Because in my observations, there are certain other variables that the observation has that constitute looming. So that if you're missing this and you're missing that, well, then that's not looming, strictly speaking.
And the black swan, is it 45 feet or 40 feet that should be missing from the farther rig? See the bottom instead?
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember what the measurement, what the calculation was alleged to be. It's just strange to me that no one seems willing to say it can go both ways. Oh, the reason why we're seeing the entire oil platform is because of refraction. Okay, can you say that the reason why you're not seeing the entire platform is because of refraction? Nope, because when we're not seeing it, then it's Earth curve. You know what I mean? It's like it's just special pleading.
I believe the farther rig should be occluded by 45 feet of Earth curvature at 1 feet observer height, 9 miles. Should be 40 to 45 feet of curvature, but we see the bottom, and they're saying it's looming upwards by 40 feet. Correct?
As far as I remember, yeah, that's accurate. The 2 or 3 times that I've been at that same location as the black swan, I haven't had the same conditions. So I don't have anything that can be necessarily compared with. I had an inferior mirage, I think, all 3 times.
Did you try to do 1 foot observer height?
Yeah, but that just increased the inferior mirage. It just made it more extreme.
Because if you have waves that are 1 foot, wouldn't that completely occlude the?
Yeah, but with the cresting and the troughing, you can clearly see what the norm or what the control image is, because the waves aren't constantly at that height to provide that obstruction at that angle. They're because not every single wave is the same height, so it doesn't. Plus, the way perspective works by apparently raising the distance higher in your field of view, right? As the floor rises to the ceiling and as the ceiling lowers to the floor, in that sense, the distant object is above those waves. Because if you got down to the shoreline and lowered your camera basically to 1 inch off or 5 inches off or 6, whatever, if the waves were in the way, you wouldn't stay at that angle. You would raise your viewing angle until you got above the waves. Of course, you're not going to film waves. That would be stupid. You know, why would I show you that waves are blocking? Like, that's just such an obvious demonstration. It would be, you know, I think a waste of time.
So you don't think swells of water can be confused for curvature?
No. I think that's an absolute ignorant statement to make.
Okay.
That's my opinion. But in all of my observations, I've never ever felt like waves were a factor for my observation.
Okay. How about what Jaron did? Supposedly, what I understand is Jaron had got 2 boats, which were pretty the same, and he took them. I want to say 6 miles or 8 miles. I don't know how much it took him. However many, and then he shined a light through a hole in a piece of wood. That light was supposed to match the other hole in the other piece of wood in the other boat, and it didn't. He was out by like 4 feet.
I don't know that I've
played
seen
that little clip at the end of the Netflix special. What was it, Behind the Curve? Whatever the name of it was. And they made fun of them. But do you know any more about that? To talk about it?
No, but Geo was there. But I don't think that was on a boat. I think that was on the side of a canal. And it was like these large placards with those holes in them, like you were saying. I suppose the one thing that should have been done in that is that they should have had someone shooting back at Jaron as well, not just going one way, like, you know, the foresight, backside kind of a thing.